fantastic. And these are some of the things that I am doing to make sure we've got everything set. Wait for this to get set, and then I'll make my opening comments and we'll get going. Got well over 200 people already registered, so it's fantastic. And as well as having John, our opening speaker, all on board here. Just wait for this to yeah. Well, we are live. We've got all the questions answered. I'm monitoring everything. I'm just going to get my chat window up here as well to make sure that I can see anyone who is getting this ready. And I'm going to start making my opening comments and we'll take it from there. And one question is, and I'll get to this about CPE credits shortly. So welcome everyone to our AngelBeat Virtual Summit. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. My name is Ron Gerber. I'm the head of AngelBeat. In these coronavirus times, we're focused on the same strategy that's made AngelBeat very successful in the live world, namely delivering meaningful information on all the top issues to help you in your career and to help your organization become more successful. If you look at the agenda I've lined up here, what I've tried to do is basically walk you through how Microsoft, and we've got 8 experts here, will help you embark and accelerate and perhaps partially complete your journey towards digital transformation. As you can see here, the flow of the day is structured very logically. We need to talk about security. We need to talk about security for work from home employees, how that's set up, because that's going to be the new almost main or de facto computing paradigm for employees. We need to understand solutions like AI, ML. What does that mean? We also want to talk about cloud native designs. It's not just migrating existing applications to the cloud. It's how do you go about re-architecting those applications for the cloud from the very beginning. We'll then hear about DevOps and Azure, how Microsoft is helping all of us develop applications. I can tell you, if you're not currently a developer and you're not currently actively involved in software and line of business tools, that's going to obviously change very much in the future. That was happening, of course, with the advent of the cloud, with things like desktops being automatically updated, with things like hyper-converged data centers for your private cloud architectures, so people don't need to worry about racking and stacking switches and integrating networking and compute and virtualization. That's already been happening, and it's only going to happen more. But then we're also going to hear about other solutions, not just DevOps, which is what Microsoft does to help people develop in Azure. What about GitHub? I think this is the most amazing acquisition that Microsoft has made in terms of reflecting its strategy to be very customer-centric as opposed to being very product-centric. What they're doing with GitHub is saying, we're going to put our resources behind the open source community. Who would have thought that just a few years ago, Microsoft would be the largest contributor to the open source kernel? Never would have happened. But that's why they bought GitHub, and we're going to hear from Sasha about that. And then finally, we'll end the day with some great insights on tools that Microsoft offers to help you structure data, to help you analyze it. What I would call, they're not archaic, but traditional databases, traditional data warehouses don't, or at least aren't designed to be optimally configured for a cloud infrastructure where you want to combine or ingest data of all different types, files, object storage, unstructured, structured, video, text, social media data. And how do you make sense of that? You need not just a traditional relational database or a traditional data warehouse. You need the next generation. So I think that's what we're going to cover. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Just to give you some details about this, as I said, we want to get back to live events pretty soon. But right now we're focused on these virtual summits. that are around cloud, security, applications, data. I think it's going to be great. You can get all the information on angelbeat.com. For the slides themselves, give me a day or two, maybe till Monday to get that ready. We'll have all the slides available. There's a tab on the AngelBeat website that allows you to download all the slides. It goes directly to the AngelBeat OneDrive account. You'll see lots of information there. And I'll also be putting up the videos. Again, we're just recording this in one large video. And then over the weekend, I just need to edit the video so we can break it up into manageable blocks. So again, if you're interested in John's opening talk on security, all set. If you're interested in Tonio's talk on databases, you can get that right away. I also encourage people, please follow us on all the major social media platforms. What we're trying to do is not automatically rely upon AngelBeat pushing out information via email. It's obviously important. It's where most individuals sign up for our programs, but we also want to encourage people to take advantage of social media so you can pull the information down automatically. As far as some logistics, again, I just want to point out that we use the Zoom webinar platform, which is secure. No one can randomly join this virtual summit. There is a unique registration link that all of you have gotten that ties in with your email. So even if you forward this link to someone else, it won't work. He or she has to log in independently. All of you should have access to chat and Q&A. We'll have all of the data for recording. I will make sure that you can just reply back to rgerb@angelbeat.com. If you have any questions, you can also reply back to me. For those of you who are staying on for the full day, there's 8 hours of CPE or CEU credits. I have a generic form that I've prepared that should work. You have to keep in mind, we've got a nationwide, if not an international audience. There's so many different regulatory groups that give, in general terms, continuing education credits. I have a generic form that I will send to you. If you need it customized, just email me back. And again, during the session itself, I just want to make sure that you could email me. I'll watch it. You can text me. And we want to make sure this is absolutely fantastic. I'm just going to quickly digress over here. No Q&A, well over 200 people, and no immediate questions as well. So I'm going to keep going. One of the things I did want to point out is this great array of companies who work with Microsoft, who also work with me in putting this together. Nasuni, who deals with file storage, Zerto, who's got some great solutions around ransomware and backup. I talked about Teneo as in terms of their ability to help ensure the performance of your cloud-based Microsoft applications. Aviatrix has some great tools to enhance the security and network configuration of your Azure solutions. Fortinet, many people know, great insights into how do you go about securing your public cloud in an effective way. Fugue has some good insights on cloud misconfiguration errors. I mean, Microsoft is a great platform, but a lot depends on how you set it up. And Josh will share with you insights on how you can avoid these errors. We have NetApp, major storage player, talking about their data fabric that supports a hybrid cloud. And finally, SiGen, who's got some good insights on how do you go about making sure that data that is still stored locally, which is a big deal because a lot of times data stored locally on your Windows 10 devices also gets replicated through OneDrive to the cloud. So how do you keep that protected and secure? So lots of great information. Without any further ado, I'm going to do a couple of things here. I'm going to go back to my meeting controls. I'm going to ask John to please, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to turn off my video, and I'm going to ask John if you could please share your screen, which he's doing. And I'm going to now turn it over. I will be, during the course of this, I will be monitoring Q&A and doing various things. One thing I'm just curious about, I'm going to do a number of polls during the day. Let me just start this one just to do a quick level set. And again, I've got two monitors here. Sometimes we might be easier for me to look a little bit to my side. I'm just going to do a quick poll right now. And if all of you can respond, just a simple yes or no, just want to do a quick level set of how many individuals out there are currently Azure customers. not so much Office 365, which most of us are, but just how many of you are currently Azure and how many of you are not. Wow. So we've got close to about 75% are people looking to get more information on their Azure solution. And then we've got 25, 30% are all looking for new information on the Azure solution. So that's a very good, I think a good composite. I'm just going to end that polling. I'm just going to do the same kind of polling after each event, or excuse me, after each speaker, just so we can get your feedback and make sure they're good. All right, I'm going to end that. And without any further ado, I will be watching the Q&A and chat to see if any have questions. But we're so excited to have John here to kick it off. And John, let's get started with what should be a fantastic Microsoft Virtual Summit.
Thanks, Ron. You can hear me okay?
I can. If anyone else can hear John, just please message me through the chat window. And I'll be monitoring that, though I would probably suggest that we do I may interrupt John, but we'll probably try and leave about 5 or 10 minutes after his presentation to do the Q&A. All right, I'm going to mute my microphone and turn it over to John right now.
Sure. Thanks, Ron. Good morning, everyone. It's always an honor, fun to speak to this audience here in New England, and hope our first 45 minutes lives up to Ron's kind intros. My name is John Muchek. I'm an application architect, developer based in Connecticut. I've been at Microsoft for 12 years, and before that, I spent about 20 years in IT, designing applications, infrastructure across a variety of industries, defense, utilities, financial services. Currently, I work with enterprise customers in the Northeast on application modernization, and really, how does the developer culture change and expand into more parts of IT? Things that we traditionally think of being developer processes and tools, really starting to expand into the IT pro space as we drive more and more levels of automation into our cloud-based infrastructure. I've been helping customers work with Azure and get started in Azure for almost 10 years now, pretty much since we first announced Azure back in 2010. And security has always been an important part of that conversation. It's a broad topic, so you're going to get my take on it this morning. Hopefully, some of it will be familiar for those of you that have made the decision to use Azure. But we'll also try to introduce some new insight into what's going on behind the scenes, and also maybe some tools that you can use going forward. We all love tools. Feel free to use the Q&A to jump in, but we're going to start today with that foundation. Why should you trust the Microsoft Cloud? All of the great tech that you're going to hear about today really builds on top of that question, because it really unlocks so much flexibility, so much power, whether you're work in the server tower deploying virtual and physical infrastructure today, or you are a developer. The flexibility that defining cloud infrastructure brings you just using software definition really can help change your job. It can change the nature of the support that you give to your business, and ultimately we're seeing it changing the businesses themselves. So let's start there. If we're talking about information security, at the end of the day, your jobs are really hard. Cyber attacks are no longer just against governments and large enterprise systems, right? The reality is we're seeing direct attacks against private property, the phones that we carry, the laptops on our desks, even public infrastructure like healthcare providers, schools, and utilities. 15, 20 years ago, we sort of had this feeling that was based somewhat in truth that hackers were teenagers in a basement someplace, and IT pros, usually smarter than the teenagers, usually had better tools, and had the resources that, as long as we worked hard enough, we could stay ahead of those hackers and we could keep our data and our applications safe. Today, a very different story, right? Cybercrime is sponsored and executed by very sophisticated international crime organizations and even nation states. And the reality is that there's always more attackers than there are defenders. And they have a huge advantage on their side. They have the advantage of time. They can often work for weeks or months or even years in order to find that chink in the armor. And we as defenders don't always, or really never, have that opportunity. They also have the same tools that we do. And in some cases, they might have better tools than you do. And that really starts to be a problem when we talk about the scale of the complexity of this space. Now, recently, ESG did an annual survey, and they found that over 50% of IT pros claim that their organization had a shortage of cybersecurity skills. This is up 23% over just a few years ago. The security landscape's getting more complicated, the stakes are higher, but enterprises just don't have the resources, the budget. Even if they have the budget, they have a hard time finding the skills. And there's a certain reality to the fact that with all of the major technology companies on the planet today, Microsoft being one of them, as your company competes for top cybersecurity talent, you're competing with with companies like Google and Facebook and Microsoft and Apple and others that are also looking for that talent. And that really does honestly make it harder to find in local markets. So we live in this target-rich environment. There's billions and billions of devices that are connected, even not counting phones and laptops. And as we connect everything, we create this ecosystem, this digital estate that we need to protect. And we really have to ask ourselves the question, well, what is it we're protecting anymore? It's different than it used to be, right? We used to be able to draw a line around the assets that we own, the workstations, the servers, the SAN, the network, and say this is where our applications and data live. Today, you find yourself responsible for protecting technologies that you don't own, personal phones and laptops, devices that partners and customers use to access your systems, which include critical and sensitive data. And so really, you can't draw a perimeter around that organization anymore. It is increasingly blurred to the point where we've actually seen it, it's completely going away in concept. And we do believe that this is a challenge that Microsoft's sort of fundamentally and uniquely positioned to help out with, because we have the ability to look across so many different product spaces, both on the commercial and consumer side, and leverage that insight into what's going on the planet from a cybersecurity perspective, and use that to help you make better decisions about how to secure your data, and also help even within Microsoft, different product spaces and different services do a better job of protecting applications outside of that traditional perimeter. You don't have to take my word for it here. I'm the only representative from this group that is talking about it this morning, but the reality is that thousands of companies, big and small, have made this decision. And as they've made this decision to use Azure, many of them have actually found that their adoption has accelerated because they found Azure to be more secure than their enterprise data center. And time again, I hear that. And it actually allows us to have this conversation, which sort of flips on its head from where we were 10 years ago. The first conversations that I had with large manufacturing companies 10 years ago about how Azure could benefit their business were always predicated on, convince me that your data center is at least as good as mine when it comes to security. And nowadays, it's actually quite often the opposite, where we are really talking about how do we accelerate the movement of applications and data into Azure, because they see that the investment that we're able to make makes the Azure platform more secure than what they have on-prem. And their customers actually tell them as well. Multiple cases that I've worked on personally, where my clients' feedback has been that our customers telling us that they want us to move this workload into Azure, as opposed to keeping it into a private data center or moving it into one of the other hyperscale clouds out there. So the big question is, how is it possible, right? How is such a massive multi-tenant service more secure than what sits behind that locked door in my own building? I can see that it's locked. I can see who's in there. I can control who has access. And really, we're going to come back to two fundamental points over the course of this morning. It's about scale, and it's about automation to drive that scale. We spend over $1 billion every year on research and development focused just on cybersecurity, and all of that funnels directly towards maintaining that security profile on top of applications and data that you trust us with. What makes Microsoft different from other cloud providers is that we have that intelligence that's informed by trillions and trillions of data sources, individual signal and telemetry that comes in that helps us make smarter decisions about these areas. So we're going to sort of walk through this space in these three pillars: operations, technology, and partnership. So let's start with breaking down operations. What happens behind the scenes? What are the things that we do on your behalf? And then as we get into technology, we're going to talk a little bit more about that shared responsibility and how we provide tools that you can leverage in and outside of Azure as well. So first up, whether you're talking about Azure or Office 365 or one of our other services, we really need to talk about operational excellence. It's how we operate the cloud from the ground up, starting with some of the world's best physical security. That of course means fences and barbed wire and biometrics and everything that you would expect to see. For example, a person walking that tries to get access to one of our data centers needs to move through multiple levels of physical security. They need multiple forms of identification. And we're applying additional controls in and out of the data center, such as scanning their pockets for metal on the way in and on the way out to make sure they're not bringing external devices into the data center that could be used to harm the service or to access your data. And we need to apply these standards to meet the strictest industry and government regulations and requirements. And so even if your specific workload doesn't require that level of security, just by simply putting the data in Azure and using the services in Azure, you are getting the benefit of that kind of security that most of us have not been able to implement in a private data center. The other thing we really like to focus on and to talk about is the proactive nature of our testing environment. Right, we are certainly not accepting of waiting to hear about attacks, waiting to see how people are trying to use our services in order to try to improve them and to harden them. And so we're a big believer in red team, blue team exercises. This is where we have a team of professionals, cybersecurity folks that are on the good side. They're on the Microsoft side, but they are pretending to be bad guys, and they are doing so in our controlled environment in Azure and Office 365 and these other services in order to find potential weaknesses. They have a unique advantage compared to some real external threats, is that they actually know a lot about the internal operations of our data centers, and yet they still are challenged to find weaknesses, so that even an insider would have trouble, breaking through these controls. When they do find something, because software is not perfect, and we know that there will always be something that could be better, that problem is immediately assigned as a bug to the engineering team. It's highlighted to the upper levels of management within Microsoft, and it's prioritized as a work item. So we're constantly making sure that those red team items, things that we've found internally, get fixed before they can potentially be exploited externally. And finally, I think it is worth just talking a little bit about restricted access. We talk about the number one question that I get is, yeah, you could say that you protect all of our data and applications from outside threats, but what about inside threats? What about Microsoft? And the reality is that our policies, our procedures, and controls have been very carefully built in order to exclude ourselves from these workloads as much as possible. So Microsoft employees don't have standing access to Azure or Office 365, to your customer data or applications. If in the event that they need elevated access, let's say to do maintenance on infrastructure or to push an update, they need to request elevated access. That gets approved through a chain of command. It is then audited and logged, and they're only given access to the part of the environment that they need for as long as they need it to do that work. And so that elevation of privilege is always logged and audited, and so we have a record of who always did what in the environment. Again, this is something we can invest in from the foundation because it benefits every customer every time they use one of the services. So I want to geek out a little bit here for a minute, because when we talk about cloud security, we do tend to talk about policy. We talk a lot about controls, and many of those controls are human. Some of them, many of them are technical. But if we're going to build the most secure infrastructure on the planet, we need to consider the entire stack from top to bottom. And at the bottom of that stack, as much as we like to talk about platform services and virtualized servers, all of this is still servers. It's still hardware, right? It's compute, network, and storage. And I side of things. And so I think it's worth just sort of talking about how do we look at that. And one of the, I think, most important things that we've done is actually over the last few years, we've been designing our own hardware, server hardware, to run in our data centers. This gives us power over every component, all the way down to the individual chips on every motherboard. And then we can manage the supply manufacturer all the way through to managing and controlling the firmware that runs on those chips individually. Now, this product, or this project, is called Project Olympus. It's actually a part of the Open Compute project. It's in the Open Compute Marketplace, which is a industry body that Microsoft is an active member of, where we're trying to open source the good designs that are happening around the industry, around these large scale data centers, around not just things on security, but also best practices around cooling and other words. So we have designed our own motherboard. We control what chips go onto that. Ultimately, we need to make sure then that the software running on those chips is secure. And so a sub-project within Olympus is something called Project Cerberus that I also find fascinating. Cerberus is a set of standards that define how do we do a secure root of trust on every chip on the motherboard before the operating system boots. So how do we ensure that that hardware coming off of the manufacturing line as it enters into our data center actually is running the software that we think it is? And Cerberus, in addition to a set of standards, is a physical chip, a chip that we designed and are putting on motherboards to, at startup, and then continuously check and attest to the fact that all of the chips on the motherboard are running the firmware that has been authenticated and approved. This goes beyond what you see in UEFI and TPM security that enterprise class hardware has, which typically validates some of the components on boot. This Cerberus project actually validates everything and then continuously evaluates it for runtime changes. And so if malware or something tries to actually change the bytecode, the firmware, while the server is running, Cerberus can detect that and then immediately drop the server out of hosted pools so that we can contain the blast radius and make sure that that infected machine is no longer part of Azure and it can be remediated. But on top of that, it's also validating that every change to the firmware has to be authenticated in the first place, and so we don't expect that variation to begin with. So, again, I think these are just demonstrate the length that we go, or where does some of that $1 billion go, right? Some of it certainly goes to people, it goes to process, it goes to building new software products for security solutions on top of Azure. But it also goes all the way to this base level of making sure that when we are putting a chip into Azure to run a customer workload, that we know that it's running good software from the ground up. Okay, back out of the weeds for a few minutes here. I said this $1 billion partially goes to people, and those people today are about 3,500 dedicated cybersecurity folks at Microsoft that work across a variety of organizations in order to keep our customers safe. The first I'd like to talk about, mention, is the Cyber Defense Operations Center, or the CDOC. This is the organization that defends our services 24/7. It's exactly kind of mission control setup that you would expect when you picture an operations center. They are constantly monitoring signals coming from the service and also proactively looking at the services for anomalous behavior. They have a direct line back to the engineering. And so when something strange does show up, or the evidence of an attack starts to bubble up, we can get the folks that wrote the code that run those services engaged immediately and validate that we are safe against that attack or make changes necessary in order to protect. Another group is the Digital Crimes Unit. This is actually both a technical team and a legal team that helps us fight cyber threats online. Things like malicious software, crimes, intellectual property crimes, and even technology facilitated child exploitation. To date, last time I checked, they have been responsible for taking down something like 18 criminal botnets and have rescued 500 million devices from secret botnet control. And so this is something, partnered with government agencies and other security partners around the world. We're actively looking again at this telemetry that comes in that Microsoft has in conjunction with telemetry from our partners in order to proactively seek out these bad doers, these bad agents, and try to limit their impact on the internet, but also remove them when possible. And sometimes that's just through legal means of takedowns and shutdowns of businesses and fake websites that are key to spreading their malware and botnet controls. Finally, I do think it makes sense to mention quickly something called Microsoft Account Guard. This is another service. It's part of our Defending Democracy program, which is an additional level of cybersecurity protections that are available at no cost to political candidates, parties, non-governmental institutions that are dedicated to election integrity and democracy. And we've also recently expanded that access to that service to healthcare providers that are currently helping fight the global pandemic, to protect them against these attacks that we've seen creep up against hospitals and utilities and others. So you might ask, like, why am I spending so much time sort of walking through some of these different services? I think ultimately it's about the people. It's about these 3,500 plus people. I've never talked to a customer that said, they had plenty of resources, InfoSec, and plenty of budget, and they could do everything that they needed to do. By using these cloud services, it effectively activates a multiplying factor where for your security teams, right? These 3,500 people work for you. That frees up budget and resources in your organization to go and work on threats that are specific to your business, that are specific to your industry, while we can really help you take care of some of that baseline security that everybody needs to worry about. The other thing all these teams have in common is this data, this incoming feed of telemetry and signal that comes from all over the world. We call it the intelligence security graph. It's how we describe all of this data coming in from a variety of sources. 400 billion emails processed every month, 1.2 billion devices scanned by Defender every month. That gives us a ton of signal about what's happening on endpoints. What are the attacks that are going on in the world? Where are they happening? What do they look like this month? We operate over 200 cloud services, and we've been operating cloud services long before there was a thing called Azure or Office 365, or even a term called the cloud. And so we've learned a lot about how to do that at scale. And we also learn a lot from the ongoing operation of those, because we get attacked. We get attacked more than most other companies on any given day. And we learn a lot about the nature of those attacks. And so this is a graph because what's super important about it is the relationship between all these pieces of data, right? We can layer on top of the data that we collect from our own services, feeds that we get from security partners, from government agencies, from law enforcement agencies, from the proactive botnet scanning that we do, from the Digital Crimes Unit, and then look for patterns across all of this data. Use artificial intelligence and machine learning in order to isolate those patterns, and then find ways to build predictive analytics and protections into the platform itself, sometimes behind the scenes in a way that you don't necessarily see on a daily basis. And as we'll see, sometimes also in the products and services that you can use out of the gate. Okay, so that's operations. Like I said, it's mostly process. It's mostly investment that we make in the ongoing process of keeping these services healthy and building trust in the services themselves. But as we start talking about technology, there's a huge technology stack to talk about. I'm only going to really highlight a few things, but as we talk about them, some of them are things that we do on your behalf. They're sort of behind the scenes. In many cases, you won't ever see them, or really don't even have many controls over them. They are part of the black box of the cloud service. But then you'll also see there are others that are available to you to use on top of your own cloud deployment, or in your on-premises data center that can still leverage some of the benefit of, for example, the security graph. So you've heard this before. Securing the cloud is a shared responsibility. That is never more true than it is today. It always has been. And what we endeavor to do is to give you the tools to make that easy. So, quick stint on some of the built-in controls, the ones that I think are really the most critical for you to be aware of. Certainly identity access management. In this world where the perimeter is no longer your best and last defense, you need the right identity access management controls to decide who can access what, along with full conditional access policies to say who can access what data, under what circumstances, from what device, from what network, and what types of credentials they have to provide, whether that be multi-factor authentication or something more. We need to secure your application and data. Your data really is the most important factor in this equation, and so we'll talk a little bit more about encryption and what we do there. Our threat protection capabilities are built into the platform so that you get a holistic view across both email, collaboration services like Teams and SharePoint, and endpoint devices like your Windows and Mac devices. And then we need to have this sort of ongoing telemetry and visibility at the end by being able to give you the controls, the policy controls, the centralized management of this environment. What is, again, going back to that question, what does that digital state look like all up? Because it's certainly more than the things that just live behind that traditional firewall. So let's start with access. One of the biggest questions that I've always gotten: who has access to your data? And even more interesting, what about Microsoft? Does Microsoft have access to it? And the simple answer is no. We already talked about that those engineers do not have standing access. Nobody at Microsoft has standing access to these environments. In fact, when they request access to work on something, they always have to be working from specialized hardened security workstations that has an additional form of multi-factor authentication on top of them in order to make sure that we don't have bad actors in that environment. Beyond that, both Azure and Office 365 have implemented a thing called the customer lockbox. And the lockbox puts your administrators in that chain of command for approval. So if in that rare event where a Microsoft engineer does need access in order to help troubleshoot a problem, for example, they submit their request for access. It goes up through our chain of command for approvals, but it will also hit your chain of command. And so that somebody on the customer side has to approve access into that environment. And then, of course, that's audited and logged. So you have visibility to when it happens. What about data? This is also, I think, pretty simple. Yes, it's encrypted, right? We encrypt it in transit, we encrypt it at rest. You can optionally bring your own layer of encryption. You can do that with keys that you manage and you control. So ultimately, that blob of data that you've put in Azure is a black box to Microsoft. It keeps even Microsoft administrators out of your data and makes it very easy for us to say, no, we don't have access to it. It's a technical point, but it's also a really critical business point when we think about how Microsoft thinks about the cloud business. We're here to enable you to do more in your business, to grow and to thrive. The data is yours. It's always yours. We make no claim to it, and we're not here to compete with you. And so I think that is both a technical concern and many times a philosophical concern about sort of handing over the keys to your business and to a trusted cloud provider, it's an important consideration and something we take very seriously. For very sensitive operations, we've even invested working with Intel on their secure enclave SGX technology, so that we talk about data being encrypted at rest, being encrypted at transit, but for those super sensitive workloads, we use confidential computing services in order to keep data encrypted even while it's being processed in memory and by the processor. And so as your code is actually running, that the data that it's operating on cannot even be accessed by the kernel of the operating system, that it is truly a black box. Now, today, this is a really specialized kind of service. Your code, your application has to be written to take advantage of it. But there's tons of advancements that we were working with on Intel in order to make this more and more accessible so that software developers can take advantage of this sort of ideal, sort of holy grail where I can put data into the cloud, and even the administrator, super user on the box, kernel routines running on the hardware cannot have access to the data while it's in flight. Cool. Of course, I said that your digital estate extends beyond the network perimeter, the network boundary, and that is absolutely true. But we also live in a hybrid world where most of our services that we deploy have been deployed into a secure network perimeter for years and years and years. And so we really expect those same types of controls when we pick up and move many of those legacy applications up into Azure. If we just need to deploy a bunch of servers and we want a fast, flexible, cheap way to do that, then Azure's a great answer, but only if we can also provide you the DDoS protection, the application firewalls, the IP and port-based firewalls that you expect because you use those. And you can either use the built-in capabilities in Azure, but then you can get even more sophisticated network security protections using partner solutions that are available in the Azure marketplace, like Fortinet and others. But I think let's just take one pause here, because networking, I think, is interesting in that you have to understand that behind the scenes in a hyperscale cloud like Azure, all networking is 100% software defined. 100%. We make over tens of thousands of network changes per day. And of course, we could never keep up with that if we had to go in and manually edit router tables and that kind of thing. But it is also representative of a larger security picture here in Azure. And it's super important, I think, to pause and think about this, that I said the two reasons we can make Azure more secure than an enterprise data center are scale and automation against that scale. And we think it's really important for you to think about that that we're doing it, but also to think about it in your implementations as well. So I'm going to use these two slides to illustrate this point. Traditionally, you deploy an application, and I've done it, we've all done it, that's sort of either a off-the-shelf product or a software that you've developed in-house, a line of business application. It gets deployed into a dev environment that some IT professional deployed for you, built the servers to some specification. And then somebody, maybe the developer, maybe somebody else, moves that application to the next environment, to like a test environment, which was also independently built by some external group, maybe the same people, maybe not. And so on and so forth, it moves down the line until it gets to production. One difference is that as it gets closer to production, maybe even in stage, the InfoSec team says, you can't run this unless you meet these security guidelines. And so there's this additional step that comes from this additional group of people to apply security standards, usually towards the end of the process, in order to keep the application safe. Now, our argument is that this has a lot of problems. One is that it just doesn't scale. And I think you all know that how long does it take sometimes to get that last step of approval, to get through information security, to get the application deployed. And the reason it takes a long time is because they're trying to do their job. They're trying to do it properly. And the challenge is that they have a very manual set of tools in order to do it. The way that we fix this problem in Azure, the way that we really are encouraging customers to use on their own environment, and frankly, the way that the most successful large organizations that I've seen deployed in Azure, is that they're moving those security controls further left in the process. really what we're thinking of is starting to think about is everything as code. Infrastructure as code, even your security standards. It's no longer a security document or a checklist, but it's actually an enforceable set of policy that can be deployed as early as the dev stage of your deployment. And so that as your code moves up from dev to test to staging to production, those security standards are baked in from the beginning. They're approved by the security team from the beginning, so that you don't need additional approvals every time you want to move to the next stage. You also get a whole bunch more baked in testing time because those security standards are applied from the beginning. And it encourages reuse, it encourages consistency, and it really eliminates the drift that you might see from applying one-off security standards to individual servers or server groups along the way. So it's a little bit of a sidebar, but this is crazy powerful when you think about it. And we put GitHub at the middle of this conversation. We tend to think about GitHub as a developer tool. But honestly, more and more, I'm also seeing it as an IT pro tool, because it gives you that central point of engagement where teams can collaborate on what should the security standard be, how should we deploy it, and how do we automate it. Let's see here. So like I said, we have a bunch of tools to help you do that. I'm not going to go into all of these now, but tools like Azure Policy and Blueprints allow you to actually codify what are the security standards that you want to enforce in the Azure environment. I don't want to allow public IP addresses on my websites. They're all internal. I want to enforce encryption standards on all my storage accounts. I want to make sure there's no public access to storage accounts so that somebody won't leak data via a blob store out on the public internet. These are all policies that you can set at the top level anywhere in your organization, and they'll automatically get patterned down across all of your deployments in Azure. Now I just have a few minutes left, and so let's talk about a few tools. We love tools, we love data, InfoSec teams love data, and so with all of this automation and governance in place, you really want to be able to review your security posture. You want to be able to take actions on them, and you want to get recommendations. The platform, as I've already said, knows a lot about what is going on in Azure, how people are using Azure. And so we can look for anomalies, we can identify best practices, and we can share those with you. So the first and simplest recommendation is turn on Azure Security Center. This is a built-in capability in Azure that continuously assesses your resources deployed in the subscription and makes best practice recommendations. Not just security recommendations, you'll also see recommendations around elsewhere in Azure around cost management, keeping your costs low, high availability recommendations. But here we're specifically talking about recommendations for keeping your resources secure. Those resources might be virtual machines, they might be containers, they might be databases, whatever they are. We want to be able to look at that telemetry and then boil down all of the alerts that are coming in into a set of recommendations. And we even give you this idea of a secure score, which is a numeric analysis of how well you're doing in protecting this environment. And then we categorize high, medium, low security risks, and then give you actions for how you can go and fix those. In some cases, single button click. You should have a web application firewall on this web server, and there's one here in the marketplace. And so if you want to follow this wizard, we will deploy one in front of your web app for you. So Security Center is going to be your first place to go. Now, but we've said with all of this telemetry that represents your digital estate, and Security Center really is focused on virtual and infrastructure. It might not be traditional infrastructure, but it can also actually be used to monitor your on-prem environment or infrastructure running in other clouds. But because it is still just the infrastructure view of the world, we need something bigger. We need something like Azure Sentinel, which is our cloud native SIEM, which imports data from Security Center as well as other sources in order to give you a much broader picture of the security profile of your overall digital estate. And so that does include infrastructure from multiple clouds. It also includes data coming in from partner solutions. And it is, because it's built as a cloud native SIM, it doesn't have many of the same scale concerns that an on-prem SIM has. I've spoken to many customers that are constantly looking for ways to reduce their SIM costs for storage. They're constantly having to add more storage, or their licensing costs for ingestion fees. Sentinel is really about massive scale, bring all of the data, and then use AI and ML to sort out what are the most important correlated events. Now, we also want to make sure that you're bringing in infrastructure and productivity data, and so you can ingest all of your Office 365 telemetry into Sentinel for free. That's a good place to start to get an idea of how this works. But you can ingest any kind of data. And we have some pre-built models in here, ML models that will make recommendations, boiling down millions and millions of signal events into individual events that we can prioritize and help you walk through the triage of those and then the investigation stage. But if you do have your own data scientists, you do want to bring and build your own models, then of course you can do that on top of the platform as well. Once you do have an incident or there's something to investigate, we again use that secure score, we use prioritized guidance, and then visualizations to help you see all of how the attack spread through the environment, what services it impact, maybe where it originated, so that you can reduce that time to resolution as much as possible. And then as you find issues that do creep up, certain types of events you'll find are routine. Maybe you do know that there's a certain type of security event that does happen and it's easily addressable, and you haven't gotten around to fixing the root cause yet. But because we have the entire Azure platform behind us, we can also drive automation off of these events to automatically remediate. So in some cases, it's a security event, a remediation, and a notification out to the security team at the same time, but we're not waking somebody up at night and waiting a few hours to see the remediation. It's actually happening in real time. I know I'm just about up to time. I want to have a couple of questions here. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, nobody can do this on our own. Microsoft has a lot of data. We have a lot of telemetry. We have a lot of smart people, and we've made huge investments in this space. But the reality is that we wouldn't be successful if we didn't partner across industry, both sharing our data, their data in, sharing our data out with to them as well, in order to really build the best possible solutions for you, as well as inviting our partners into the Azure Marketplace ecosystem so that you can pick and choose best of breed services you want to deploy in Azure on top of our security controls, maybe to integrate with things that you already have on-prem, and so that you get the best of both worlds. So that was pretty much what I wanted to talk about today. Hopefully you learned a few things. Maybe there was some review in there for those of you that are already using Azure. But I do think that this, keep in mind, this idea of scale and automation is really the most critical portion of your transition towards a highly automated, scalable, secure cloud environment. Is how can you really automate, push left those security controls as deep into the deployment process as you can, so that there are no more manual steps left. So thanks for your time. I'm happy to take any questions. I know I have seen the chat flying by here on a few things, but didn't want to stop to answer any of these. Anything, Ron, that is jumping out at you?
No, I think this is great. And fortunately, we had a number of the other Microsoft panelists chime in, so to speak, and talk about the ability of Sentinel to work with other tools like ServiceNow and how to ingest that information. So I think even though I didn't coordinate this so explicitly in advance, a lot of the questions that came up 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago were answered by you during the talk. One thing I'd like to do, as we just keep everything along, I'm going to do a quick survey at the end of each talk, and I'm going to just launch this right now. If you could just share this feedback, all the speakers, not just John, but everyone else, always welcome your feedback. And it's good just to get some nice, quick, real-time feedback. I know a lot of the chats are very positive. And as I look at this, we've got 97% excellent or very good, and 3% good. So that's absolutely fantastic and consistent with all the information. The other thing that I see is, just organizationally, and it ties in with lots of other things, both in live events and as we do all these virtual summits, is what John pointed out, the challenges of staffing up your own internal IT security. How do you go about not only being secure, but find the right people to do it? And I found that very insightful, because as everyone's dealing with tight budgets, not only when you go to Azure are you perhaps avoiding or dramatically reducing your capital spending, you can, in a tight budget scenario, reallocate your spending to more strategic issues, as opposed to doing a lot of detailed stuff that Microsoft is going to do for you. So a lot of people, when they look at going to the cloud, they looked at it as more just traditional CapEx versus OpEx trade-offs. And I don't want to just build out my server infrastructure anymore. But I think, John, you raised a very good point that we can actually make you more secure and free up your capital to spend on more strategic issues, which again, part of the whole mission of AngelBeat and what Microsoft has worked with us to help communicate is accelerating your digital transformation.
Yeah, I agree. I have a colleague that actually puts it in terms of like buckets of water, right? You think about your IT security budget as being, so many gallons of water, and the security problem being many, many more empty buckets than you could possibly fill with that, with that water, right? And so, what we typically do is we go around and fill the foundational ones, and then sort of dribble that money around into the buckets that are sort of have the hot spots at any given time. And really what Microsoft is doing in this space allows you to sort of look at that, there's this other dump truck of water that pulls up and says, we're just going to fill these for you. It doesn't mean that you don't care about them anymore. It doesn't mean that you don't want to have insight and visibility into what's going on there. That's what Security Center and Sentinel are designed for. But then you can take your 50 gallons, 500 gallons of water, whatever it is, and then reallocate it into the buckets that are sort of unique to your business, or the things that you really care about, projects that you said, yeah, we really should fix that, but we don't have the time or the budget. And this really does free those up. So it's as much about reallocation as it is about advanced capabilities.
Well, this is great. I wanted to just a couple of things. I'm going to ask our next speaker, Jeremy, to start sharing his screen. But as he does that, maybe, John, if you could just comment from one of our attendees, ask about encryption. And the other side of encryption, you've got to de-encrypt data as well, and you've got data at rest, in use, and motion. Maybe you could talk briefly before we transition over to Jeremy and covering Teams about how Microsoft ensures that its encryption protocols don't impact user performance.
Oh, sure. I think there's a couple of, doing some encryption has some kind of an impact on performance. It's work, right? There's some compute work that has to be done. But because we've baked our base level of encryption, we're encrypting everything in the, so first let's talk about at rest. At rest, everything that hits the Azure platform, a storage account, is going to be encrypted. We've baked that into our compute costs for the workload. And so when you look at how Azure storage works and how it's sold, it's really based on performance units. So if you are expecting a certain performance out of Azure, then we've had to sort of take the hit on the overhead for that encryption in order to give you that same level of performance. If you then apply, let's say you use your own keys to apply BitLocker on Windows or de-encrypt on a Linux box, then yes, that's going to have a few percentage points of an impact on the compute utilization of the CPUs that you're allocated for that virtual machine. But it's typically well worth that price. It's a very small price to pay, and most VMs are largely underutilized anyway, and so it's a good reason to use it. On the transport side, let's say you're hosting a customer-facing website. then using services like Application Gateway that are designed to do things like SSL offload, or I think Azure Front Door does SSL offload as well. These are services that you put in front of your web services in order to handle the compute tax associated with doing that SSL acceleration and compute. And so there are strategies built in order to help you alleviate that. But at the end of the day, it's always a worthwhile trade-off.
Excellent. Well, John, thank you very much for kicking off our Angel Beat program. I'm going to turn it over right now to Jeremy, another incredibly fantastic, highly rated speaker at Angel Beat live events. Obviously, we've seen all the TV ads for Teams. Everyone is working from home. The whole notion of digital collaboration has gone through the roof in terms of customer adoption. So we're going to ask Jeremy to spend about the next hour covering Microsoft Teams. And I'm particularly interested in this because we're going to do a number of these virtual summits in the future, and we're going to make sure subsequent ones are on the Teams platform. So this content is of a special interest to me. All yours, Jeremy.
Thanks, Ron. And can you just want to make sure, can you see my screen and hear me okay?
Let's see, this is Ron Gerber. I can see it, and I'm checking the chat, and it looks like everyone else can see it as well. So we're all good to go.
All right, good. I'm just making sure. Well, good morning, everyone. I don't think it's afternoon where anyone is, but if you are, good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Stockwell. I am an account technology strategist with Microsoft, and I actually cover enterprise accounts primarily in the New Orleans and Louisiana area, although I do have some accounts that I cover in the Houston area, and I'm actually based out of New Orleans. So I want to talk today, and as Ron mentioned, it's, COVID-19 has fundamentally changed the way that we operate within the workplace. And for many of us, that workplace is home. For me, I've been working from home for a few years now, but for a lot of folks, it's something that's new and presents its own challenges. What I'll say is when we initially launched Microsoft Teams, it was something that we were looking at to help bridge the gap, because for the first time in the workplace, prior to COVID-19, we had 5 generations that were potentially in the workplace. And so we were trying to figure out, how do we bring all these people together where we had a lot of pieces and parts in different places within our portfolio of software and services. Teams was that answer. And so I'll kind of go into a little bit of what Teams is, just to kind of level set everyone, make sure, kind of clear it's on what the purpose behind Teams is that we have from Microsoft and the development we're putting into it. Some of the things we're putting out about how do you work securely and efficiently from home using Teams, and then go into the security pieces of it. Previous speaker, John, I think may have touched on a few of these pieces that cover the Azure aspect. Well, a lot of those translate over into our SaaS applications like Teams. So I just want to make sure that we cover some of that from a Teams perspective. So first and foremost, what is Teams? It's not just chat and collaboration. It's not just messages and calling. It's not just apps and workflow. It's the hub for all of those things. The biggest thing that I say is, people say, well, I'm transitioning from Skype to Teams, or I'm transitioning from Jabber to Teams, and they see it, well, it's just a new instant messaging and group chat functionality. It is so much more than that. It is a hub for teamwork. It brings everything together into one place. So I'm not having to switch between, an internet browser, a chat window, and an app window. It's all in a central hub and can be put together and can be configured within the Teams window. And that can be either web-based or it could be app-based, and it's even mobile. It has all the integrations within Office 365 applications. And you can create line of business apps using things like our Power Platform, our Power Apps, Power Automate, analytics through Power BI. All of those things can be embedded into Microsoft Teams. All of this, again, because Teams is part of our Office 365 and what I'll say our Microsoft 365 package, it comes with all of those enterprise-grade security and compliance capabilities that we bring and that we manage. We invest over billions of dollars annually in security, and we do that because we understand that the privacy of your data and the security of your data and your applications is the first and foremost thing, because what our CEO Satya likes to say is, we run on trust. If we don't have your trust, we've lost. So we invest a ton of time into making sure that we've built out those security and compliance capabilities to gain that trust for you to collaborate and use the Teams platform and our other platforms. So if you look at it, I'm sorry, I should have built the slide, but you can see the different things. I actually want to highlight this. If you're on Teams today, one of the things we have coming, and this is the continued improvement, the continued development that we're putting into Teams right now. For most individuals or for most companies, it's just a 4-box view. Well, obviously we're using Zoom on this one, and as Ron said, I'll be working with him to turn this into a Teams live event later on. We're slowly going to roll out the 3x3 view that I'm showing here. I actually have an internal preview on my end that I've started to see, and it's actually looks really nice. A lot of users have been asking about, how do I get the custom backgrounds? Because up to this point, you can only do a blur background. That should have been rolled out. These are just things that, with the changing environment, with working from home, working remotely, having kids in the background or other things at home that you don't want to see, being able to do those custom backgrounds more than just a blur are things that we've heard and things that we're prioritizing to rush out and to roll out to the end user community. And so what can Teams really do for your business, your organization? So like I said, it transforms workplace collaboration. It's not just IM and chat. It is something where it brings together a full shared workspace where you can chat, you can meet, you can create, you can collaborate, and you can make decisions as a team. It's no longer one-on-one or one-on-a-couple. You build this out in teams and groups, and that's where all your content is organized. It's organized by team, can be a project, and you can stay on top of that within the project. The one thing I'll say is that one of the studies that we highlight in some of our white papers and things that we publish out is that it takes an average person 23 minutes to regain productivity after an interruption or being distracted. Well, imagine, you're in Skype or some other window and that pops up. So you have to go address that because that's the first thing that happens. And now you have to go back to the other window to figure out where you left off. I mean, imagine 23 minutes throughout the day. If you could gain just half of that back, how much more productive you could be. Streamlining your business. So you need access to documents, data, applications, and be able to do that within a single location. And that's when I say Teams is the hub for that. It's a true platform that you can plug in your apps, you can plug in your services, and you can integrate all of the tools for your line of business that you need to into Teams. And it could be third party. I know I saw in the chat window there were some other questions on integration into our Azure services. We have a whole host of integrations with third-party tools and first-party apps that we've built out on the platform and have published, and third-party apps that integrate into the Teams platform to make you more productive and to streamline your business and your operations. Again, it's something that with Teams, it's not just for the knowledge worker. We built Teams so it can be used from anyone at the C-suite level all the way down to frontline worker that's on the factory floor. Nowadays, top of mind, the Teams on their phone and get notifications, get information quickly and easily because we've heard people are doing, doctors and nurses doing 12-hour shifts, they're seeing multiple patients, all these things. Imagine just having the capability in their pocket as walking around to grab that information as they need to, and not having to go back to a shared workstation or somewhere else to get all of that in between seeing patients. And again, one thing I'll highlight, and I'll keep highlighting on this, is the security and compliance. We run, regardless of the size of your business. If you're, 1,000, tens of thousands, 100,000 person organization, 10, a few hundred, you get that enterprise grade security and compliance with Teams and with all of our Microsoft 365 solutions. So you think about it, kind of highlighted this, running your business on Teams, you can run projects. Think of a project as, for us internally within Microsoft, in my role, my project is my client, or the clients that I have. So I have separate teams built out for each of those clients where I can collaborate with an Azure specialist. I can collaborate with a data specialist, and they're all part of that team who are supporting that client. And all that information and all those things are pulled together in that one location. I don't have to go to email to find information that this person sent and then forward it on to this person, make sure it's in there. And as new people on board, I just add them into the team and they can see everything that's happened before them. It's very easy for them to ramp up and see all of the documentation, all the information that's been shared before they came on board. We know that's something that's very critical with businesses, is getting people on and getting people ramped up as quickly as possible for them to become productive in their roles. And Teams helps out a lot with that by providing that persistence in the chat history, in the documentation, the versioning, and everything that comes along with that team ecosystem. One of the things about process, and I'll kind of use the example that's, I don't know if it's relevant to most people on the call, but I feel it's relevant to some, is like a sales cycle. So you have, something you're trying to sell to a customer. Well, what is a way that we can handle that in Teams? Well, you think about it, I've got the field account manager, account executive, and they've got something from that customer that says, hey, this customer wants this. They can go straight into Teams, into that team that they're a part of. They can put in that request saying, hey, customer A wants to do X, Y, and Z. And all of a sudden, you get the team who's part of that customer or supporting that customer to put together a draft, put together the specs, put together the price, whatever that needs to be done, and collaborate on it in real time. If they need to meet, they hit a meet button, and they could be on video conference or just audio conference, talking about those things in real time as they're collaborating in the same document in real time and seeing those changes. You can then tie in a workflow so that into that team, so that once that bid is put together, or once that quote or that proposal, whatever is put together, it kicks off a workflow that goes through whatever levels of approval it needs to. And then once that approval hits, a notification is sent back to the team saying, yep, it's ready to go. And that goes back to that account executive who is interfacing directly with the customer for them to share it. But it's all done, again, within a single place, within a single hub. And one of the other things is driving cultural transfer. Who hope may have read about or know about some of the cultural transformation that we've gone through within Microsoft as a company in the past 5 years since Satya took over. So the things that he's brought to the table as being don't be a know-it-all, be a learn-it-all. Always be open to learning more, making sure that you're always asking questions, that you're making sure you're being inclusive. Inclusion is one of the pillars that we have within our company, and Teams helps to bring that inclusiveness. You can now bring all the right people into a team to make sure that they're all included on the conversation, that they all have a voice in that conversation. There's also things built in like, you want to make sure that someone does a great job or a team does a great job, you get that out to the field. You make sure that they have it, that people know what a great job they've done. You can do things like praise a team, praise an individual within Teams that goes out to the organization, goes out to the business, however you want to send it. But that goes a long way when it comes to employee morale and employee satisfaction. Again, engagements with your team, making sure you can create there's different ways that you can create announcements, making sure that the employees or the right audiences get access and see what you're trying to send out, and make sure that they are aware of what's going on. That's where it comes back to, it's a C-level down to the frontline worker. You can make sure that I've got a big announcement, it comes out with a big banner. Anyone who goes into that team or is part of that team is going to see that, and they're going to know, I need to read this because it's important, or I need to read this because it's something new that's just happened that I need to be aware of. Other things like GIFs, pictures, memes. I mean, all these things, it helps lightens the mood when it comes to, the way that we're all working today. Obviously, we're stuck at home. I'm here at home. My wife is working full time. I'm working full time. We have 2 kids under 6. It's hard. And sometimes, the stress of being able to do your job, be a teacher, be a nanny or a daycare worker, all at the same time, all on the same day. Sometimes seeing a funny GIF just lightens the mood, and a lot of those things help. One of the other pieces that teams bring together is the ability for the C levels or for the organizational leaders to engage with the companies, with their businesses and with their companies through things like town halls, through things like Teams live events, through things like just, smaller collaboration and chat with individual groups. But it allows the employees and allows the people of those businesses and those organizations to feel connected to those leaders and to feel a sense of ownership in what the company is trying to do and what your missions are, to make sure that those leaders have the ability to share it. And then back into that, I mean, we have on the back end the ability to record all these things and put them into Stream, which is our also part of Microsoft 365, where I can't attend a live event. I can go back and I can always watch it later. It's not something where I have to, I've got an important customer meeting I got to take, and at the same time, my CEO decided he wanted to schedule a town hall. That's not a problem. It's always goes back to Stream. You can listen to it later. And if you need to follow up, you can follow up afterwards. And I think, as we all know, like any collaboration platform, Teams is bringing people together no matter where they are. We have folks that we're trying to work with on a client. They have offices in Europe. And so, it brings everyone together in one place and allows them to chat, collaborate, meet in real time, to get the things done that they need to get done, to be productive and to move their businesses forward. So this was something that we put out, and I have some resources in a slide at the end that talks about ways to work efficiently for home, things to keep in mind when it comes to how we should operate from home in this type of new normal, I always call it. And I've got a couple slides on this that I'll share before I get into the security aspect of it and how Teams keeps it secure in this type of environment. And the first thing, the tip we have, is just communicate. You're at home. Obviously, you're isolated from the rest of your team. If you're used to being in an office, you're used to being around your entire team, can just drop into someone's office or someone's desk just to chit chat. You don't have that at home. I think that was a big wake up call for me when I went and now I've been with Microsoft for 3 years. I'm working from home exclusively, but I lost the ability with my old job just to sit down and kind of vent or talk about and brainstorm on certain ideas with my peers. Well, Teams gives us that. So make sure you're communicating often. If you need to just have a side conversation, do it. You can still do it through Teams. Say, hey, I need to talk. I need to get something by you. You can do that through Teams. Hit meet now, call over Teams. It's all there. It's available. Again, as I mentioned, make it fun. You think, GIFs, memes, just sharing pictures. These are all things that can help lighten the mood. And especially in today's time, I think we all need a little bit of that. I know I get stressed out with everything that's going on today, just at home, having to be home with kids and work. But sometimes it just takes a little bit of that to make things feel like, all right, everything's going to be okay. This is not going to be forever. Things will eventually get back to normal. And again, you can use this for, like I said, meeting the lunchroom, the water cooler, wherever, the coffee machine, whatever you used to do in the office. Spin up a quick team meeting to meet now and just say, hey, just want to chat. Gives you the ability to do that from a single hub, from a single environment. And below, in the next few slides, there's, and I'll get these out, I think Ron's going to distribute them. There are some links that help provide instructions and guides on how to do some of these things and some of the best practices. Collaborate. Obviously, with Communicate comes collaboration, and with Teams, you can do things in real time. You don't have to wait for someone to get into a document to edit it. We bring in things like the back end of SharePoint document libraries and bring it right to the forefront of Teams, so that if I need to go into a Word document and add something while someone else is in it and they can see it, I can get on a phone call with them really quick. They can look at it and they can say, yep, that's good. They know it's done and it's saved and they know exactly where to get it. All of that can be done in real time with co-authoring. You do things like whiteboard they can use within Teams. All of those pieces are there for you to make sure that you're getting your work done as quickly and efficiently as possible so that you move on and be productive to the next thing. Obviously, everything right now is digital events, broadcast video. I talked about Teams live events. We have increased, I believe the Teams live event is now up to 10,000. Teams meetings can actually support up to 250. We have where, again, we're rolling out the 9-person video view. We're slowly rolling, we're going to be working on more to that. We've rolled out custom background images, upload your own images, some of those things that users have been asking for, given that they're using Teams more and more and seeing what they need. And if you have an idea that you would like to see, or you'd like to get to our team, say, hey, this is a feature you need to work on that's not there now, look up Teams User Voice. Teams User Voice is a place where you can go and you can vote on if someone's already mentioned it, or submit an idea of your own. And that's what our product group looks at. They say, what is trending and what is some of the biggest topics that we want to see from a Teams perspective, or from any product for that example. It could be Windows, it could be Office, it could be whatever you want it to be. There's a user voice channel for all of it, but for Teams, they're going to look at what's gotten the most votes. I'll tell you, the custom background had a ton of votes. And again, once everyone was working remotely, our product group said, this is a priority, we need to pick it up. We run with it, and it was released and deployed. Should have been deployed worldwide by today. It was calendar, it's supposed to be done this April, so hopefully it's all completed by today. And again, quick meetings, virtual huddles. If everyone's available, let's say, hey, let's get on a quick video chat to make sure that we're on the same page of whatever we're talking about. And you don't have to schedule it through Outlook or through the calendar. You can just go into the channel, you hit the Meet Now button. Everyone in that channel gets notified that, hey, there's a meeting going on. They just hit join and they join in. It's not like I have to go to Outlook. I have to create a calendar invite. I have to add the right people. I have to send it. They have to get it. They have to see it. They have to join. It's quick. It's easy. And everyone is included in it. And inclusion, I think, is one of the key things. And it's one of the things I know I personally am trying to make sure that we're doing in this day and age, is making sure that everyone has the ability to provide their input when you're in an online meeting. One of the things that you need to make sure is that, just like in an in-person meeting, you're respectful. You're respectful of their opinions, you're respectful of their attendance, and you're respectful of what they have to say. So things like turning on your video, that goes a long way to make sure that people, when I'm sitting across the table from someone in a meeting, seeing their facial expressions, seeing how they react to a certain idea or thought, that you don't get that in an online meeting. But if you have the video up and people can see you, that helps. And that helps maybe get rid of some of the anxiety, some of the other, issues, blockers, whatever it may be within the team when you're trying to get something done, because you don't have that face-to-face interaction. Well, with Teams and video chat, you have that. With Team Video Chat, you have that. One of the other things, and it's something that, can bite us all, is the mute button, right? Well, I've heard differing things say, leave the mute button off, leave the mute button on, and for different reasons but what I would say is just, and I mentioned this before, make sure that when you're in a meeting, when you conclude, everyone has the ability to provide their input. The more input you get, the better off a decision, a product, or whatever it is, or whatever the goal of that meeting was, the better off the outcome of that meeting is going to be. And then all of these things can make sure you're monitoring chat. Because I'm presenting here, it's a little bit different audience. I don't have the chat up, so I'm gonna have to ask, pull that up later to look at some of the questions, or ask Ron to read some off. But when you're in a Teams meeting, especially when it's a smaller group where it's just collaborating on an idea or whatever, monitor chat. It's very easy to have the chat window up to the side to monitor, to make sure that if someone's calling you out. And then one of the things is the at mention. If I at mention an individual in a meeting chat, it gets their attention, it pops up, gives them a notification. They go, oh, I should bring this up during the course of conversation, make sure everyone has the ability or has the chance to hear what I have to say. And so one of the 4 tips, and this is something I've got the URL posted, and I think I have this as one of the resources in the last slide. 4 tips that we've put out as Microsoft working from home with Teams is make the most of your meetings, right? Meeting time, just like during when you're in the office and before the whole work from home and work remote started during the COVID pandemic, you want to make sure the time you're spending in meetings is productive. It's about making sure you're respectful of the people's time. So make sure you're using chat, make sure you're recording so that if someone can't join for one reason or another, they have to take care of their kids at that time, they have the ability to go back and listen into that recording to see what they missed. Make sure that ahead of time, I can go in for a meeting scheduled tomorrow, go into the chat for that meeting and tag people to say, hey, make sure that you've read through these documents beforehand, before we get to the meeting, because we only have 30 minutes scheduled for this, and we don't want to spend the first 20 reading, having to read through something that we should have read ahead of time. You make the most of the meeting environment that Teams gives you. Again, being inclusive, using your video, using things like background images or blur to make sure that, if you've got people running around the background, kids, if you're working from your bedroom, whatever it is, that, you're making it your environment, you're customizing it for your environment. Again, keep track of that mute button. You want to make sure that, just like in a meeting and you're face to face, that you're giving people the opportunity to talk, but you're also making sure that, you're giving them the courtesy. And, people, you always hear about this coffee shop and people don't have their, aren't muted. You hear the dog barking because the mailman or the UPS man or FedEx came to the front door. Make sure you have that. I know that's something I'm very conscious of working from home all the time. Use chat, use notes within the meeting, create a follow-up, take all these things and put them together within the hub that Teams is, to follow up and make sure that you're keeping track of any action items, keeping track of any follow-ups past that meeting. Because sometimes we say, yes, we're going to agree to do X, Y, and Z. You have tools like Planner that very easily integrate into Teams. There are other third-party apps like Monday and Trello that can keep track of those to-dos. There's also Microsoft To Do. There's so soon coming something called Tasks that will be a plugin into Teams. All these things are there for you to track those actions and track those tasks, and make sure that you have the documents set up within the document library tied to that team. All these things, utilize that technology to make it efficient. And then the last thing is, within Teams, a lot of people say, well, there's so much, I'm on so many teams, I've got so many chats, all these things that are, being presented to me. How do I go through and how do I get the most out of it? Well, you have the ability to customize your own view, right? If you're on a team, but you're only a small member of that team, you can move that down the list, or you can even hide it. If you only need to participate once a year, a couple times a year, you can move those teams that you are most frequently active in to the top, so they're always there and you can always click on them. You don't have to go searching through them. Contacts, I know I have in my contact list in my chat history, those people that I frequently interact with, I have them pinned to the top, so I don't have to go to the search bar and find them when I need to send them an instant message or send them a document. They're right there, they're accessible. I click on it, I go, and I'm not wasting time with that search. So those are, make it customized to what fits your needs to make you the most productive. So what I focus
Jeremy,
on.
Jeremy?
Yes, go ahead, Ron.
Just two things. I want to ask one question. And the other thing is, again, another reason why we need to migrate from Zoom to Teams is some of the audio quality. I might suggest if you could just turn off your video, because I think there were just a few instances where it got a little choppy, and that'll ensure that we can hear you a little clearly or more clearly because the video won't take up some of the limited bandwidth. So if you don't mind doing that, I know you're pretty clean shaven, and I appreciate that you've got your little girl. But one other question someone did have before you start in the security was, I'm assuming the answer is yes, but does Teams work with other Microsoft software, such as if you install Office directly in the traditional way and aren't an Office 365 customer? That was one question that came up.
So Teams is an app you can download directly from the website. It is not something that you need Office for. Does it integrate with Office? Yes. If you're using, there are differences in the capabilities and the integrations between Teams and the Office Pro Plus version that comes with Office 365, with Office 365 subscription, or just the traditional Office 2016, 2019 versions. I would like to say that Teams would integrate. So if I have a document open and I'm doing co-authoring in the desktop version of Word, in Pro Plus, there's a button where I can see who's doing it, and I can automatically hit chat, and it opens up a chat window with those users who are doing it in real time. I believe that you can do that in the traditional versions of Office, but I would have to go back and check on that to be 100% sure.
So for this and any other questions, I'll want to turn it back over to Jeremy. I will monitor these, and if we can't get to any specific question in the next half an hour, just email me at rgerber@angelpeak.com, and I'll make sure we answer these in the future in the next day or so.
Thanks, Ron. And yeah, and I'm happy to answer some in the future as well. I can give my contact out at the end, or my email out. I'll try and leave, a few minutes towards the end to answer any questions that are in the window. But I did want to shift the conversation now towards the security piece of it, and how we have focused not just with Teams, but across the platform within Azure, within our business applications and our modern workplace pillars. Security is the foundation for all of those things, and we make sure that the Teams environment is a secure place so that people inside and outside your organizations have the right access, but have the access according to your policies. You want to make sure that identities are protected, data is protected, to make sure that they don't leave your environment. Because nowadays, when you're talking about something like an Office 365 or SaaS applications, these are internet-facing applications. You want to make sure the data doesn't leave, either on purpose or accidentally, those boundaries of those SaaS applications. And so we give you the capability to put controls around that. We give you the capability to make sure, if you're a healthcare organization, if you're a financial institution, that if you're a government entity, that you can put together the necessary components of our security and compliance tools to meet your regulatory requirements, HIPAA, IRS 1075, any SEC regulations, all those things that go into place that you need to make sure you as an organization are complying to. And Teams and our security foundations and our platforms give you that ability. Our commitment, and I've actually in here pasted at the bottom, it's a link that we put out beginning of this month. There was a lot of news and press because everyone had moved to Zoom and Google Meet and Teams around the security. You heard of Zoom bombing. Well, we put out statements from our corporate vice president, Jared Spataro, who's our CVP for M365, a statement for our end user community and for IT professionals around our commitment to the privacy and security that we build into Microsoft Teams. So we are, by design, safeguarding your privacy. We are making sure that you have the things to control in the platform to control your identity and account information. And we'll go into these in a little more detail, but all of these things, again, are at the core of how we feel we need to provide the end users and businesses the ability to manage the security and manage the controls and the compliance within Teams and within the other services and platforms that we offer to companies. I encourage you to read, if you get a chance to read those two articles. I think it very well lays out what our position is, and where our position has always been, is that security is at the forefront of everything that we do to gain your trust and to keep your trust within our platforms. So the first thing we'll talk about is safeguarding privacy. Right? We'll never use your data. One of the things I heard about in the previous one when I joined a little bit halfway through, was customer lockbox. Right? That's another thing that we put in place that gives you the ability to provide even enhanced capabilities around protecting and preserving your data to make sure that no one has access to it besides you. And if someone does need access, that is all audited and that it is all approved through your organizations and the right custodians within your organization. We don't track participants in meetings. We don't track anything when it comes to, well, I'm in a meeting, but I can tell someone so-and-so is sending off emails, so they're not really paying attention. We don't track any of that, right? We make sure that you have the platform to do what you need to do, and collaborate the way you want to collaborate, the way you would do any normal meeting in person, right? Any normal small group in person at the office. We want to make sure that we take measures to keep your data restricted to just those people who need to have access to it. And we carefully define on our end, this was a big thing in some cases, in the past couple of years, where you hear about police wanting to get into data on encrypted iPhones and other places like that. Well, we have strict policies within our CELA organization that say we will do X, Y, and Z, but it has to be a strict. There's strict things laid on. I'm not a legal expert or lawyer by any stretch of the imagination, but I did have an incident come up with a customer. It wasn't around Teams, but it had to do with some phishing where they got breached, and they actually lost and transferred a good sum of money to a bad actor. Well, we came back and we said, well, we need X, Y, and Z laid out to make sure that we don't just give them access to anything just because they said they lost it. They have to put out the legal guidelines and the legal documents to say we will do this, and we will adhere to that according to the law. But we're going to make sure that we are keeping data private and not just saying, people have it because they say they got breached, right? We have to have those rules in place. We have transparency reports, we have regulatory reports, and I'll get to the compliance at the end, that we post to make sure that there's access to show you what we're complying to, how we're recertifying those compliances on whatever basis, annual, biannual, that the regulatory body needs. And we don't provide any backdoor access, right? The access is yours to manage. It's yours to give to your employees, however you choose to do that. And one of the other pieces of privacy is around video conferencing. I mentioned Zoom bombing earlier. We say, you decide who gets into a Teams meeting. You have the ability to say they wait in the lobby. You have the ability to say they get right in. You have the ability to say that a caller who's calling over the phone can get right in. Any access to recordings is limited to those who are on the call. So, for example, if this was a smaller meeting and I wanted to record it, well, I'm recording it. The access is automatically given to those on the call. And there's actually when you do the recording, there is a bar that comes up at the top of the Teams chat that says this meeting is being recorded, so everyone is aware. And if someone says, hey, I don't want this recorded, they have the ability to see that. They're prompted and they can speak up that time just within the meeting. If you're on the phone, it actually pops up and says the voice says this meeting is being recorded. So if you're only joining via phone, you know that as well. So we're making sure that the privacy pieces, that we're going above and beyond so that users are informed of what's being captured, if it's being captured, and that it's secure to only those people who need to have access to it. Again, we protect your identity, we protect your account. Now, this goes beyond Teams. We make sure we're protecting, and we have, I believe it was mentioned in the presentation before, we have what we call our intelligent security graph, where we get trillions of signals. And this is not just from the business side, but this is also the consumer side. We have a lot of signals coming in from our consumer Outlook.com, our Xbox, as well as everything around Office 365, around Azure, to make sure that we are protecting accounts, we are protecting data, we are putting policies in place to make sure that we can identify and alert you should something happen. We also put other things in place that allow you to configure that yourself. So there's things like we have identity protection that will alert and protect against things like impossible travel, where I have a user who logged into Teams. I'm in New Orleans, so I'm using an example. I have a user logging into Teams in New Orleans, and then 30 minutes later logged in somewhere over in Europe. Well, I'm sorry, no, there's no travel right now. But even if this wasn't, the situation with COVID-19, that's still a pretty odd scenario and impossible scenario to happen. I don't typically log in outside of the country. That's something that can be put in place to alert the security administrators and the IT administrators, say, hey, there may be a compromised account here. You want to lock it down, you want to disable it, you want to enforce multi-factor authentication. Those are all things that you can put in place. The other piece too is today, everyone is working from a lot of different devices. You're working from a laptop, you're working from your tablet, you're working from your phone, you're working from a business center computer. If you travel for some reason, have to print something from your hotel, you're working from grandma's computer that hasn't been updated since the last decade, still on Windows 7. all these things, you can put the capabilities and the controls in place to say, well, if they want to get to a collaboration platform like Teams, then they need to satisfy, is the device managed? Okay, if it is, do this. If the device isn't managed, enforce multi-factor authentication. If any of these criteria are met, don't let them in whatsoever, or only give them restricted access to these resources. Those are all things that we put in to not only protect your identity and account information, because those environments could be more risky for a bad actor to grab that information, as opposed to the devices that you manage through your organization through something like Intune or SCCM, or what other management capabilities and services that are out there. And one of the things, and it's been something I know that was recently released that I've really liked, because it's something we had through Skype, is the ability to communicate between organizations. So with Skype, there was this idea and this notion of federation. Well, within Teams, it's recently been released that you can federate now between organizations. You can have users join Teams in one tenant, and vice versa. And it all gives you the ability to, again, collaborate not just only with those inside your organization, but those external that you operate, whether it's a vendor, a third party, a client, whatever. Well, within Azure AD, within our security services, we provide the security piece to make sure that only those authenticated users are given access, and that any policies that you put in place, multi-factor authentication, from only these IP addresses, from network geofencing, that those are in place even for those external users accessing the data and the information in your tenant within Teams. That's all there for you to control. Defending against cybersecurity threats, I mentioned before, we process more than 8 trillion security signals per day. And again, that's from the business side, and that's from the consumer side. When it comes to the data is encrypted in transit. It's encrypted at rest, just like all of our technologies. We use technologies such as TLS and SRTP to encrypt all data between our devices and the backend data centers and the platforms. This goes to files, it goes for meetings, it goes for enterprise data. All of those things are encrypted. And if necessary, we allow organizations to decrypt the content for security and compliance obligations through things like e-discovery, which that's one thing that Teams provides, is the ability to do e-discovery against all of the content within Teams. Whereas before, typically, e-discovery was relegated to your Exchange environment. E-discovery now within Office 365 reaches into Exchange, it reaches into Teams, it reaches into SharePoint and OneDrive. It's an all-encompassing solution to grab all of the information necessary defined in that e-discovery case. Data loss prevention, again, it's either accidental or intentional loss of sensitive information. We put things in place to where you can deploy out-of-the-box templates to ensure that financial data, PII data, credit card numbers, social security numbers, health records, those things are controlled and do not leave your tenant, your environment, without specifically securing them, whether it's an encrypted email, whether it's only shared with an authorized user, an authorized domain. Those things are in place within Teams to make sure that you have the ability to share it securely. You're not just locking it down, because the one thing I've always heard from customers, and I always say to customers, if you don't provide them a secure way to do it, they're going to find a way to get around it and do it themselves in an unsecure way. And I think a lot of organizations struggle with that sometimes. And Teams provides that secure way to collaborate with others outside your organization without putting your sensitive data or other individual sensitive data, your customer sensitive data, at risk. One of the things within Office 365 is sensitivity labels. Those have come into Teams, and those you can tag a team to say this is a confidential team, so it has to have the security around it. All those things allow you to put the right rules and restrictions in place, that if it's a R&D team that's in that you've set up for a new product that your company's working on, it has a confidential, highly confidential tag around it, which puts certain security measures in place. If you're talking about marketing group or marketing team, whatever that is, that's not necessarily confidential and working on publicly facing documents, images, that can just be of a general or a non-sensitive tag and come with a different set of security rules and restrictions around it. So all those things are in place that allow you to provide the right security to the right data at the right time. And things like advanced threat protection, cloud app security, those are other security features built into our Microsoft 365 environment that help to protect files and users from malware, from phishing, to make sure that you're not taking sensitive documents out of Teams and putting them into an unsanctioned location like a Dropbox, a Google Drive, some other file sharing or file storage system. We have those capabilities in place to make sure the data, again, stays within your tenant, and if it does leave your tenant, is left in a predefined and secure way. And one of the last things I'll get to, and reference this earlier, is we support 90 plus regulations and internal compliances within not just Microsoft 365 and Teams, but across all of our services. If you haven't been to our Security Trust Center, I would highly recommend you go there. It's where we put all of our audit reports, all of our compliance reports, everything that we have within our regulatory compliance, and all the work that we do to make sure we comply with things like HIPAA. GDPR is a big one. If you have any international or any offices or employees in the EU, FedRAMP, SOX, FERPA for education, we have all of those documents listed in our Trust Center. We make sure that we have that at your fingertips. So all of a sudden, if you're using Teams, which a lot of organizations are now, and you have an audit, you can go back and say, this platform is certified, and here's how we've configured the platform to make sure the data remains private, remains secure. We make sure that we have information barriers to allow conflict of interest. So we make sure that you can configure policies to prevent individuals from talking with other companies, so that I say you can only talk and collaborate with users from these companies over Teams and invite them as guest account or guest users into your team. That's something that your security team or your compliance team, whatever, has the ability to put in place to ensure that you don't have users going off and saying, they're fine, bring them in. Well, we know they're not fine because they're a competitor in this product, and that person may not just necessarily know about that, even though they have the best of intentions, in which in most cases people do have the best of intentions when it comes to things like a data leakage or some sort of privacy issue, that they want to do something, they want to help out, but they just didn't realize that what they were doing was compromising the security and the privacy of the data that's within their team's environment, or just within their environment in general. I mentioned e-discovery. You have discovery cases that come about from a legal standpoint. You have other cases that come about from whatever it is, just internal audits, from other compliant regulatory audits, and you need to pull that data. E-discovery gives you the ability to grab that. Our legal holds, our in-place holds allow you to select users, select sites to make sure that data isn't deleted if you have some sort of audit and you are afraid that, or investigation on a user or a group of users because you think there's something that they're doing wrong. You can always put those holds in place so that they don't have the ability to delete the information you're trying to get a hold of to build that case or to turn over for the regulatory bodies and what they're going to do with it. One thing I haven't mentioned is retention. Within Office 365, Microsoft 365, we have this whole notion of retention, just like you have it within, if you're running Exchange, whether on-prem or Exchange Online, retention. How long do emails are retained? How long does your, HIPAA, GDPR, FERPA, all of those compliances, IRS 1079, they have CJIS, they have retention policies built around them. Well, if you're an organization that has to comply to them, we have the ability to put that retention policy, not just around email, but around all of the data within Teams too, around chat history, around files and documents, around other pieces and other apps and workflows that are built into Teams. We can put that retention in place so that, again, if you're ever audited, you have the ability to go back and say, yep, I've got this in place. Here's all the data. Here's how I'm meeting this. And hopefully it's a, yep, check the box and you're still good. We have that. We give you that. Again, the one thing I'll say is that with all of our platform teams in particular in Office 365, we give you the car, we give you the keys to the car. It comes with all the bells and whistles that you want, but it's up to you to look at how you need to use those bells and whistles to know how to drive it, to know how to use it, and to know how to operate it according to the way that you want and your organization needs. We give you all of that. It's your data. We treat it as your data. However you need to handle it, however you need to secure it, that's up to you, and we give you the tools to manage that. So the last slide I have, just some additional resources and links here. We do have, if you don't have Microsoft Teams today, we are giving it away for free, a 6-month trial to support remote work. If you are a Microsoft customer and know who either your account executive is, if you have an account technology strategist, some modern workplace specialist, whatever, contact Microsoft. They'll be able to put that in for you. I've already done it for a couple of my customers. Some other things on security and tips for working remotely. And with the last 5 minutes, I'll leave it for questions. And I just want to say thank you to Ron and thank you for the opportunity to talk today.
Great, Jeremy. Thank you very much. And I think it helped just turning off the video, and we appreciate this, and we look forward to moving to Teams in the future. We've got about 5-7 minutes. So Jeremy, let me just go through a couple of questions as I've been reviewing the chat and the Q&A. First, with regard to encryption, I know that other competitors are using 256K AES encryption. What specifically is Microsoft doing as far as the encryption standard?
I know, I can't remember if we've moved up from 256. I know it's AES. I'd have to look up the actual specific answer to that one, but I know it is at least 256 AES, 256-bit AES encryption. I actually believe we moved to 1024, but I've got to go back and look at that to answer that question. What I can do is I'll stay in the meeting. I'll go back and look at that chat, and if I can find it quickly, I'll just reply back in the chat window with that.
Excellent. Another question came up, and just want to keep this interactive, and I appreciate this. Question: when organizations use multi-factor authentication, this is coming from Patrick, and they might have some external participants who are part of their team's community who may not, who may use like hotmail.com. How exactly is the multi-factor authentication handled or managed? Is it, how do you provide some centralized, consistent control? That might be more detailed question, but I don't know if there's some just general comments you can make about MFA.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So within our enterprise mobility and security solution with specifically Azure Active Directory, your licenses, if you own them that contain MFA, extends to external users. So if you need to leverage and enforce multi-factor authentication for those external users coming into your environment, you can do that. Typically, if it's another Office 365 user, it's just going to use whatever they've got set up, or the information, whether it's a text message, a phone call, or hopefully it's the Microsoft Authenticator app. I know if it's a consumer account like an Outlook or an Hotmail, the Authenticator app works as well. I know for my personal Microsoft account, I have multi-factor authentication set up through the Authenticator app, where anytime I log in, I don't even put in a password anymore. It just sends me, hey, authenticate, and this is the number you need to authenticate when it comes through on your phone. So it provides the ability to do that through at least the Authenticator app, as well as whatever you've set up in your profile for text messaging and for phone call.
Excellent. I know Paul had a question about having this content available. I'm going to post on the AngelBeat website all of these slides right there under our main navigational bar. There's a button for slides that'll open up a new tab that will go directly to the AngelBeat OneDrive account, where you'll be able to download all of the content. And in general, and this is a good thing for you to email me directly, because I'm not sure we can answer this generically. Paul had a question about how their HR department can integrate with all their various external vendors, be it maybe they use ADP for payroll, maybe they use AIG for insurance, whoever it might be. How do they structure that? And how do you go about making sure these external users, let's say for an ADP or Paychex or someone else for payroll, only gets access to limited information? I'm sure, Jeremy, that there are ways to structure your teams to recognize that external groups only need to get access to certain information. And that's probably, Paul, if you could email me directly at rgerber@angelbeat.com, we can make sure that your local Microsoft expert can help guide you through that. Is that a fair summary, Jeremy?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm happy to, if Paul doesn't know who the local person is, I'm happy to provide at least a little input to that. What I'll say is that again, there's things like private channels, how you set up your teams, those types of things that will help you limit the exposure of HR information, personal information from your employees into other entities, third-party vendors that need access to it and don't need access to it. So there's a lot of ways to look at that. But I would say a conversation, if you have with your Microsoft rep, would probably be the best one, because it's a much longer conversation than in the last 20 seconds we have for this.
Yeah. All right. So a couple other questions, because we've got a few minutes before we go to Bala on AI and ML. Some other people or other organizations use other telephone conferencing systems or other conferencing platforms. Does Microsoft have any strategies to more seamlessly and easily tie in with some of your existing telephone systems?
So that's one I will say on the telephony side of Teams. I know that we didn't touch on that. There is the ability to, I think we're coming out to do direct routing with PSTN conferencing from an existing vendor. I think it's already available because I have customers looking at that today. Whereas if you have, I'll go back to the Skype days, where if you were doing Skype for Business and doing PSTN conferencing, you could bring in your own dial tone for those conferencing, for those numbers, and integrate it into the Skype environment. We're doing the same thing for Teams. When it came out, you had to do the conferencing numbers through us, which you could still do through us. And then you have the ability to add minutes and add call plan for that. But I think that it is possible. And again, I can get more information on that to tie in existing dial toning from providers you have today into Teams to provide that conferencing instead of going through us.
And then finally, one other question from Robert. We was asking about Teams for GCC. And as I was chatting with him, he mentioned that GCC is a government version of this platform. Is there any difference in the features between a GCC version and other versions? I might assume that it's really dependent on the user and what features or functions they want to authorize or install. But maybe I think if you could comment on that before we end this fantastic session, and again, maybe respond to some of these before we turn it over to Bala.
Yeah, sure. And as I said, I'll comb through the chat and see if I can answer any of the ones that haven't been addressed. But specifically for GCC, in general, the government community cloud is receiving applications and capabilities at about a 6 to 12 month delay from what's offered within our general commercial cloud, if they receive it at all. And the reason for that is our government community cloud is held to standards like FedRAMP, held to other standards where we have to make sure we are compliant with those, just because of the types of customers that we have coming into the GCC environment. Our GCC environment, it's hardware that's physically separated from the other commercial cloud. It runs in our data center, our commercial data centers, but the hardware is all separate. The environments are all separate. There are some shared services, Azure AD being one of them. But when it comes to things like storing and handling data, SharePoint, Teams, OneDrive, Exchange, those are all separate. Now, again, some of it is based on what you have set up by user, but in general, it's going to be what we're releasing to GCC within Teams that maintains those regulatory compliances that will keep it or allow it to come into GCC. So if there's specific things that you're looking at, I know, and I don't have it off the top of my head, that there's a way to, again, if you're Microsoft rep, you can ask that person. There is a comparison, or there is a GCC roadmap that says what's coming to our individual platforms like Teams, like Azure, when you talk about the GovCloud or GCC. So I would refer to that, and I would have to go back to say, is there something in particular you're looking for that's not there yet? Or do we need to, is it just a general question of how things get released? Because typically Teams didn't come to GCC. I don't quote me on this, but it was a few months after it was actually released in the commercial space. So in general, it's a 6 to 12-month delay when it comes to capabilities if they're released to GCC.
All right. Well, I'm going to do a couple of things. That was absolutely fantastic. I've got several polls here. We appreciate all of Jeremy's expertise on this obviously very important subject. And maybe as I do these polls, I'm going to ask Bala to share his screen. First, I'm going to launch just a poll here so he gets some immediate feedback on his talk. And I hope it was very useful. And it said, we look forward to doing this on the Teams platform in the future. And again, I always love to see 90, 95, 93% very good or excellent, because I know we've started off with our two leadoff speakers, John and Jeremy, are absolutely fantastic. And that's consistent with some of these results. And we appreciate Jeremy sticking around and going through the Q&A in the chat to answer any questions that I didn't answer. I'm just going to also ask a question about some of the things that AngelBeat is thinking about. And let me look at this. I'm just curious because as we segment it away and transition, after listening to Jeremy, and then my kids asked me, well, Dad, what are you doing? You know all this technology. What are you trying to do to help with COVID-19? Now, I'm not a medical scientist, but I was thinking, gee, I should use Teams. I should use Microsoft's cloud computing capabilities for translation, maybe also work with people, do HoloLens for virtual reality, and maybe set up a summit to showcase how Microsoft technology is used in medical applications. How do you go about maybe reconfiguring genes or delivering vaccines? And so I'm just going to launch a quick poll because I thought that with our relationships with Microsoft, this is a great way that I, in some small way, might be able to help out and do a digital collaboration initiative to try and help this along, which is also going to be interesting for me personally, as we want to do anything and everything to help address this. So I'm glad to see a lot of people think that's a good idea. If you want to help me do this, let me know. But in addition to using Teams for our future virtual summits that we're going to be running with Microsoft that go more in depth into specific areas like applications and AI, we also want to do more in specific vertical markets. And this usage, when I was talking to the people who run HoloLens, which is Microsoft's 3D virtual reality goggles, obviously, if you're trying to come up with miniature robots on a molecular level to help deliver vaccines, you need virtual reality to do that. And everyone thinks it's cool. So I'm glad that everyone enjoyed that. I just wanted to do something a little bit fun, and I'm glad to get your feedback. Bala, are you now on the line? Can you hear me? And let's share your screen and go to the full screen mode.
Yes. Can you, hey Ron, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. If anyone else has any questions, let me know. I also, again, think that, I would turn off the video during this session here, Bala, just to make sure your audio is good. And a couple of things, I just want to reiterate to Lydia, who just joined, that all of the content, again, will be recorded for video playback. Plus, I will put all the slides up for downloading in the next day or so. If you miss something, or if any of you might have to drop off and then join up later on. So keep things moving along for the next 40, 45 minutes before we break for lunch and some of our sponsor quick intros. We know that there's tremendous interest in AI, ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning. Again, this needs to be part of your digital transformation, and you need to understand this as much as you need to understand security and DevOps and Teams. So without any further ado, let me just turn it over to Bala on this very important and very strategic issue that everyone needs to know more about.
Thank you, Ron. And happy to be here. Thank you everyone for taking your time. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Ron, for giving us this opportunity as well. So today, I'm going to talk to you guys about what is Azure AI and what are we doing and how are we doing and how can you guys all take advantage of this platform and build your digital transformation journey for your company, right? So my name is Bala. I'm a cloud solutions architect. I work mostly on the data and AI domain is what I do, and I do a lot of digital transformation project. So let's talk about that. This is my intro, and there is an email over there. If you guys want to reach out to me, reach out through Ron or me, no problem. So what is Microsoft AI, right? I mean, you all have already heard a lot about AI going across everywhere. We are taking a different stance on AI. As you can see, like a lot of companies with the COVID situation and in recent days have amplified their AI digital transformation journey all on a sudden. But most of the big Fortune 500 companies have been using AI for the last few years, actually. They've been testing it, they've been trying to figure out how they can use AI to improve their processes or build new products, and in a lot of different ways they're looking at AI. Now, how did Microsoft start, right? I mean, we always start through our own research process. So if you look at it, AI is not really new to Microsoft because they've been doing it for like about more than 25, 30 years. And how do we start is like, if you look at, we have R&D centers across the globe, right? And you can see like we develop FPGA inside our in-house, and then the speech recognition from MSR came. We had machine translation, human parity from MSR as well. The work is going on conversational Q&A, which is also coming up to a human parity. Object detection has been one of the best things that we have done. Lots and lots of research on using vision-based technology, right? So we do all this research. What does it matter? So we took that research and we used it into our products. You can see like most of our AI that inside that we do was making into Bing. Office 365 is something most of you would know. And then Xbox, like especially in PowerPoint, there is a feature that you can say like, give me design ideas. And that basically is done through machine learning, right? And then Xbox, of course, the gaming whole industry to improve the gaming personality, AI has been machine learning and AI is extremely used over there. Okay, now let's talk about what is Azure AI. So we took our research, we built into our products, but we also made it available for others to consume and build and innovate in their own way. So we have these three pillars in Azure AI. This basically the first one is machine learning. Machine learning will include deep learning, reinforcement learning, and things like that. AI apps and agents. This is our matured AI products that it's already up and running, and we can easily consume using REST interfaces. And the agents is basically the bot framework, the next generation UI that you can make it more of a conversation rather than click or uh, writing commands and things like that. Knowledge mining is an area that is actually getting it's kind of a little new. There are two new things in machine learning and knowledge mining I'll go deep into. Knowledge mining is about like building a search capability, but with AI inbuilt on it. So we can actually read through PDF file, images, videos, build insights from there, and allow it through a search capability. Now, knowledge mining exposes as REST API, so you can integrate it with most of like any websites or even into your existing applications, and a lot of integration points for that. Now, not that being said, the knowledge mining also has like PII detection, and we call it skills, and There are a lot of skills available: custom vision skill, text skill, sentiment skill, entity parser, and PII detector, and things like that you can use. So which means when you're building those indexes, you're using AI to get insights from different format files, different sources, and then you're building your own indexes. That being said, let's go deep dive into machine learning. So machine learning, what we are trying to do is we are trying to build a comprehensive, this is already there, most of it. We call it Azure Machine Learning Services, if you're looking up. Now, this platform is meant to be built for data scientists and data engineers and or AI engineers, and also to be able to do the entire data cycle, life cycle processes, right? We should be able to develop, train, test, validate, and then also able to deploy and consume the model. I mean, we can always build a model, but what is the point if we can't utilize that model? And the model has to be integrated with other systems to really see a business value. So we're looking at in different pillars, like for all skill levels, for the ML side of it, industry leading ML ops is the newest thing that we are looking at. We have always worked on this the open standard is what we are always been using. I'll show you why. And of course, Microsoft is always we operate on trust. That's a very key thing. And you can see like 1 million experiments per month are already being done. But what does that mean? It's like, so we have this comprehensive single workspace concept that allows us to do any level of data science development. If you are very good at doing Python or R code, you have notebooks that you can work around with. If you want to do you like drag and drop designing tool, we have a designer for that. If you're saying like, no, I don't know how to do both of those, but I wanted to just upload the data set and let the model tell me like, I mean, what is the best algorithm to use with the highest score, you can do that as well. And you also have the development lifecycle process. Like you can see an example here, how to create an experiment for AutoML. You just click and go selecting, and then you're gonna click start, and it is gonna run. It is gonna give you the score. You can, and we'll walk you through this, the whole process, and I'll show you like how it is. I can also show you a demo. Now this one also has the drag and drop interface that I was talking to you about. This is very interesting for citizen data scientists. If you are new to it, you want to try and get familiarized it, this is an awesome tool. Now, not only that, we also are decoupling our compute and storage as well. This is for the more detailed data scientist who wants to write in Jupyter Notebook, Python or R. Python is the first SDK that we came out with. So a lot of references are available for Python. Now, this platform not only allows you to develop, but I'll also show you how we are using the DevOps, and also the workspace as options for you to deploy the model as an AKS cluster, and you can actually bring it up as a REST API. At that point, you can actually integrate it with other systems. Okay, so let's talk about what is MLOps. The MLOps is nothing but machine learning. You're doing the data science part, and then you want to combine operations together. There is in most of the machine learning, there are two forms. One is in terms of DevOps, is like one is retraining the model and retraining it. The other one is for scoring scenario. Retraining is basically like you're rebuilding the model. Scoring scenario is where like all the other systems are consuming. So there are two parts that goes into production usually when you're working on AI and machine learning. And how can we automate that? That is also valid, and we have tools for that as well using the DevOps. So let's go a little bit deep. What is that MLOps? MLOps is, I was telling you before, we want to concentrate on the end-to-end data science lifecycle platform, right? So that means we should be able to build the model, validate the model, deploy the model, and able to retrain and keep it going for production purposes. There are a few features like data drift and all available. We'll see that. So what do we do in DevOps? Usually it's code and then testing the code and then creating the deployment file. Now, what do we add extra to it? We're going to add all these options extra to it, which is model reproducibility, model validation, model deployment, and model training. Right? This is our basic generic flow that we have. Okay, now let's talk about how we are doing it. So the workspace has different, you can actually split different personas like data scientist or data engineer. There is also options to do role-based access control and specify like the data science person can do more machine learning, bring in sources. The data engineer can have only like notebook access, things like that. Now, say if you're an Azure developer, what you're going to do? You in the beginning you have nothing to do, right? But first the data scientist comes in the picture and they actually build the model for you, and that life cycle itself is an iterative process. um, it's a little different for AI. If you're building a custom AI, especially using these tools, it's like you need a lot of data. Usually it's opposite around. The development doesn't have a lot of data, the production environments have data. But here it is a little different. It's going to be the opposite other way around. We need a lot of data in development, and they're going to go through iteration process, and they can save that in the code repo like GitHub. And then what happens is like we can automate the DevOps developer comes in, and he can help you automate the training process, the validation process, and then create the deploy model as well. So the train and validate, you kind of have to both do together. That's how you get the value of it. And then we deploy it, and then you get the feedback loop of how the model is behaving, if there is any data drift or the model's accuracy is going down. Let's go sit and figure out what's happening. And if that is the case, then enable retraining pipeline. We can do all of those things, and you can also automate it, right? And we also enable everything through the GUI interface, and we also have this through the SDK as well. So to basically to summarize this, right? I'll show you a demo. And before we go there, this open platform concept, when I was talking about, if you look at it, we use all Python, we use R, which is open source standards. And then we are also using Onyx runtime. This is more for the scoring side of it. We are also built the whole thing based on the ML flow support. And Azure has some open data sets that we can always consume. Now I showed you so many things, right? So let's look at what I am talking about. Here is our, can you guys see the screen?
Yeah, I can see the screen where you've got the Microsoft Azure Machine Learning.
Perfect. Okay. So this is our studio, our new studio. If you actually look at it, you can see the notebooks. This is the notebook interface that we have. And this is the automated ML interface that we have, and the designer as well. It's going to take a little time to load. Now let's go and let me show you the DevOps side of it. So the biggest challenge is we put a lot of effort in the operation space, making sure that we can automate it. So we have integrated this with our Azure DevOps. The code that I'm using in this demo is pulled from a GitHub repo. I can give you this repo. You guys can, if you want, play around with it, do your own hackathons or workshops, no problem. You can take that code and okay, let me show you the DevOps part first. And you can create your own pipeline. Here is your pipeline. And when you build the pipeline, this is basically you're doing the code building. And you can see like I built the code and I ran this today morning. This one, if you look at the steps in here, it'll actually build a Docker container. It'll test it. It's using all open source tools and utilities behind the scene. I'm using Python 3.6 for this, and then it'll build it out and it'll produce artifacts. Now that artifacts is now ready to be deployed, which means there is let me go back here. If you see the experiment got ran, right? And I'm running that from DevOps, and it pops up in the screen here. So you can see, like, you can go back and forth between these two, and you can see like what it ran, and every run, what was the statistics behind it, and what was the output that it came, all the logs and metrics. We also added this new feature called explanation, which is basically telling you like how the model performed. We use that open source library called SHAP to know that, okay, which feature actually had the greatest importance and which ones we can actually get rid of it. And also you can see which one significantly impacted as well. So those are all available in here. And then when you do the build, it actually is going to train the model, create a pickle file. If you're a Python, Scikit, it's mostly using Scikit libraries in here. And it is going to create like this image file. This image is nothing but basically the pickle file with the artifacts. And let me go back. So that is this build process. Now let's come to the release process. What do we do in release? So release is basically taking the code and then rerunning the training and rebuilding the pickle file, and it is going to create a scoring file. And then what it is going to do is it is going to deploy as a REST endpoint. Now, this deployment of REST endpoint, if you come back here, this might tell you it's going to take this particular model, and then it is going to build a Docker container with a Python. It's Flask-based REST system, and it's going to actually deploy it as inside an AKS container, and it is going to enable it as a REST API. Now this REST API has got security as well. The default one actually uses the key code, but you can actually write your own AD based if you want, or your own authentication as well. And if you look at it, like it ran training, it is publishing, and it is deploying it in AKS, but where did it all go? So if you look at this compute section here, you have training, the compute cluster is called the training cluster, and then you have the inferencing cluster. So this is very dynamic. So we can orchestrate all of these in the SDK itself. So you don't have to come and do this, create a cluster first and assign it. You can also do that, but you don't have to do that. All the code can actually build a cluster here, and it can actually create, see in here, it will actually check if there is an inference cluster found. If there is not a cluster found, create a new inference cluster, AKS, right? So I came here, if you look at inference, I didn't have it, so it created it. If it is already there, you can use your own AKS cluster as well. Now, these services are made to be secured, so we can actually put it in a private VNet, no problem, but you still have to allow us to make sure that the platform maintenance capability are allowed for us to come in and do our maintenance and things like that. Now, here is an interesting thing in what is new here. Now we have decoupled the coding and execution, right? The reason why is like you can write your code and you can actually use this training cluster here, which means I can parallelize here. So I'm not bounded by one virtual machine and how much it can go up to. I can come here and say like start with 0 nodes and go to 100 node, 1000 node, as far as you have budget to pay for it. Now, you can ask me why I have 0 in here. 0 means it will shut down all the nodes after the training is done. If you put minimum 1, at least it'll keep 1 node up and running. As we use Python methodology inside, there is a step called parallel step, check and see, that will automatically can parallelize your code, but you can also use Dask and few other framework here. By default, we will split based on the data, and then we'll split it to the clusters, chunk of data. So that's basically the platform is, and you can see like it has end-to-end data science lifecycle management, right from building, right from AutoML. This is our AutoML, like where you throw the data set in, and you also have the designer in here. Now, do I have to do it in here? No, absolutely no. You can also do it here. And you can also come back and say like, oh, well, I'm sick and tired of your GUI. Okay, fine. Use your own editor. You can download the Python SDK, and you can actually build everything that you saw over there in here as well. Now this code, save that code in the GitHub repo so you can enable the CI/CD. Does that make sense? Does it all come together? Yes? No? Maybe? Wow, quiet audience. Okay, so basically, let's go back now to the next level.
Yeah.
So that's basically what the machine learning platform is all about.
Bala,
Yep.
Bala, I think one thing I'm finding interesting, there's a lot of detail there, but
Mhm.
the other thing I think is relevant is that this is an incredibly powerful tool that's relatively easily manageable. And even if you're not a Python developer at a small organization, doesn't have a big development staff, you can still take advantage of these Microsoft capabilities and powering your applications. Another thing maybe you can comment in, because I hear this a lot from end users, they like knowing about these AI and ML capabilities, which drive things like bots, and people are interested in at least knowing more about these capabilities or how to get them working, because they might use different apps for like help desk calls or onboarding new employees or responding to customers or partners on websites. And I've seen, a fair number of people really wanting to use the Microsoft platform in multiple ways so they don't have to use a multitude of vendors who all have a different way of doing things, but they can almost standardize on Microsoft ML applications to power AI across multiple departments. It just makes their life much easier. Do you see that as well?
Yes, a lot. The next two topics will be addressing what you're talking about. So
Okay.
usually in AI, there is this three domains, actually two domains. One is the custom domain, which means it's not pre-built. You have a unique situation and you want to build your own IP kind of scenario. And then there is the other one, which is the existing AI and how can I take that and build application like call center or anomaly detection or sentiment analysis or build a nice search capability and stuff like that. We'll walk you guys through that. Okay. So the other few other things that we concentrate on is like figuring out what is the fairness and how do we actually figure out, explain the AI model, the black box itself. That is also is available in the thing. There are a lot of research in that area is also going in to figure out like how like the TensorFlow, like the tree and how it travels, kind of like that. They're looking for other models as well. So those are all going to come. Now let's talk about this next pillar, which is the AI apps and agent. This is a very interesting pillar for me because we have about like, we have put a lot of money into it. There is like about so many cognitive services. I'll show you a list of what it is. And then the one that Ron was actually talking about, the bot service. Bot service is a next generation conversational platform. Now, before I get into this, like, okay, can we have the question and answers in the later, Ron? Or do you...
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I thought just to let you know that everyone's listening, especially me.
Absolutely. Please, if you have any thoughts, please put it on the chat as well. So let's talk about cognitive services, right? Cognitive services are pre-built AI. This IP is completely managed by Microsoft, us. But we have on these 5 different categories, especially decision is very new. And there is form recognizer that is new that I'll just show you real quick. In Decision, we are using reinforcement learning. And you can see all the APIs in here. These are all like anomaly detector, content moderator. The personalizer, anomaly detector are brand new. Speech to text, text to speech, these are all a little bit older. You have vision, you have like the computer vision. Custom vision is extremely popular because you can customize. You can take your own pictures and you can do object detection model by using a website. You don't have to code anything. You can just draw boxes and tell the model to train, and it will enable a REST API for you. Face, of course, most everybody will know. Form recognizer is something brand new. This form recognizer is extremely useful if you're looking at automating, especially the RPA process, the robot process automation. If some, say, for example, an insurance company, someone fills up the form, handwritten form, you want to convert that and you want it to run through a flow to make sure that that flow, that claim is valid, or is the claim needs to be approved. You can actually take a picture of the form recognizer will convert it electronically, it will give you the data point, then you can use like logic apps and things like that to orchestrate a flow and actually finally figure out like, okay, will this be approved or not, kind of. You can do a whole workflow. Now workflow can be done using logic apps, which is more of a little bit programmatic way. We also have introduced the Power Automate platform, which is extremely anybody can do. It's more for citizen developers. Very easy to use, codeless developing strategy. That's what that follows. And then of course we have the Bing, the language understanding. In the language section, Q&A maker is very popular. That's for like our FAQs and things like that. The Q&A maker is also now comes with a bot framework. So you can actually make it a much chattable interface. There is Lewis, which is a language understanding, which is the most popular out of everything. You can customize your own languages and you can customize to your own business needs. It's like amazing. Now that is an overall very high level. We can go deep dive in another session, but like for now, I'm going to give you a little bit breakdown on our conversational platform, what we have, right? So we are working on the Power Virtual Agents, which is based out of the Power Platform, which allows you to easily build your own. It could be a Q&A bot, it could be a call center bot, it could be like a form application, it could be a field service based application, or it could be your own processing. Like you want to check your email, and if some attachment comes in and you wanted to change that, view the attachment and see what is inside the attachment. It could be an invoice processing, it could be a claims processing, anything like that. And then we also have all our platforms integrated with Teams and Cortana, so you can also talk to it, right? Like you can build a bot, and the bot does not have to be a chat. You can interface that with, we've been interfacing this with like WhatsApp and Teams and Skype and Facebook, and there are like so many connectors available. And with this chatbot interface and virtual agent, we also give you the option to integrate it with all our pre-trained AI cognitive services model. And we also have like the all of these virtual agents as open source template that you can take it and reuse it. Templates are available in C# and Node.js. These are extremely very useful for you to quick start and get it up and running. Bot service is our underlying platform that it runs, and the bot framework is also being open sourced for you guys. So now let's look at some common apps and agent scenarios. What Ron was talking about. RPA is the current buzzword in the industry right now. It's basically automating the process. A lot of people would also know what is called BPA. It's basically, but what we are doing is like you can actually use the AI to automate it much better and make it more reproducible, and it can learn by itself. And you can also see the customer list in the bottom, like who are all consuming it. Personalization is built on reinforcement learning. This is extremely useful for like if you want to say like, I wanted to show customer related item. I wanted to give him options based on what he has bought before. things like that. Object detection, at this point of time in COVID, it's extremely used. Like for example, you can identify if the people are wearing masks, if the doctors are wearing, the healthcare workers are protected by the gloves and the coats, and they're protected or not. Like you can do things like that. But the object detection extremely used in manufacturing with so many use cases for quality, safety, workplace safety, and things like that. Intelligent customer support. That's another area where the Power Virtual Agent is extremely used. Sentiment analysis get usually attached to the intelligent customer support, because any customer support that you want to do, you basically want to know how the customer is feeling. So the agent can be proactively, respond and make things better. Now, all these are being consumed in, you can see only a very few list of customers here, but there is a huge list that this has been available for the past 4 years, by the way. Here is a definition of what we can do with the RPA. Basically a flow that tells you as it comes in. We can use functions, and then we can use the form recognizer to get the details, store it in the database to report it, or we can enable a workflow. And then here is how a customer intelligent support would work. It's either through calls. You can use our cognitive services to convert the voice to text, and then you can do the text analytics to split all the entities, sentiment analysis, and the intent. If you can use the Lewis to find the intent of what you need to do, and then either you can actually process that, store them, or do so many different workflow processing based on that. That's basically the middle pillar. Now let's get into the last pillar. Ron, how are we doing on time? We okay? We have what, 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5-7 minutes. Yeah, great.
So knowledge mining is a combination of Elasticsearch or any generic concept search with adding more of intelligence. So you can see in the bottom, this is a regular keyword search, right? And then it came contextual searches, which had some meaning to it. Now, the new way of doing it is called cognitive search, which means this is powered by AI. We have it as fully managed, and you can also customize it, but it also uses our AI in our cognitive services, which we consider as a custom skill. So what happens? You can ingest data, which is you can be PDF, images, video, or text files, or it could be from databases, or it could be from Twitter, anything. And then you can enrich that. If it is a PDF, you can tell the OCR to read the content, and then find out the language, use the language detection to find out is there any action that you need to take, or you just have to save. You can then do like keyword extraction, which is very, very interesting topic, because I wanted to document all these documents in certain keywords, so that I can actually pull it by searching it, right? And do that. And translation, there is also PII translator here. It can also detect PII information and tell you and you can, if you find a PII, then you can orchestrate a mechanism saying, okay, go do something about it, or alert it, or encrypt it, something like that. And then it can actually be documented. It's basically a search, which you guys probably know. It's an index-based search. And this gets exposed as an API, which we can integrate it in any basically a website or a mobile app, whichever you wanted to. So let's talk about common knowledge mining scenarios that we have seen. Especially we have used this a lot in auditing and compliances. I can send you guys demos if you're interested in technical content review, customer feedback analysis. Not only feedback, we also can use it for surveys and things like that, digital asset management, process management, catalog search. And the new one is if you're an engineering company, and if you want to search for manuals and drawings and things like that, they're also using it. And you can see some of the companies which are already been with us, and they've been using all those things in production. Here is more details on how it can be done. I mean, I know we don't have much of time, so I'm going to just, when Ron can actually send the deck for you guys. So we have, you can see that what we are doing in AI space, right? But we also have a responsibility to make sure that the AI is being safe and AI is being secure. So we do actually take you responsible on that, and we are trying to build AI principles. This is available in the website right now to address all the fairness and transparency and accountability. And not only that, we are taking that principles, and we are also using it internally to build all our cognitive services and things, cognitive services AI. So the principles are also available for you guys. Please go look at it and try and see. If there is anything missing, let us know. We would like to hear your feedback. And it's basically like we build everything based on feedbacks. And then we have guidelines for what we need to do, guidelines for human-based designs. And our tools that we are looking at is to, like, how do we do homomorphic encryption? Interpret ML is basically explaining it, differential privacy, the data drift, which I spoke about. Data drift is a very interesting concept. When as the model is running, if the model performance is degrading because of the data, it has the capability to alert. We added a new feature in the portal where if it drifts, it can actually trigger an event grid event, and then you can actually automate the retraining process too. And then a few on secure MPC as well. Now, not only that, we are also looking at AI in a more holistic way, making sure that we are doing AI is also getting used in the right places and for the right reasons, right? You can see all these AI for accessibility. I can send you guys videos on what we are doing. AI for Earth, especially, we just added AI for health, and there are a lot of effort going in there as well. Now, you can skip this. So let me stop here. We are almost to the time. So this is what Azure AI is all about. So you can see so many options in platform. And if you guys need any help, here is the list of customers who are using. Please reach out to us. And I do have if you want to try out MLOps, I have an open source lab with the data set. That's not built by any means built to be a valid data set that you can do great modeling on, but it's used as a sample data set for you to try out the machine learning operations, how it works. And that's it for me today.
Excellent, Paul. So I've got a couple of questions that I'm going to ask. First, I'm going to launch a poll because I'm always curious how many people are involved in application development programming and how you think that may change in the future. I think even if you're not involved with applications today, you're going to have to be in the future. That's why I think your insights are very useful. I was just curious, Bala, one of the questions came up was, how does AI link to things like Office 365 forms?
So there is some, if you look at, there was a project called ProC. What we are trying to do is we have a couple of ways we are going to integrate that. One is the form recognizer is going to show up over there as well. And then the spell checker, that is another thing. And then we are also doing formatting, like in the forms, like if you type in a date and it automatically figure out the format, those auto correction capability and things like that will by default will make it to the product. That's the first level. Second level is you will have automation tools like the Power Automate and things like that to make some sense out of that form. You can enable workflow. You can use SharePoint to store it, or you can actually use other means to store as well. And you will also have capabilities integrating with other cognitive service pieces.
So I guess the answer is yes.
Yes.
And so for that, you can always email me or Bala, and we can make sure you get answer to questions that are more specific to your environment. Another attendee asked me about, well, how can AI be used to analyze and work with bank statements and compiling them, analyzing them? Again, it's hard.
Palm recognition.
Yeah, it's hard to come up with a one size fits all answer for this or specific questions. So again, I encourage people to email me and or Bala. You can just email me at rgerber@angelbeat.com, and then we can make sure that your specific question gets answered. And the final thing is, Bala, maybe you can comment on this. One of our other attendees had a question about compute versus inference clusters, and maybe you could answer that, or maybe we could defer it to later.
Oh, yeah, no, I can answer that. So compute cluster is primarily used for training the model. It's only for training the model, which means that you need the power and the compute. You have an option to select GPU, FPGA is coming, CPU is already there. You can pick the number of nodes and use the power to train the model. But when you're doing inferencing, you don't need that power. It becomes like a very simple REST API because you're using the brain file. So for inferencing, you go at a much lighter scalable platform like a microservices architecture, which is what we use. I mean, I deployed it in AKS and that's what it was running. And I did that today morning and I automated the whole process. So did that answer it?
I think so. And again, if people have other questions, just email me and I'll make sure we get everything answered in more detail. I think it was interesting looking at these survey results where almost 2/3 of the people responding say they're going to be much more involved with applications in the future, even though only about 56% of you are not currently involved in applications. So majority of you are not involved with applications directly right now, but almost half of you are. But more than half of you think you are going to get involved in the future. And I think that's very much consistent with what AngelBeat is seeing out there, which again is very much of a world that's much more focused around, it's much more focused around applications development because there are so many things that Microsoft is doing, quite honestly, for individuals and taking care of these things. And that's a big premise. All right. Thank you very much, Bala. And again, as I look through all these questions, I want to make sure we responded to most of them. And Bala, if you could look online, I know Vijay had a question of how to use ML and OCR for scanning invoices, in general, how to use some of your existing solutions for applications. Again, email me, let us know what kind of OCR, optical character recognition platform you're using in your environment, and then we can make sure you get an answer that's not generic, but relevant for you. And again, I'm just looking to see if there's anything else on either the Q&A windows or anything else, or the chat window. I think we are reasonably up to speed on these, and I see Bala is responding as well. So, one of the things that I'm going to do right now is switch over, and I hope everyone is enjoying things. I find this interesting, and I thought that last poll was very informative. We're going to take like a short little, right on schedule. Everyone can get their lunch brought out to them. I'm going to ramble for about 5 or 6 minutes on some of the things we covered and what to anticipate over the afternoon. But I think if you look at this segue, and as everyone's going on this digital transformation journey, you need to have a solid foundation in what's going on with security. What are some of the major paradigm changes, such as work from home and Teams? and applications like AI and ML. One of the, I think credit goes to Microsoft, is they've really been at the leading role in terms of ethical implications of AI and how that's used in the most societal, how to make sure that from a society standpoint, it's effective, from an individual standpoint, it's effective. How do you avoid biases that might unfortunately creep into your AI algorithms? These are some of the things that Microsoft, to its credit, is making sure that the technology and the software doesn't get too far ahead. And so that's, I think, a very relevant platform. And now going forward, if you look at our afternoon session that I've got in front of me, what we're going to do first, we're going to hear from 5 of our key event sponsors. And what I ask them to each do is spend just no more than 10 minutes, quick snapshots, what the company does and how it can make your Microsoft environment work better, and give you quick insights, and then they can follow up with you subsequently. These are all the companies who work with AngelBeat to put on our live events and now our virtual summits. So we really appreciate their involvement. And then after these quick introductions, I'm just going to check my schedule. Everyone should go to your kitchen. You don't really need to hear me for the next 5 or 7 minutes. I'm just checking right here, our chat window. We've got all that set, and we've got all of this in place. And what we're going to do is bring up a number of players. But in the afternoon, I think it'll be really, really exciting when you look at our agenda of speakers. It's just on this transition and this roadway for digital transformation. People need to know about containers, applications, cloud native design. It's one thing, and we've got some great experts to help you with migrating to the cloud, but so much of what's going on with the cloud is also designing for the cloud from the get-go. And obviously there's going to be a combination of the two, and that's where learning more about containers and application and cloud native design in our first Microsoft talk at 1:30 from Arshed. And then we're excited then to have Brian and Sasha talk about DevOps and GitHub, what Microsoft has done for many years with DevOps support, and how the GitHub acquisition plays into this whole strategy of supporting programmers. Because again, the great thing about Microsoft is everyone needs to know what they need to provide to their customers, their employees, the kind of applications. But the beauty now, and Bala did a good job of describing that, is you don't need to be the Python expert. You can obviously do that and you can customize it, but you can just be someone who's configuring these applications and basically use serverless tools. It's basically like AI as a service that Microsoft can offer you to make sure you can deploy these solutions. And I think the insights from Sasha and Brian are going to be very useful. And again, as I mentioned earlier, Microsoft support for GitHub and acquisition. I mean, who would have thought that just a few years ago that Microsoft is actively supporting through billions of dollars in investment they give the GitHub platform to support open source software. I mean, on a related note, I think Microsoft is now the leading provider of updates to the Linux kernel. Again, never have thought of that just a few years ago. And then afterwards, as you look at some of the other talks to end out the day, we've got Tonio and Dee to talk about things like the Cosmos database, what's going on with the modern data warehouse. Because again, as things are changing so rapidly, as you've got so much data that can be compiled and need to be ingested, you need different platforms to organize that data. And I think it also plays into what I call the value of doing more with Microsoft. Obviously you can just use AI tools. You don't necessarily need to take advantage of a full suite of services, but I can guarantee you that if using the Microsoft Cloud platform to ingest data, you're taking advantage of Microsoft algorithms, capabilities around AI and ML, using Microsoft containers or Microsoft Kubernetes, which they actively support. And then you can then tie that into platforms such as Cosmos or the modern data warehouse. Suddenly, all the nitty-gritty stuff that you might have been working with just to figure out how do I support the business, Microsoft's doing all that for you. And what it frees you up to be is a strategic architect. And in doing so, if you embrace some of the concepts that are laid out here, you're going to make yourself a more valuable employee. You're going to make your organization really embrace digital transformation. And I was very pleased to look at those survey results, which says that, again, almost 2/3 of you know you're going to have to get much more involved with applications. A small percentage, only 10 or 15%, don't think that they're going to need to be involved with applications in the future. There's obviously lots of important stuff to be done around security, infrastructure, architecture, but I think everyone's got to adopt a little bit more of a developer mindset, because that's what's going to make things very successful. What I'm going to do now, in keeping with our schedule, everyone knows from our live events that I always keep things running. I'm going to now start bringing up some of our sponsors. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to just turn this over now. You can see me. I'm going to ask Dave from Cygent to start sharing his screen, please. He should be on our call. Let me make sure of this. There he goes. And go to full screen. And I'm going to now minimize my video and turn it over to Dave and himself. And in doing so, I think this is going to be very useful. We're going to have a number of short, concise talks. Cygent has some great technology to protect your Windows 10 devices. We're going to go through each one of these 5 talks nice and quickly. You can listen to them as you're having your lunch before we start up with the additional Microsoft comments. So without further ado, let me turn it over to Dave from Cygent.
Thanks, Ron. Hi, everybody. Thanks for taking the time to watch a brief presentation today on one of Cygent's solutions called Dynamic Data Defense Engine, or what we call abbreviated as D3E. Cygent is just 2 seconds on Cygent is a cybersecurity provider of software and hardware solutions. I'm just focusing on one of our solutions today. That's a software-based endpoint data protection solution. Move forward here. There we go. So just real quick, what we're doing with D3E is we're trying to bring the best practices that are in today's cybersecurity world down to the file level. Basically, we're bringing this protection as close to the data as possible, which is a standardized best practice. You want to have the protections in place close to where the bad things can go wrong. Everyone needs a layered defenses today. We're not trying to replace anything. We're trying to work in the current ecosystem of all of the different defenses that you have out there in place today. And really the key to this whole thing is providing a second factor authentication on file access. And I'll show you this shortly. We're also filling in a few gaps in many solutions today by deploying deceptions. So deceptions are a very high fidelity way of detecting nefarious activity. So if you trip over a very juicy looking file, or you have network services that are trying to be attacked, that can also trigger some actions to happen to protect this data. You have to use artificial intelligence today, because the attackers are ever more creative and trying new and different ways to compromise and get access to your data that's residing on your endpoint. So you need some way that can evolve and adapt to those solutions. And you want to, if you're a business, you want to do this from a centralized management, from a centralized location, to make sure that all the protections that you want to have in place are enforced. So what I love about this solution that we've come up with is that it is so simple and non-disruptive to an end user's daily work, but it's extremely effective in protecting files. So it's nothing more complicated than this. The user goes and double clicks or tries to open one of their sensitive files. The fingerprint request comes up on the screen, that they tap their finger on the fingerprint and the file opens. It's absolutely no more complicated than that. So this second factor authentication can be a fingerprint, it can be a PIN, it can be any authentication application. There are many different ways to do this. The most simplest is to use this fingerprint. So this effectively stops ransomware in its tracks, because ransomware is unable to encrypt that data, and it's not able to copy that or exfiltrate that data to another location. It prevents vengeful insiders. So if I sit down at someone else's laptop, even if I have the credentials for the laptop, I'm unable to access files that have been designated as sensitive by the user of that device. So they cannot access those files, they can't open them, they can't see them, and they can't copy them away. So it's a very extremely simple solution, very complex to implement across a wide breadth of devices and hardware, but it is very effective. There are different types of protection modes that the solution offers. There's a software only mode that works on any Windows 10 device. The files that are protected can be encrypted or not. It really doesn't matter. The same protection applies. And the files can reside internally or externally, including on flash drives. So this works on any Windows type version, whether it be Home or Pro, and doesn't require any specific hardware. Now, if you have a new contemporary type of device that has a self-encrypting drive installed, there is also an additional firmware layer of protection in which the files, of course, are already encrypted when they're at rest on the device. And we use very new technology built into the hard drives that, in addition to preventing access without a second factor authentication, if a threat is detected on the device, either by Windows Defender or any antivirus or any EDR solution, these partitions actually disappear from the operating system altogether. So not only are they not being able to be exfiltrated, they can't even be accessed. Again, keeping with the cybersecurity best practices, this solution is all about complementing existing solutions that are in place today. When regards to next generation antivirus and EDR, things like Windows Defender, this works very well with that solution in the fact that if Windows Defender detects an issue, a threat that's happening on the box, or even worse, is disabled, which is the first thing hackers would do, the protections that are put into place by this solution will actually require second factor authentication on all files that are accessed during that period of time. Once that threat's been remediated, then things go back to normal, and only files that need or that were designated as extremely sensitive would require that. It works very well with full disk encryption like BitLocker. So one of the issues with BitLocker is that once you log into your device and decrypt that full disk, those files can be exfiltrated or compromised through a malware or any type of insider threat at that point, copying those files away. And it also works well with filed cloud storage. So you can protect all the files within OneDrive or Dropbox or any of the cloud solutions that are connected locally. When you log in or connect to those cloud file storage solutions, those files are, show up as available on the local disk. And at that point, it's when those advanced persistent threats or malwares can attack those files and encrypt them. Of course, you can restore them back if you have a cloud file storage solution such as OneDrive, but the problem is that someone else will have those files. And that's the second thing that we're trying to protect, is that those files can't be copied, ransomed, or taken away. We have for those of you that want to give this a try, we have a 6-month free subscription for our personal edition. We're trying to help those that are working from home, like all of us here right now, protect those files that you may have that you brought home on your laptop or on a thumb drive that are work related that you want to have protection on. And we also have a business edition that brings in this centralized management across all of the deployments that you have out there. We have a free trial for that as well, that you can do it on 5 devices. So that's
that was great, Dave. One quick question before we switch over. One of the questions from Brian was, what about any latency concerns with having all the data encrypted? Do you find any performance impact, and how should end users, your customers, deal with that?
right. So this, there's zero actually overhead on this. We're not actually encrypting those files. We're putting a layer of protection between access of those files and the user. So, or any application actually running on the machine. So if you have those already stored on a hardware encrypted device, on a self-encrypting device, there's really zero performance because the device is doing all the encryption. We're really just pulling the PIN or the access key at the time when a threat has been detected. So the answer to your question is zero overhead really for protection.
Excellent. Hopefully that answers your question, Brian. Great. That was one great opening sponsor talk. What I'd like to do now is we're going to turn over to Stephen Clark, in charge of cloud security there at Microsoft partner Fortinet, to talk about how Fortinet works to secure your Azure cloud strategy. And Stephen, if you could share your screen. Let's go to the slideshow mode, and then we're all good to
hang
go.
on. There we go.
Perfect. All yours, Stephen.
Awesome. Hey, so thanks for having me. Real quick, there was some really interesting stuff that John covered regarding the shared responsibility model. I took a couple of notes down. Obviously, we're all dealing with evolving threats, increasing complexity, and then the biggest thing is probably the talent gap. What we wanted to do in this talk was really talk about that shared responsibility model. And this is basically the same slide he had. If you take a look at it, the reality here is the Azure Firewall is a basic firewall service, obviously addresses certain customer scenarios. But even Microsoft admits that there are issues, or there are times where you're going to have a third party, right? And this is where Fortinet fits in. And then working better together is a core priority. One of the comments I wanted to make is we're all used to the on-prem scenarios. And as we moved into infrastructure as a service, which is what Azure is, moved into software as a service, such as applications like Salesforce.com. As you can see, it's pivoted to where the customer is definitely more responsible when it comes to potential issues, right? So what we do is we help you with those infrastructure as a service. We have some products that play in that space. We do a fair amount around the SaaS space with products like CASB. And then obviously there's a full breadth of products when it comes to what Fortinet's known for, which is FortiGate web application firewalls. But the one thing I did want to talk about is if you take a look at what Gartner is saying, next generation of firewalls need application inspection. They need intrusion prevention. And FortiGuard Labs, which is a threat research institute, they analyze somewhere between 1 billion and 10 billion threats a day. Year to date, we've already discovered 60 cases of zero-day malware. So it's very important that when you're picking a security vendor, it's really something that they focus in on. And if you take a look at what Gartner is saying, 95% of cloud security failures through 2020 will be the customer's fault, right? So misconfigurations on firewalls, maybe a misconfiguration in a storage, or in some services running within a cloud service provider. Wanted to talk about what exactly that we do within Azure, right? So as I mentioned, we're known for being a firewall company. We actually have a 30% market share when it comes to appliance-based firewalls and VM firewalls. But we also have different products to help secure your applications in Azure, like FortiWeb. We have the capability of securing Office 365, so FortiMail. And when you take a look at a typical layout for us, this is really representative of it, right? We have IPsec connectivity to connect to other clouds. We obviously have SSL for you to connect with your remote users. We integrate with ExpressRoute, have the capability of tying into Microsoft's virtual WAN. And as I mentioned, a couple other ancillary products that fit in, such as FortiCWP, which allows you to take a look at what's happening within the Azure cloud. And then, as I mentioned, FortiCASB. And on the integration points, obviously integrating with things like Azure Sentinel and Azure Security Center. Ron thought it would be a great idea if we talked about a customer win, right? So this is a customer who had literally 5 different data centers. What they did is they migrated down to 2 physical data centers and 3 data centers actually running within Azure. So the capability of Fortinet is that a FortiGate will look the same, whether it's on-prem or whether it's sitting in the cloud. So in this particular case, their main driver was Office 365 for the business applications. They brought in FortiGate VMs to secure those running within Azure. They also added some other products that Fortinet's known for, FortiManager, which is a management architecture, which allows you to manage both on-prem and appliances running in the cloud and from the marketplace. And then, of course, because we're not just 100% security, there are some other products that fit in, such as wireless access points and switches. The reality is ShipServe had a cloud-first strategy, and going with Fortinet allowed them to move into a space where they could leverage OpEx versus CapEx. They were now able to have an enterprise security architecture across the cloud, They were also able to delineate the separation of duties. So security could have their influence and the networking team could also have their influence when it came to deployments. They took advantage of automated deployments using Terraform templates that we've created specifically within Azure. And probably the most important thing for them was a single pane of glass. So that single pane of glass allows them to see their FortiGates, their FortiMail, and in some cases, there are other products that we work with will take advantage of FortiConnectors. So actually integrating with third-party solutions. One of the other things I thought would be interesting to bring up based upon where we are today is what's happening from a teleworker solution standpoint. So in this particular scenario, as you can see, we have a FortiGate solution. It does secure VPN tunnels, has the capability of doing firewall policies, traffic shaping, application control. So if you happen to be running your voice application, we can control that via FortiGate and via the secure VPN tunnel. Also, if you take a look to the right, you'll see where the FortiGate's also managing other devices at home, as I mentioned earlier, things like FortiAccess points. And then if you take a look at the top, we obviously have the capability of tying in from a CASB scenario. So now a user who's typically accessing Salesforce, who might be working in the brick and mortar office, is now accessing Salesforce remotely. So now the CASB solution allows me to control what that user is doing from a remote standpoint. When you take a look at Fortinet, the thing I want you to remember is the fact that we've been doing this for 20 plus years, $18 billion market cap, $2 billion in revenue. As I mentioned earlier, very large footprint. We have roughly 4 million appliances out there, and we have 450,000 customers. The one thing we pride ourselves on is what we do from an R&D standpoint. So we're very well known for building our own technology. We spent roughly $200 million in R&D, and these are the products that fit into our Azure portfolio. So FortiGates, which is our next generation firewall, FortiWeb, which is our web application firewall, FortiManager, as I mentioned, allows you to manage all the FortiGate products, FortiMail for securing Office 365, for instance. FortiAnalyzer allows me to take a look at logs and give you real-time interesting data from an event correlation standpoint. As I mentioned, FortiCASB, configuration management, audit logs, obviously shadow IT. And then FortiCWP, which is a relatively new product, allows you to take a look at within inside of Azure, right? Configuration management, user behavioral analysis, malware and sensitive data, and compliance and reporting. And this is one of our first pure SaaS offerings within the Fortinet product line. So keeping within 10 minutes, Ron, I hope that was helpful. And thank you for your time.
Oh, that was great. Absolutely fantastic. We're pleased to have Fortinet be part of this as a key Microsoft partner. And again, it ties back to John's opening comments about the shared security responsibility model to really make things work. What you need is the 3,500 people at Microsoft keeping the Azure infrastructure secure. You need tools such as those offered by Fortinet. And maybe you could comment on this, Stephen. The big thing that end users need to now keep their focus primarily on is how do you secure and manage the data? Because the Fortinets and the Microsoft can only do so much. It's up to the end user still to know how the data is used, how to set up the right access controls and IAMs and MFAs and whatnot. And that's where the three components all need to come together.
Yeah, I think when you think about why customers choose FortiGate, there's really a couple key areas. First and foremost is ease of use, native integration right into the Azure cloud, intrusion prevention, which I kind of highlighted. You mentioned this, Ron. Application control is huge for us, right? We've been doing Layer 7 application control and visibility since day one. And then the other key piece is high performance and high availability. So yeah, application control is huge for us. It's really what separates, I believe, us from some of our competition when it comes to securing those workloads in the cloud.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much, Stephen. And maybe now we'll transition over to Rod. The key takeaway here is be it security for Azure, be it security for Teams, whatever it is, it's really a three-part strategy. Everyone's going to be focusing on controlling the data, take advantage of third-party experts like Fortinet, use the Microsoft platform. And what that will do is free you up to be more of a strategic architect. Aviatrix is a real exciting company about how do you go about building an enhanced cloud network. And let's hear from Rod. And again, Aviatrix, a key partner within the Azure ecosystem.
Thank you, Ron. Just had to get off mute there. Appreciate the introduction. Hi, everyone. We're going to talk a little bit about how we can enhance simplicity, automation, security, and visibility across Azure and across multi-cloud today. So many of you may not know about Aviatrix, but we have been around since 2014. We've got over 400 customers that are building their cloud network with Aviatrix. You can see some of those names here. One of the things that we talk about a lot of times when I first start talking to people that don't know about what we're doing, I'm often talking to networking guys who have been in the business for a long time, and many of you may have been as well, where you remember the architecture that built out a Cisco infrastructure, physical in the data center. Maybe you remember that all going virtual with VMware and virtualizing both the servers and then the network. And now we're in a world of public cloud where we lose some of the visibility that we've had in the past. Basically, the underlying physical and virtual infrastructure is opaque to the customer, but there are constructs, networking constructs that are exposed by AWS and Azure and Google and Oracle and others. But these provide basic networking constructs. So now as the cloud becomes the data center of the future, we need to look at more of an enterprise cloud networking solution. And that's where Aviatrix plays. So we build an architecture or help you build your architecture that allows you to understand how applications are talking to that network, how things are accessing the network, what security and operations need to be across all of those. And we bring a platform that allows the advanced network services, security services, and operational services, as well as partner extensions that will enable this new cloud network architecture. Now, the way our system kind of lays out, it's not a SaaS or a managed service. It's actually your service, essentially a controller that talks to our software gateways, which is where we provide the advanced data plane services, but it also talks through native APIs to the native constructs. So this creates essentially a cloud networking abstraction layer that allows us to go multi-cloud and simplify the deployment of networking constructs in the cloud. We also provide a single Terraform provider that is for multi-cloud. So as you automate all of this and you put it into scripts, you can actually use one provider as opposed to many. And this advanced data plane feeds operational visibility that we'll be talking about a little bit more as we go through here. So just to give you the high level about the foundation of what this is, you can see in a particular cloud, you could actually build, single cloud, multi-account, high availability, high performance, extend that into multiple regions, extend that into multiple clouds. So we're seeing lots of different customers that have AWS, for instance, but are now moving into Azure, or started in Azure and now want to expand into other clouds, because multi-cloud strategies are the basis for most cloud enterprise cloud strategies today.
Can I drop off this AngelBeam thing?
And then we can add in here the ability to do high performance encryption. So up to 75 gigs of IPsec encryption, either from the data center into the cloud, getting wire speed across, let's say, a direct connect or an express route in Azure, or anywhere in the cloud between our gateways, you can get up to 75 gig of IPsec. We do this by distributing processing across multiple cores. Then we can add next generation firewalls. You heard from Fortinet just now. We can add Fortinet firewalls into this transit network. We can do Checkpoint or Palo Alto networks. We also support native cloud connections. So if you have different connections in Azure or in AWS or in Google that you want to support particular connections to VPCs or VNets in the native construct, we can do that. And then we can bring users and branch offices and connect them, have secure connections to the internet, and then feed the information that's necessary for operational visibility from that transit network. So this is where I want to focus the rest of the presentation, is talking about our product called Copilot, which gives you this multi-cloud network operational visibility. And that starts with a dynamic topology map, but also includes Flow IQ, intelligent network flow visualization, global traffic flow heat maps, and network health maps. And all of this comes from leveraging the Aviatrix advanced multi-cloud network data plane, and dramatically reduces the mean time to resolution for cloud connectivity challenges. So let's give an example here. So here's a little zoom in of the topology map, where you can see that we can have multi-cloud view of your entire cloud network. So in this case, you can see a connection from Azure into AWS across a transit connection there. Now, if I zoom in and let's say I get a call and say from an application team saying that they're having problems with the application, I can zoom in on that particular application. In this example, I'm searching for AVX app. And now I'm only going to see the map associated with that application environment. And in this case, as I go to troubleshoot the connection between this web server and this app server, I can see that the transit network that's connecting these things in different VPCs is actually working fine. So now I want to drill in a little bit further and see what's going on even out to the application. So I can go to one of the gateways and I can ping the app server, or I can go the other direction and start at a gateway near the app server and go to the web server. And in both of these cases, the ping is good. I can then drill down into the flow analytics. So now I can see all of the flows in that application environment, or I can drill into specific source and destination addresses so that I can get very detailed statistics about that particular conversation. And in this case, I can see that the application is trying to communicate across port 8081, which is not one of the application ports. So now I can zoom in and look specifically at the records and see it when it is talking 8081, it's actually getting a reset on that communication. So able to zoom all the way into application problems on the network. The security guys really like this view, the ability to look at the entire world and where traffic is coming from all over the world. I might see something and say, you know, we're not doing business here. Let me zoom in on this area and find out what's going on. So in this case, I zoom into the Philippines. And so now I'm only looking at traffic coming from the Philippines, and you can see the specific cities and so forth. I can then drill into the flows for those traffics coming from or to the Philippines, and then drill all the way in. And in this case, I can see that it is hitting my port 943, which is my remote access gateway. But I can see also on the far right there that it's only a little bit of traffic. So this is just a scan attack, but they didn't actually get through. If I had seen lots of traffic going through, I might suspect and want to block a particular malicious IP that's coming in there. And then there's Network Health Dashboard that gives you all of the visibility across your network, multi-cloud, what's in Azure, what's in AWS, what's in GCP, all of the different gateway types that make up the advanced network, how they expand across the network and keep that completely under management. Now, what's needed here, you can see in the dotted box, the dotted gray box, this is what we see in terms of the dynamic topology map. So our gateways connected, but also everything else that's native in the network. But to get the visibility I showed you, the flow IQ, the link latency, the heat maps, packet capture, and other things like that, as well as our advanced networking like encryption and active-active high availability next generation firewall integration, that requires the Aviatrix transit and our gateways. So how do you find out a little bit more? certainly email info@aviatrix.com and we can set up a customized architectural design session. We also have ACE training, which is multi-cloud network certifications that are very popular. Lots of people getting a lot out of that these days. Or just go to our website and click on the chat button, and that's usually one of our solution architects behind there. And that's my 10 minutes. Thanks, Ron.
Wow, great. You know, everyone's got the Angel Beat model of short, concise, where less is more. Very exciting technology there. Encourage people to follow up with Rod. Now I'm going to switch over to Mike, and maybe Mike, if you could share your screen. Taneo's got some great insights. I know a lot of people had questions about performance. What does encryption do? Obviously, with Office 365 and suddenly all the apps going into the cloud, people want to make sure you keep your users happy and secure. Let's hear from Mike about this important subject.
Great, Ron. Thank you. Can you guys hear me and can you see my screen? Thumbs up.
Yep, I'm looking. People can chat. I can see it fine and hear you.
Perfect. Perfect. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to try to keep this as close to 10 minutes. During the presentations earlier, I started hiding some of my slides so we don't go as much. Again, I'm here to talk today about ensuring end user experience in today's work anywhere world. About me, BS, MS, Applied Mathematics, been doing this for over 25 years. I don't want to say 30 years, but it's been over 25. I consider myself a performance firefighter. I want to get in there, jump in, and solve those performance issues. Okay, I did that for defense contractors. I did that for at NASA's at Space Shuttle program, and I've been doing pre-sales for about 10 years. The big thing is their passion for understanding and educating corporations. When we talk Teneo, we talk about Teneo, my company I work for, opening minds to new possibilities. That's introducing ideas to our customers that they didn't think of before. New technologies, next-gen technologies to dig into there. Moving forward a little bit, talking about end user experience, performance varies. There's 4 scenarios up here on the screen, but most of us are really living today in scenario 4. We're a mobile remote workforce, and we're at home. We're using SaaS applications, Office 365 applications in Microsoft Azure, and applications in our data center. Some of us are going directly to the internet, directly to the SaaS. Some of us are backhauling through our data center. Some of us are using VPN and different versions of VPN. Some of us are not. Your corporations have policies on what your company should be doing and what they shouldn't be doing. What we need to do is understand, are you practicing the best security policies? What is your end user experience, and how can we optimize that? So that's what we're here to talk about. Focusing on achieving productivity gains, it really is the intersection of these 3 components: security, visibility, and optimization. Security, make sure I'm getting to my data safely and nothing is lost or risked. End user experience, getting that visibility, understanding that end user experience from his desktop, her desktop, was her experience, and then optimizing that experience. How can we optimize that? I think back to Jeremy's presentation, and earlier today, Jeremy's voice was breaking up just a little bit. It did not ruin the quality of his presentation. It was a great presentation, but if I was giving it a MOS score, opinion score for how the voice sounded, it'd be like a 4.7, 4.8, still a very high score, but a couple people had a problem hearing it, okay? Well, think about it. There's 250 people on this Zoom meeting today, 250 people. I know I had a problem with that. I know I heard the distortion, not a problem, it wasn't that bad. I know 1 or 2 other people put in the chat window that they did. So we know that 3 out of 250 people had that issue, slight issue. But what about the rest of us? How can we measure all the users all the time to understand how their performance, whether it's for using Office 365, whether it's for some custom application in Azure, or whether it's something like Zoom or Team, how do we get that? Okay, that's what we need to understand. How do we get that visibility? How do we know how to solve that problem? Ron jumped in quick from his experience, said, hey, let's shut off the video. It went away. There was still a little bit, but it went away. So I ask yourself, everyone here, what if that didn't do it? Where would the problem be? Was it on Jeremy's desktop? Was it on his Wi-Fi? Was it on the network someplace out there? Was it in the Zoom world? Was it on my workstation? Was it on my Wi-Fi? Was it on my router? So understanding visibility from everywhere and that big picture is what we need to solve these problems. And furthermore, if it was something that was because of congestion or too much traffic, can I do anything to optimize it? Well, quickly we think, well, voice, that's UDP. I can't optimize voice traffic. You can't, but what if you could optimize the rest of the traffic that's going across your Wi-Fi, across your home router, across my Wi-Fi, my home router, making more available for that UDP voice traffic. So these are all things we need to consider when we're looking at end user experience. We need to know what it is, make sure they're secure, and say, can we optimize it? For security, Teneo is not reinventing security. A lot of people are doing a lot of great stuff for security. We have one or two offerings that we stand behind. But again, if you have a good security in place, great, let's use it. But if you have a question about that security, the question is, does that add any delay or latency to opening those files? Well, we can measure that. We can have a test case where some people have it, some people don't, and see the difference between them and get in there. We talk about visibility, we talk about SaaS, cloud, mobile apps, web, virtual, any application, any device. So no matter what your employees are doing, which applications they're hitting, whether it's in your data center, whether it's in the cloud, whether it's in a SaaS solution, whether they're on a mobile device, whether they're on an iPhone, an iPad, their laptop, working from home over Wi-Fi, at the office working over LAN, understanding that performance, hitting those applications. 3 pieces of information in there. Device health. How healthy is the device? When Jeremy was breaking up, well, what if the problem was really my workstation? What if I was swapping memory because I had too many Chrome tabs open and Chrome is using too much memory? Well, then telling IT about it and telling the rest of the world about it didn't make much sense if the problem was with me. So I need to see that end device health, okay? The application performance, what applications are running on that desktop? What's that user doing? And also user productivity. How is he getting his job done? Is he being sufficient? Is he making the best use of his time? That's digital experience monitoring. Teneo brings that in form of a couple different solutions that we stand behind and back behind, and we do it in a consultancy and also as a service. The next thing we want to talk about is remote workforce optimization. So traditionally, people think about optimization. They think about optimizing traffic from a remote office to the data center, okay? Well, we can extend that. We can go from the remote office to the cloud, remote office to Office 365. End user at home is from his client to the data center, to Office 365, to the cloud, to Microsoft Azure, okay? So that optimization works in all those different combinations. So you think back to it, am I doing it securely? What's the end user experience? And can I optimize that? That is what Teneo brings to you guys, and what my passion is solving those kind of problems. Others have seen results, a couple of sample results here. Office 365, this isn't made up, 8 times faster across all geos, including low latency. Salesforce, 10 times faster. Box, 8 times faster. These are out-of-the-box applications that we monitor out of the box, and we can optimize out of the box, okay? I've got a quick case study here of McDonald, and they were having problems with some solutions that they're doing, and they want to use Teneo's remote work productivity package to understand that, okay? So we looked at their offices, we looked at their end users, and we were able to dig in and do an impact of their visibility and their solutions. So we could tell their users who are having problems based upon Wi-Fi, VPN, LAN, how were they connecting? Where were they connecting from across the world? What errors were they having? We're able to give these big scores to them, to give them that data. Once you see the problem, you can fix the problem. If you don't see it, you can't fix it, okay? Another example, global risk management company with Office 365. And this was a company that had workforce Office 365, 45,000 employees in 140 countries, and they're rolling this out. The traffic was being backhauled through the data center, which is putting 3 to 5 times more data on the WAN, and because of the extra latency, was impacting the end user experience, all right? We jumped in there, Teneo with our services jumped in there, we helped them solve this. 60% bandwidth reduction, 33% faster performance, quicker issue resolution, and a boost in employee productivity. That's a big one, boosting employee productivity. How do we know the user's having problems? Are they calling in all the time? Do we hear about it on team huddles? Where do we find out about that? And that's what we need to boost. Teneo can do the same for you guys or for other companies with our remote worker productivity package, where we bring in SaaS optimization as a service. We bring in remote experience monitoring, that real user monitoring as a service, and security gateway as a service. Those three components where the intersection is productivity gain. Like I said, I have 25 to 30 years experience, but Teneo does. Teneo is a UK, US based company, 100 plus employees, been around for 20 plus years. Visibility, performance, security, consultancy services, designing best architectures, leveraging compatible ecosystems, co-managing solutions, and solving end user problems. That's what I'm about. That's what Teneo is about. That's why I work here. I hope this makes sense to you all. And that's really my 10 minutes. Thank you, Ron.
That was great, Mike. I got nothing more to add, except that when Teneo's spoken at many of our events and looked at a variety of solutions, they're experts in SD-WAN and whatnot, everyone's always happy. And the big premise is, as we've got this whole work from home mindset, the focus isn't so much on the LAN, which is still important. The focus is on the WAN, which is much harder to manage. That's why Teneo is so relevant to all of you listening to this call. We're going to finish up now with our final 10-minute sponsor presentation. I'm going to bring up now John Capello, the VP of Product Strategy from Asuni. This is the reason why I put together a John at the end here. And John, if you could share your screen, is that we're going to have more talks about cloud native architecture, which is designing for the cloud. Asuni was started with a cloud first strategy. And let's hear more from John about this.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ron. Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity for us to talk today. I am going to talk about what we've built at Asuni on top of, like Ron said, cloud technologies. We are disrupting the unstructured file space by having a modern approach to file storage and file infrastructure. And you can see this with our customers. You can see who is adopting us, not just in terms of taking unstructured data that they want to tier off to the cloud, but these are active data sets. These are data sets that are their primary data. This is where the projects are done. And you can see here, number one, number two, top 10 in so many of their different industries: engineering, design, packaging, imaging, real estate. Again, Burns & McDonnell, one of the top architectural firms in the country. What you see here is, number one, obviously, they're all built on top of Azure. And our file infrastructure is built on top of blob storage. You can see that the capacity is very, very large because these are large data sets that are growing mostly because you have very large applications or applications that are creating larger and larger files. This is also super important for us, locations. So managing files is really difficult when you think about storing them. It's even more difficult when you think about protecting them. And then when you think about sharing them, it becomes even more challenging, which is why we create a solution that addresses all of those. Number one, we have a file system that's built on top of object storage. The entire data and metadata lives inside of blob storage. You don't need to synchronize with any other devices. The entire data set, the entire volume lives inside of object storage. And it's a continuously versioned file system. So you have all your versions, again, in object storage. You access it through these edge appliances. They look just like your standard NAS. So they speak CIFS, they speak NFS. You can even HTTP into them by having web access endpoints. We've talked before, Ron was saying earlier about the need to have more of a DevOps mindset and to be able to enable agility. We allow that through our single pane of glass. So a management console, which can manage all of your logical and your physical environment, lots and lots of location, lots and lots of volumes. We have customers who used to manage their file infrastructure, the entire estate, with a team of 5. Now you can have half of an FTE manage equally large and growing estate because you have one place to manage all of those locations. And you're managing them at scale, not just, again, in terms of the file system, but in terms of location. We have an orchestration center. That orchestration center is a service that we deliver that helps to synchronize files, synchronize data sets across different locations. And then finally, the most recent component inside of our offering is our analytics connector. Take whatever data you need inside of your data set and make it available to cognitive services, make it available to those Azure platform services that can provide more insight into it. I'm going to quickly run through this and then I'm going to get into some customer examples, but this is how we think about Asuni and how Asuni works. You've got files that you access and you create here on these edge caching appliances. Super important, that's called caching as well. We don't tier, we're a caching model. We snap them to the cloud because the gold copy lives here in the cloud. And then you synchronize them between different locations. How do you coordinate the synchronization of the single shared volume? Our orchestration center. Our orchestration center is the traffic cop that says, data set here on site A and data set here on site B, same data set, but we need to make sure there's one stream of changes into that common volume. Orchestration center does that, and it provides global file locking. That means that if I'm locking a file in New York, someone's opening that same file in LA, that lock is respected in any location where that same file is accessible. We orchestrate that. We do on the order of about 20 billion, 30 billion different locks per year and across the entire globe. So think about the fact that we consolidate your NAS silos, one global namespace, eliminate file backups because continuously versioning file system, global file sharing, leverage cloud services. And now I'm going to get into some customers. And we're so lucky to have the ability to serve large customers who have a problem sharing files across many locations. Bechtel is a great example of that. You know, one of the top engineering firms in the world. And their initial challenge was around capacity. How is it that we can rationalize our spend? First of all, we got them into object storage. We said, okay, we're going to take the primary, the majority of your data and make sure that you're on a more favorable cost curve, specifically around object storage and blob storage. So the entire data set is there on blob storage. Now you cache at the edge only what you need to access. We have cache hit rates of 98%. That means that you can rationalize the edge very, very narrowly, so that only the size of the data that you need on the edge is available on the edge. But then it became about moving files between different locations. And when you're talking about two different locations, point to point, not too difficult of a problem. When you add a third location, that's where you get complexity. And that's what we solve by our hub and spoke model and our global file locking and our NOC. We can take very large files and very large data sets and move them around the world. And we can do that at scale. Cushman & Wakefield, again, one of the largest real estate firms in the world. And their challenge, again, initially was around how do I manage this ever-growing namespace, this global namespace? How do I manage this estate where I'm trying to get all of my different locations to be easily managed, but also have access to the same data where they need it? They also have a fairly active M&A strategy, and just bringing on these sort of differentiated infrastructures can be was a significant challenge. Centralizing around one global namespace, putting all into object storage, rationalizing the edge, all possible through Nasuni. And then again, the next phase of that was, how do I get them to interact? How do I get the data that I need in the US to be in EMEA? Incredibly easy with Nasuni. You have a shared volume, you put appliances, virtual appliances in Azure, virtual appliances in Hyper-V on the edge. They have access to the same data set. And then finally, Ralph Lauren. And what we saw here was a challenge really with the size of the files. How is it that our creative teams can collaborate across multiple locations without having to come up with new and application-specific systems for doing that? You know, it's easy for IT when you can manage an infrastructure that doesn't have to rely on specific application needs or requirements. It's easier for the end users when you don't have to think about how I'm moving files. I just save them to a drive. That's what it's like with Nasuni. I have a file. It could be a large Adobe file. It could be a large 4K file, or now 8K files. I save that on my shared drive the same way I would share it on my NAS. What's different about Nasuni is in the back end, that file is getting chunked, encrypted, deduped, sent up to the cloud, stored inside of object storage. The cool layer is what most of our customers can take advantage of. And then it can be available in any location that you want, wherever you're going to deploy one of our virtual appliances. We take care of the synchronization. We take care of the consistency between different states. So creatives, all they have to do is open up a folder, save a file to it, and whether they're in London, whether they're in New York, whether they're in Los Angeles, they're still going to see the exact same data set. So that was my attempt to get all this done within 10 minutes. And I think we have a minute left if there are questions, or if Ron has any additional questions.
Well, let's see. Bill had a question about, is there a limitation on the size of an external file share?
There is not. And there's not, because we are not tied to inodes on devices. Our inode structure is built on objects. And what we like to say is, as long as Azure will continue to give us objects inside a blob storage container. We will continue to expand the size of the namespace. So we have customers that came to us because they were running out of space on their traditional NAS, a billion files, over a billion directories, not a problem at all with Nasuni. And to be clear, when you're accessing that namespace, you don't have to fault the metadata into the appliance that's accessing it. You actually only fault the metadata that you need for the workloads that you're accessing locally. Hopefully that was helpful to answer the question.
Yes, and again, if there's any questions that I didn't get a chance to directly address during the presentations or during the chat interaction, just email me and I'll make sure you get questions afterwards. But I think these were 5 great sessions. I've been also in the background here doing some random sorting with a random number generator, and the winner of our first $100 raffle is Bill Last from Turner Construction. So Bill, just email me separately so I can arrange to send you a gift card. But I thought that this was an absolutely fantastic first set of sponsor presentation and great insights on cloud, Teams, secure remote access, and AI. And I thought, and I'm gonna, as I make a couple of transition comments, I'm gonna ask Arshad, who's gonna be speaking about cloud native design, containers, applications, to share his screen. But I thought some of the comments from Bala about AI/ML were insightful in that we need to all start looking at deploying these applications, having a mindset around applications. But the great thing about what Microsoft is doing is enabling individuals and organizations to deploy these solutions, even if you're not a hardcore programmer, if you're not going to weekend hackathons. All right, Ashard, getting that all set. Let's just get back to the first screen. That looks great. Ashard, can you also speak? I'm just going to make a couple of quick comments and transition.
Sure. Hello, Ron. Can you hear me?
Yes, all good. So one other final comment. If you look at the 5 presentations I've got arranged for our afternoon session before 3 more sponsor talks and then a second $100 gift card. One of the things I'm trying to do, it relates to that first poll that I created, maybe I'll talk through this with my video on as well, is we came up with this strategy because people know they're going to be more application oriented. That's where the world's going. I just want to share with you a story. In one of our Angel Beach cities, someone was telling me that they had an existing SAP installation, the big CRM ERP software firm. And it's been going for like 8 or 9 years. They had to do a big software upgrade. And the people who were in charge of the upgrade within IT didn't have a forward-looking view. They didn't go to Angel Beat. They missed out on it. And I heard this secondhand, but I think it's got some good lessons learned. And they said, oh, it's no big deal. I'm used to doing this. Like Mike alluded to, I like seeing my servers, my applications. That's the way I can ensure my SLAs. So I just put through, this is for about a Fortune 800 company, between Fortune 500, Fortune 1000, still with billions of dollars sales. He put through a multi-year CapEx plan for about $15 million to get whole new servers, whole new on-site licensing, whole new team of consultants to design flow of screens and design screens, all that kind of stuff. And the general manager of the largest business unit and the IT costs were going to get allocated to his P&L, looked at the charges over the next couple of years and said, forget this. He talked to his internal team and said, look, we're going to talk to Microsoft Dynamics and another firm. We're going to look at pure cloud-based solutions. And I'm going to have my own data analytics team within the sales group do all the work. And I'm just going to rely upon IT for security and giving me bandwidth. And that's what they did. And again, they made the classic transition from CapEx to OpEx, but they saved a tremendous amount of money. Instead of taking years, they actually were able to do it in months. I mean, that's where the world's going to. So as people who are on this virtual summit are looking at your jobs today and what's going to be like in the future, you need to be very application oriented, to know how to structure applications. Even if you're not a hardcore programmer, you're able to do so much because Microsoft has put in so many capabilities or APIs that you can just understand what needs to be done and do it that way. You don't need to do the programming. That's why content and containers on DevOps and GitHub, on the modern database warehouse, and all these capabilities on the Cosmos DB are going to be so informative because you need to know this now because they're going to be increasingly important for you in the future. Let's turn over now to Arsad to talk about serverless and Azure and other issues around cloud native design.
Hello, everyone. Great. Thanks, Ron, and thanks, everyone, for the opportunity. My name is Arshad Azim. I'm a cloud solution architect with Microsoft. I've been with the company for about a little over 2 years. And prior to that, I've been a developer in my past life. So I've been a developer for a number of years, pretty much in application development as well as some product development. So today we're going to talk about primarily a couple of different cloud native sort of design paradigms and options that we have in the Azure platform. Primarily, my focus today is on talking about serverless as well as containers, specifically Azure Kubernetes Service, if we have some time at the end. So getting into it, right? So let's talk a little bit about the evolution of different application platforms before we kind of get into what serverless is. So typically, over the years, we have been pretty much developing applications on premises, right? Bare metal, just an application running on like a Windows or a Linux server, being accessed by different processes and stuff. Then came an improvement in the IaaS world, right? So primarily, we have applications running in the cloud this time, but primarily on virtual machines in the cloud. So from the shift, like we are seeing a gradual transition from a completely server-based to a virtual machine-based to a now in the IaaS world, a cloud-based virtual machine sort of an environment to run applications. Right, so even in the IaaS world, so yeah, the cloud platform provides you the virtual machines, but from a customer operational centric perspective, we still have to manage them. We have to take care of the updates, patch management, and all the operational overhead that goes along with it. So that's where PaaS comes into effect, right? So from a PaaS, platform as a service, primarily does the management of the overall underlying platform and the overall underlying infrastructure for us. So what really that means is that this time developers and engineers primarily, they need to still choose what sort of infrastructure they need to run their applications on. Say it's a Java.NET application. They need to choose what sort of server, how much of compute, memory, storage, etc. that they would need. What are the other different infrastructure components that go along with it. And stuff like that. But the beauty of PaaS primarily is that things like operating system patching, update management, security in terms of like security updates, scaling issues, all of those can be taken care by the platform itself. So that's how we kind of shifted a little bit towards the right from the slide deck perspective, as well as from an evolution perspective. Right. So now even within the PaaS model, even though the platform takes care of basically the updates and managing the underlying infrastructure, engineers still need to choose what sort of infrastructure they want. They need to provide the scaling requirements as to how their application and infrastructure should scale in terms of load, right? Say a 70% CPU, you probably would provide scaling rules saying if there is a 70% utilization of the CPU, then scale my application by N or by X, right? So that's where where we stand with PaaS. Now, from an evolution perspective, the next thing in the evolutionary model is serverless. So the benefit that serverless provides when compared to PaaS is like when in the IaaS model, we basically maintain all of our virtual machines and infrastructure. In the PaaS model, we do not maintain our infrastructure or virtual machines specifically, but we do have a say. We do need to choose what we need. Whereas in a serverless model, we do not have to worry about any underlying infrastructure at all, by which I mean you do not have to choose like what sort of compute memory RAM or what sort of behind the scenes, what sort of VMs and infrastructure your application would be needing or running on. All we would care from a development perspective is developers would just send code or send their binaries to the platform. The platform takes care of pretty much running the application. The platform takes care of basically provisioning the servers for you, running the application for you. And when it's not needed, or if the application is not being accessed for an extended period of time, it also sorts of say sleeps or retires that application for other application. It sort of retires that infrastructure. And whenever the application is being used again, it spins up that infrastructure for your application to be ready and available. So any questions or comments in the chat window, or any questions on like what serverless really means, or in terms of this evolutionary platform? Okay, I'll take that as a no. So now, what are the serverless options in Azure? We have several. I've just and then we have a mix of several different mix and match options as well. But at a broad level, we have functions, logic apps, and event grid. Right? Azure Functions is primarily follows the Lambda architecture. So it's a serverless way of running basically programs and applications. Logic Apps is a workflow system. So Azure as a platform provides a workflow integration service for you to basically develop applications and integrate various other workflow components. Like, for example, you want to integrate your application or build a workflow around SharePoint, build a workflow around Salesforce or any other third parties or lots of other third parties. Then we have about 200 plus connectors that you could use to kind of integrate with those third party and external systems. And then we have Event Grid, which is basically a cloud native event. It follows the event driven design paradigms, and it's a cloud native event platform wherein it's pretty much like a publisher subscriber model, wherein multiple publishers can send their events, and then Event Grid basically kind of subscribes to them, and Event Grid basically assimilates them and then pushes out to different subscribers. Here for today's discussion, I'm going to focus primarily on functions. And then, as I said, we'll also look at Azure Kubernetes Service. So what are the advantages of functions? So functions is our primary serverless model, right? And it doesn't mean like serverless doesn't mean there are no servers. It's just that all of the servers or all of that compute infrastructure is abstracted out to the developer or abstracted out to the engineers. So it provides that abstraction of servers. It is event driven and instance scale. So, and we'll touch upon this topic a little bit more as we go further in today's session. But for now, like functions are basically event driven. So you respond to a particular event. And then from a billing perspective, it basically provides micro billing. So what that primarily means is that typically when you run your infrastructure applications on standard infrastructure, it's built 24/7, or it's built for the amount of time that the servers are running. But what if, say, you have a couple of off-peak hours where the application is not being accessed, or even off-peak minutes and seconds where the application is not being accessed? So functions provides some almost to the second sort of billing, where we basically bill based upon the amount of compute and memory that each call to the function takes. So, and I think Azure from a model pricing perspective provides up to like 1 million requests for free of cost before it actually starts billing. But the takeaway here is it's a micro billing, sort of a per second billing model. So we could also leverage lots of cost benefits besides easier development, easier access to the, and pretty much no maintenance of the application platform. So as I was kind of talking earlier, right, as I mentioned earlier, within Azure Functions, developers provide application binaries, be it like a DLL executable, a JavaScript file, or a jar file, and things like that. And Azure provides the runtime for you. So based upon what your application is, for example, a Java application versus a .NET application. Java application would need JVM. So Azure, when it provisions the runtime for you to run your binary, it basically looks up for compute or a runtime that already has the JVM installed and stuff, right? So primarily, but all of that is sort of abstracted from the developers. So that's a pretty good advantage in my viewpoint. Then it's all events and trigger based. So what really happens from a functions use case perspective is it's an event driven model. So and it's also a trigger driven model. So what by that I really mean is that say you have an HTTP request, right? That's sort of an event. A HTTP request coming in is a trigger. You could pretty much spin up a function. The function does its job and then goes back. Similarly, if you are listening to certain events on your database, like a file update, for a file update on the file server, or a record update on your database. Yeah, on your databases, right? So, and if you want to do something, right? If say from a use case perspective, right, a record gets inserted into the database, you want to process that record, and just that one record, then you could have basically a function listening to your database for that insert or update operation. And when that happens, your function will basically run, do the processing that it needs to do, and then it goes back. So primarily that's what I mean by event driven or trigger based. And then function provides bindings. So it provides, and the way functions work is by means of sort of bindings, which is basically sort of an abstraction around plumbing and management code. For example, let's take an example of a Cosmos DB database, and say a record gets updated in there. You have to process something, right? So typically, if we are not using functions, or typically the process is that you would have open, from a developer perspective, you would open a connection. You would basically, there's a connection handle. You would perform operations on it, execute a result set or whatever, and then you would close that connection. So that connection handling code is quite a bit of plumbing code that goes in there. You will also have to kind of worry about managing and maintaining those connections, make sure those connections are closed out so that there are no memory leaks and things like that. So bindings kind of help us abstract that a little bit by providing, by means of providing certain abstractions. And what are those abstractions? We'll see in an example further down. But the bindings are basically of two types, right? Primarily input bindings, right? What sort of data and what we're listening to, and from an execution standpoint, and what are the output bindings, right? If our function is writing it to a different resource, like say you read a file, you process it, you write it to a database, then the database in this case would be sort of our output. So in here, this is an example of a C# Cosmos DB binding, right? So if you look at the ones that are highlighted in here, we have like a queue trigger that is listening for a message to be posted onto a queue. And whenever the message gets posted, this particular run method gets executed. And then I'm writing that message to a document DB database. So in here, all I'm basically, if these were not here, if these bindings were not here, then typically we would write document DB connection code to connect to the document DB database and process or update those records. So it does provide some nice little programming sort of utilities or abstractions to make the job easier. So this we have pretty much talked about, but yeah, when should you consider functions? You should consider functions whenever you want to take an action based on an event. And events are, as we discussed, right? It could be lots of different events. A scheduler is an event. Like if you want to run a scheduled job every 5 minutes, you could create a scheduled function to trigger and do that processing. HTTP requests are events, Cosmos DB, blob storage, file storage. So we have lots of different events that the function can listen to, and then the function can process and write to. The second thing is, this is a task that I don't need full control of the underlying system. So remember, functions are basically running on the runtime. Your code is running on the runtime that is provided by the platform, in this case, Azure. So now, typically, if the developers are making certain assumptions about the platform, then they should not be making those sort of assumptions. Like, okay, what version of operating system is running on it? What other software is running on that particular particular infrastructure. If your code is dependent on things like that, then it may not make sense to really go for functions in that case, right? It may make sense to run it in a more likely on a VM. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, if there is an assumption, because since it's a platform that is provided by Azure, you cannot, as a developer, developers cannot make assumptions and write code to those assumptions certainly about the platform and the underlying operating system on which, say, your applications are running. And then also have certain acceptance of latency variability, right? By which basically we mean that when I started this conversation, I said that functions are primarily so if the function is not being used or not being invoked for an extended period of time, it sort of goes into sleep, right? And then when somebody else invokes it, for example, you're not using that application, there's no HTTP request on that application for the whole weekend, and somebody tries to spin it up on Monday, or somebody tries to access the request on a Monday, or the application on Monday, because the function wasn't kind of went to sleep. It takes a little bit of time. It's basically milliseconds to less than a second, very less time, but it does take a little bit of time to kind of sometimes wake up, right? So, and that's only for the first request. But those are the things sometimes that you'll have to kind of keep in mind. Use cases, I was kind of jumping in and around, but we did talk about web APIs and mobile backend. Automating scripts in jobs, schedule jobs, or listening to primarily any sort of listening to a particular event or a particular system, processing and writing back to a particular event or particular system, or just going back to sleep, right? Those are the kind of automation scripts and jobs. Similarly, participating in pub sub sort of enterprise bus models. So in that previous example, we looked at like a code example wherein the function was listening to a queue. So you could basically use functions for such purposes, right? So all in all, it's being used like a glue between different systems, right? So if the use case is sort of an integration use case, wherein you need to plug in and have some integration component between two different systems, you could probably use functions for that. Here are a couple more examples in terms of like infographic sort of examples and how functions are being used. So real-time stream processing, right? So we are getting real-time data from all of these different devices, schedulers and stuff. Functions takes in the data. In this particular example, we are transforming it into a structured data and writing it into a Cosmos DB database. Similarly, timer-based processing. So in this case, as I mentioned earlier, our schedule job runs every 15 minutes. This particular example, it's cleaning invalid data and writing it to a clean table. Similarly, mobile backends, somebody took a photo, invokes a webhook or an API, and the function takes the picture, stores in a blob storage, maybe scales the images, right? So this I know for sure is like one of the real world use cases that customers are using for to scale images and stuff. And similarly, real-time bot messaging. So chat messages, somebody message sent to a chatbot, the chatbot listens to it and you need to act upon it. So the function would handle that request or a message in the chatbot, sends a response back. So primarily so functions could pretty much be used in lots of integration scenarios and lots of places where typical Lambda architectures can be used. Right, so one other thing with functions is primarily we will kind of talk about some of the design paradigms or design patterns to write functions. Right, so typically functions being platform being managed by the platform or being platform managed, right? So they are suitable for use cases that actually, for example, do one thing and do it really well. It's like you want to process something, do just that one thing, and then then hand it over to the next component in your application architecture, right? So those are the kind of use cases that functions is really suited for, because the default timeout, I believe the functions within Azure, I believe can run for about 30 minutes. So if there is like if you're doing some sort of like heavy ETL sort of processing that runs for like more than 30 minutes, then it may make sense to either break that process down into multiple functions, or maybe use different like virtual machines or PaaS sort of models to perform those operations, right? So, uh, so there are certain very really good use cases for it, and then certain anti-patterns for functions. So if like the over 30-minute a program that runs for over 30 minutes or a couple of hours would definitely be an anti-pattern for a function. So you'll have to kind of keep such things in mind. But however, right, if you want to still say now, if say you have a process that runs for two hours, and say if you want to make it serverless, cloud native, how would you do it, right? So there are certain different, we have all of these different design scenarios or design paradigms around it. So for the first one of them is function chaining. And how does function chaining work is that, so you basically call function A, the first function one, and then function one in turn calls function two, the output of function. So the function two would send an output that function one uses to call others. So basically from a function chaining perspective, you're going to use the output of one function as the input of the other function. Right? So that's how you basically create this chain of functions invoking each other. The other one, as we said, was like scheduler monitoring. So every on a scheduled job, we create a scheduled job function. It runs every on a particular schedule, does the processing. Event aggregation as well, right? So say a lot of different events are coming from different, say, IoT devices or different event sources. We could have a function that aggregates all of those events into one, maybe does change it into like a standard structure, a standard schema, pass it on to the next function. Fan out and fan in. Similarly, conversely, right? So if say there is a huge message coming in, an XML or a JSON message, you want to break it down into say different components. Like say you have a tree structure, you have a message that has say 3 structures, right? So structure 1, you may want to process it differently and store it in a database. Structure 2, you want to probably store it on a queue, push it to a queue. Structure 3, you may want to just process it and send out an email to a user or something, right? So you could basically take that one message and have basically break it down, have the function break it down and invoke multiple other functions to do the job, right? And eventually, if you want to aggregate or assimilate all of that data and send it out to an output function that does like the output handling of it, you could certainly do so. So that's the fan out, fan in pattern. And then asynchronous HTTP APIs. So somebody calls an HTTP request, function 1 handles it, and then function 1, if it has to invoke another API, it could basically make an async call to the second API that is also running as an Azure function, and then have the response back. Similarly, we also have use cases around human interaction timeout. So for example, function request comes into a function, a human has to, for example, approve, reject, perform a particular operation. And when that's an approval button is clicked, you call in function X, where when the reject button is clicked, you call function Y. Things like that can also be, or use cases like that can also be achieved using functions. Yeah, in here, basically, I have like a code sample of durable function chaining. So functions has a very rich SDK. So you could pretty much use that to try out various aspects of these design patterns, right? So in this particular example, variable X, I'm calling my function F1. I call activity async function F1. And then I'm giving the output of the first function call, X, as an input to my second function call, right, F2. So, and so on and so forth. So this is how typically function chaining is kind of handled. Similarly, here is an example for fan out, fan in pattern. So there is a list of files as highlighted in yellow here. There's a file list. This loop kind of iterates, goes over that file, and starts pushing each one of them like file copy to blob, right? So this could also be an async activity to call to another function. Then we basically wait for all of the tasks to finish before we say aggregate the results back. So that's an example of a fan out, fan in pattern. Right, and then sometimes some customers have asked me in the past, for example, what if all of these are applications, right? Application code. What if the application crashes? How do you handle it? So like I've done Java for a long time, and in Java we have something called as shutdown hooks that basically get invoked for like cleanup operations before the JVM gets shut down. So similarly, we have cancellation tokens within functions. Basically, within the cancellation tokens, when say this is used just to level set, right? So primarily, you could use for any abrupt. You could use this graceful shutdown mechanism when say the to handle abrupt shutdowns of the system or abrupt shutdowns of your server, for example. Right. In this, we have this. The SDK provides us a cancellation token. You could basically query on that cancellation token, check for say a cancellation requested, and then handle your say shutdown logic in there, right? So the shutdown logic could be like, okay, persist whatever I have in memory to a database, or clean up my operations, or restart my transaction, or anything could go in based upon the application logic or code. Also wanted to kind of talk quickly about the best practices for functions. So since, as I mentioned, right, so we have that 30-minute timeout limit. I don't know if it went up, but typically the general best practice or recommendation is to kind of avoid long-running functions, right? So instead use multiple smaller functions, as we saw. The other thing is don't bundle too many dependencies together, by which what this really means is that, for example, we have an application that's referencing a lot of libraries, has lot of other dependencies. Now, remember, all of this is kind of loaded by the functions during function runtime when, say, the application starts up. So bundling too many dependencies may increase that application load time. So that's one thing, and it also may consume. It would also probably consume a little bit more memory than a little bit more memory on the function side, or on the underlying infrastructure itself. So the idea is to not have too many dependencies. So have bundle less dependencies. The others are primarily normal programming principles, I would say. So typically use, for example, stateless clients or static objects. Make sure you clean your connection objects if they are being referenced in your application code. Use durable functions, use asynchronous patterns, and also know your limits and configure behavior, right? So in host.json file within Azure Functions, so we can basically configure settings. So primarily make use of that host.json file for configuration files. And then how would you monitor functions? Right, so we have lots of monitoring tools out there. Azure has Application Insights, which is our cloud native application monitoring tool. So you could use, so just to monitor your application code, monitor your underlying infrastructure, you use one of the monitoring tools. And in general, like the overall recommendation is to kind of follow good programming principles. I know we kind of, I think I'm sort of running out of time, so I just wanted to quickly go to the portal and basically show an example of how you create functions, or what are the different ways in which you could primarily create a function.
Hey, Arshad.
Yes, Ron.
So we've got a good 10 minutes to do this demo, and it's a good example to show how relatively easy you can take advantage of all these powerful tools. So I'm excited to see this.
Right, great, thank you. So primarily, if if you haven't seen an Azure portal before, this is our Azure portal, our management console, from where we can primarily create resources within Azure. Now, is this the only way in which you can create resources in Azure? Absolutely not, right? So we have various other mechanisms. We can create resources in Azure, obviously through automation. So we have a CLI in Azure, we have PowerShell
Hey,
options.
Rashad, sorry to interrupt, but I can only see these slides. I'm not seeing the screen you're showing.
Okay, sorry. So let me stop sharing and try to share again, Ron. I'll share my desktop. Can you see my browser now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. With create a resource, home, dashboard, etc.
Exactly, right. So guys, sorry about that. And thanks, Ron, for letting me know. Yeah, this is the Azure portal from which we primarily can create Azure resources. So for creation of a function is really straightforward. We create a resource. In here, you can search for functions. Some of the popular ones are already listed here. So we'll create a function app. So function app is primarily like a container for Azure functions. So in here, and the idea is you could basically have a bunch of independent functions that are all part of like a function app. So already we basically put all of our resources into a resource group. From a segregation perspective, think of resource group as a directory in Azure, right? And we could give a function name. From a published perspective, you can run your code within Azure Functions, as well as you can run your containers within Azure Functions, right? So you basically run send your container image, and then Azure Functions runs it as a container for you. And then from a code perspective, you select the runtime stacks. Following are the ones that are supported. Node.js primarily also supports like JavaScript and others. So you can primarily pretty much select anything you want. So I'll select, for example, .NET Core. There are certain versions that are supported. In this case, we are supporting .NET Core 3.1. So from an operationalization perspective, you should also keep in mind like what sort of versions are being supported by the serverless platform and what version your application is using and things like that. The function needs a storage account primarily because it saves the code. So the application code that you're giving the platform or asking the platform to run is stored in a storage account. So you give a storage account, you select the operating system. Functions run in multiple different plans. So let's use the consumption plan. Consumption plan is the one that gives you the microsecond billing. Then for greater workloads, there's also like for dedicated workloads, you can also have a dedicated infrastructure for functions, and that's what App Service Plan does. And Premium is sort of a hybrid between the two. But yeah, consumption plan would be good, primarily from a microsecond billing perspective. And we also have enable application insights. As I mentioned, this is our monitoring tool. So if I enable it, metrics application insights starts collecting metrics like CPU memory utilization, application utilization, and things like that. So I'll give it no so that we can create a function really quickly. Just click on review and create. So it does take like a minute or two to create a function app. So meanwhile, I'll just go to a function app that I already had created. So this is the function app that I had created. So once the function gets created, this is the view that we get. And in here now, we basically have functions, proxy slots, and then various other function apps in here, right? So what you could do primarily to create a function is basically do a plus create a function. And we do use Dogfood or preview versions of the portal. So sometimes we get kind of sent out the latest updates. And I don't know why this is taking a little bit time, that usually it doesn't. So yeah, so when you create a new function, right, these are all the different triggers that I was talking about. So you have HTTP timer, storage triggers, blob triggers, service bus. event grid, and then there are various other options to create durable functions. And then we also have like a library of where you have SDKs and stuff. So say for simplicity, let's take an HTTP trigger, right? And what this is doing is it's handling an HTTP request. And what it does is, like, when an HTTP request comes in, the function processes the HTTP request and sends a response out. So portal is one mechanism. Now, say if you're a developer, you're a developer, and how would you create that, right? So when I press the create button, it should create a function for us. The other option, then you can also obviously create functions through Azure CLI, through PowerShell, through Terraform, and lots of other automation options that are available. But since we're going to create through a function, through the portal, I will give, like, select an authorization level. In this case, authorization level primarily is like who are accessing. I mean, do you need a token, like an auth token, to access your HTTP function, for example? Yeah, the portal is sort of a little bit slow today, but yeah, I mean, the idea is that you create a function. For example, in this case, the one that I had already created. Sorry about that, guys. I wonder why this is so slow today. But so when you create it, right, once that create button comes in, basically Azure creates a dummy or a simple hello world sort of a function for you, and you can test that from the browser itself. So you have this test option right at the end. So you could press that test option, send out an HTTP request, or you could also try out the request through Postman. For example, I had this HTTP request, and so when the function gets created, you get this HTTP request URL. So when you invoke that HTTP request through your Postman or any REST clients, you get the response back. So this typically mimics the behavior that we see for HTTP requests, right? So somebody calls in, invokes an HTTP request, and gets a response back. So this particular HTTP request is calling the function that I created yesterday. So looks like there is some problem with the portal right now, because I'm getting all of these different errors. Like I said, we get the latest previews and updates pushed out in our dog food version of the portal. So that's probably what's causing it. And the other option to run functions, you could also create functions from Visual Studio. So you could just create a new project. You could select an Azure Functions application, and then go next. This creates a function app for you. And similar to how the portal displayed all of the different options or all of the different triggers that we have for functions, even Visual Studio and editors also do the same for us. So I could create an empty or an HTTP, let's create an empty function for now, and then I can add HTTP triggers to it or add other triggers to my function app. So I do an add. Azure function, I give a function a name, it pretty much pops up the same thing, right? So I just do an HTTP trigger, and the Visual Studio kind of creates some base code for us. And this is primarily what the portal also kind of shows or reflects. So the portal creates a sample application as well. And this you can basically test through your local Visual Studio. You would need a local extension for functions, but this is something that you can test as well. So Anup, we only have like 3 minutes left before the other speaker session. So I just wanted to take the 3 minutes for time for questions, sorry.
Oh, hi, it's Ron Gerber. We can scroll through some of these, but I think, in general, this is very relevant comments, and encourage everyone to take full advantage of. Are there any 30-day trials or anything like that people can use? Yeah, so Azure has a free subscription. Primarily, I mean, you'll have to give your credit card information, but it does give you I forgot, about $200 of
worth of free services that you can use to try out.
Yeah, so I encourage everyone to take advantage of this and make sure, as I'm looking at some of these, I think we might have gotten most of the questions already answered. Maybe what I'm going to do, first of all, is I'm going to do, we like to do a poll after each presentation. I'm going to launch that just to get your feedback. I know from my own personal perspective, I like to share a story, if you don't mind. One of the stories, because it relates very much to the theme in these afternoon sessions, an individual used to be like a junior IT person coming to one of the first Angel Beat events about 12 years ago. Now he's in charge of all of IT for one of the largest government agencies on a state level or a state local level in Florida. And Brian, maybe who's our next speaker in charge of DevOps, maybe you could share your screen. But one of the interesting things he told me about, and we were talking last fall when I was down in Florida, and he shared me this story, how when I came to an Angel Beat seminar, probably like 2008 or something, and we started talking about, interesting enough, VDI and centrally managing desktops. And he and his whole team was responsible, as a fairly large organization, thousands of users and desktops. He had a whole team of people of which he was a part of it, whose job it was just to do Microsoft Patch Tuesdays and configure it and make sure everything was done right. And it was a big, laborious undertaking. And one of the things at the Angel Beat seminar that we talked about was how this, the whole notion of desktops were increasingly going to be centrally managed. And he went to that and said, I better change what I'm doing because my job quite literally is going to go away, which it did, because now with things like Office 365 and cloud-based applications that are just pushed out, he saw the writing on the wall by going to Angel Beat, and it was, hello? And it was very relevant because he then changed his role into just trying to automate these processes. We heard automation come up and many times, and then he became more of a strategic architect, trying to lay out the applications that are needed, setting in place the right security policies, who needs to access what information, how to ensure compliance. And now he's got a much bigger job, running the IT and overall infrastructure for the largest local municipalities in the state of Florida. So we encourage everyone as well, as you're looking at these content that we're covering here, things like DevOps and GitHub and modern data warehouse, even if it's not directly in your current wheelhouse, I'm so glad that we still have hundreds of people remaining on our virtual summit, because this is what you need to know. And DevOps, DevSecOps, this is the big thing. Everyone's got to understand the whole development process. People need to be familiar with terminology like CI/CD, continuous innovation, continuous deployment or development. That's where the world is going. Anyhow, another great survey on Arshad's talk, almost 90% rating him excellent and very good, 2% just average, but again, great feedback. I always like to make sure we've got some real live interaction. And so without any further ado, Brian, why don't you unmute yourself?
There we go. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine.
All right. And can you see my slides, DevOps tools on Azure? Should you see the slide there?
I can see them. I can hear you. If anyone else wants to just do some real-time chat. Yep, I see Shervinus says
Sweet.
We're all good. Cesar says we're all good, so we're all set. DevOps is such a huge, important issue, undermining everything going on in IT. And we're really excited to have Brian, as you can see on the slides, a major cloud advocate. And Brian, you're based in Las Vegas, right?
That's correct. Yeah, I'm based in Las Vegas, usually based at the McCarran Airport, but these days, no, just at my home office. So
Got it. And, let's hope, again, that the scientists are coming up with cures on a fast rate so we can enjoy going to Vegas once a year. But I think this will be very interesting. in keeping with the theme of pushing people out of their comfort zone, so to speak, to be very developer oriented, application oriented. If you look at our website and the way I try to construct all of my agendas, there's really 4 themes for 2020. It's cloud, it's security, it's applications and data. And all of these afternoon sessions are all about applications and data. And that's going to only get more important. Let me turn it over to Brian now.
Cool. Thanks, Ron. Yeah, welcome. So today I'm going to be talking about DevOps tools on Azure. And I've got a pretty tight agenda. I've got some demos and some other things. And we'll try something at the end too, which we'll see what happens. What is DevOps? I'm going to cover that. And we're going to talk about people, process, and products, which is actually part of the answer for DevOps. And then I'm going to show you a demo of DevOps in action. What's going to happen is going to make a change on my local repo. It's going to be posted to GitHub, and that's going to generate a build and a release out to an Azure web app, which basically runs a software as a service platform for you. And we might have audience participation. We'll see towards the end, depending on how much time we have. I've got an idea for something we can try out, but we'll do that later. I'm sure Ron's thrilled that I'm going to try something out that we haven't tried before, but it works with Zoom. Apparently you can do a show of hands and we can do a little vote, but we'll
We got polls. It's all good. You know,
Okay,
I'm a big fan of doing live demos when we do our in-person events, so it shouldn't be anything different.
Sure. Yep. Cool. All
And
right.
by the way, there is, you know what, one individual, just to give you a quick question, came up from Doug about, and I'm not directly familiar with what WLS2 stands for.
WSL2, it's a little, it's not necessarily pertains to DevOps, but WSL2, Windows Subsystem for Linux.
Okay, got it.
So it's a way that you run Linux on Windows. And the reason why it's called Windows Subsystem for Linux, which sounds like a bit of an awkward term to me anyway, is because the original command prompt is called Windows Subsystem. So just a little bit of trivia there.
All right, well, one of the questions was, and I'm sure, Doug, we're going to touch on this indirectly, and we can get more information directly, is I am sure that there are ways as part of the development process to move workloads from Windows to Azure, be it Windows on-prem to Azure in the cloud. And if it's not covered by Brian's talk, you can email me directly and we will make sure that that gets answered separately based on your specific use case.
I'm actually going to literally show that in a demo. I'm going to change something on my local machine. It's going to go through GitHub. It's going to be released out to Azure. So I'll show how you do that.
Okay, great. All right, all yours. I'm going to mute my microphone so there's no background noise.
Cool. So I'm going to show you a little example. Let's let me make sure that my sound, I'm sharing my computer sound good. So you guys should be able to hear this. If you can't, let me know. But I'm going to show you a little example of the evolution of people, process, and products. So keep an eye on this and just see how things change in terms of people, process, and products that happen in this little video here.
Brian, the audio isn't so good. I would stop the audio,
Okay.
Brian.
Looks like the audio's bad.
Yeah, I would just
Okay. I'll turn off the audio here. I can kind of almost hear you. Sounds like that's not quite working. The audio, was that what I heard?
Brian, I think the video is not coming through either because it's supposed to be fast and it's just going frame by frame.
Okay, well, too bad. All right, I'm gonna skip that part then. We'll get back to this. I can describe what it was. Can you guys hear me now?
Now it's perfect.
Okay. Yeah, that's something we didn't count on, I guess, is the video is streaming. And anyway, new platforms. But what that video shows basically is something from 1956. It's a team of people. There's only 4 people in the car. It takes like a minute to press the car and hit racing. And this video shows it takes about 2 seconds. Exactly the same thing. And the metaphor there is that, you know, there's a lot of things that are changing, and a lot of demands that you didn't have before. For
Brian?
yeah.
It's Ron Gerber. You know, it's your audio is a little choppy. You know, this is the dangers of the coronavirus, and the fact that I haven't been able to migrate to Teams so quickly is, and we didn't have a chance to Tanea to analyze this. And there's so much traffic on the internet slowing down things. I don't know if you read that Netflix is no longer offers a lot of its videos in HD. Why don't you try it again? But if need be, Brian, are you dialing in through the computer or your phone?
Through the computer, but I just stopped my video, which might help. Sometimes that helps.
Yes.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, this looks fine. I'll let you know if there's another issue.
All right. Yeah. So I just stopped my video. I was broadcasting video of myself talking as well. And you guys don't need to see my face. I'll show the slides.
Okay.
So, all right. So, so basically the whole idea here is, you know, enterprises, organizations are being asked to release things more often, and they're being asked to do it more reliably. And there's a larger amount of people who want to access your production code. You know, it used to be acceptable that you could have a release every 6 months or a year. These days, that's really not acceptable. You know, a weekly or daily is more the cadence that you have when you're talking about software releases. And there's a lot of people who want access to your data that didn't want access before. You could actually control it before. For example, you would have, you know, you would have just one database and one application that accesses that database. Now you probably have a website, you probably have a mobile app, you probably have some analytics and some logistics people who want to access it. So how do you actually manage multiple growing numbers of people who want to access your apps and access your data, and then combine it with multiple releases that are more frequent than they were before? And the answer is really DevOps. And that's why DevOps has been created. It didn't really come out of the blue. It's been developed over time, and DevOps is just a way of sort of formalizing those processes to deal with those kind of challenges. And this is a great quote from my colleague, Donovan Brown. DevOps is a union of people, process, and products to enable continuous delivery of value to your end users. And value is the other thing I would highlight in this sentence as well, because if you're not providing value, you know, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of organizational change sometimes to set up a good DevOps organization. And if you're not really getting any value out of it, it's not worth working on. So let's talk about each one of those things. Before I do that, there is a group called the DevOps Research and Assessment Group, who's actually been purchased by Google. And every year around September, they produce this report, which is called Accelerate State of DevOps Report. And what they do is they interview a whole bunch of different operations who have high performance DevOps or something, or no DevOps, and then something in between. And they publish this report, which describes what high performance DevOps teams can achieve. And just highlighting a few things in this report, they have 208 times more frequent deployments if you're a high performance DevOps team. And that probably scares the heck out of a lot of people. How do you actually handle 208 times more deployments? You know, so many more opportunities for things to go wrong. But if you notice down here on the left, they also have a 7 times lower change failure rate. And if something does go wrong, they have 2,604 times faster incident recovery, which is nice. And one of the things that gets overlooked on the top right here is 106 times faster commits to deploys. And that means that all of the things that are processed when you go from an initial commit of code to deploying that code can be really quick. And that gives you more time for analyzing the actual results of your efforts. In other words, when somebody asks for a feature and they expect a certain result for that feature, did that actually deliver? Did that change deliver the results you were expecting? You have more time to focus on things like that. Or what should we be doing for our users that could bring more value? That's the sort of thing that you can focus on if the mundane, repetitive activities of DevOps are taken out of the equation by a good system. So what is a good system? A good system is actually people, process, and products. So people is the first part of this equation that has to be addressed. If you have a typical dev and ops team separation where the dev team is throwing code over the wall to the ops team and saying, hey, it works on my machine, make sure it works on the cloud or wherever you're deploying to. And the ops team is saying, hey, some of the things that you've given us, we're having to compensate a lot over here on our production systems to make them work the way they work, the way they're expected to work. And that's, what you need is you need a good system that will allow the dev and ops team to work together, have a clear-cut division of labor, and allow them to collaborate and communicate with each other. Here's a typical software development lifecycle. Plan, develop, release, monitor, and learn. The process has to be able to manage this. So the process has to be able to track a feature request through the planning phase, through the development test phase, through releases. And the one thing that is often overlooked is monitor and learn. So monitor and learn is really important as well in terms of just making sure, as I mentioned before, that the actual feature that was in part of the planning stage has developed the results expected when it actually gets into production. So products, people, process, and products. The products have to support the people and the processes. And you want to basically have tools that will allow each person on the team to fulfill their role easily while minimizing errors. So for Microsoft, we have GitHub, and Sasha is going to talk about GitHub's capabilities in the next session. We also have Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. I'm going to show a little demo with Visual Studio Code, which is a free open source text editor. You can find it on GitHub. You can download it for free, and there's tons of extensions you can work with. For delivery, we have Azure DevOps, which is what I'm going to show today a little bit. We also have GitHub Extensions and GitHub Actions. Actions is something that Sasha will cover. I'm going to talk a little bit about extensions. And then we have operations. So as I mentioned before, monitor and learn is really the part that gets overlooked in the whole process when you don't have a good DevOps system in place. For us, we have Azure Monitor, which is a way of keeping track of your applications and your infrastructure. We also have a way of setting up governance through Azure Policy and Azure Automation. And the Azure Security Center is a great facility as well for developers and operations teams. We spend $1 billion a year on security. We have 3,500 people on staff who deal exclusively with cloud security. And we actually deal with trillions, literally trillions of threats daily that come in through our cloud. And we protect our customers there. So talk a little bit about Azure DevOps. There's several pieces here. Azure boards are Kanban boards. They're a great way to keep track of things. So I mentioned before, process, you have to have something that supports your process. And Azure boards are great because you can create tasks in the planning stage. You can assign those tasks, and you can follow those tasks through release and monitor and learn as well. Azure repos, every time I present Azure repos, it gets a little more tricky because, so everyone's familiar with GitHub and GitHub repos. We also have Azure repos, which have been around for a while. The advantage, I often get asked, when would I use one versus the other? Why do we have Azure repos when we have GitHub? Microsoft purchased GitHub a while ago, in case you weren't aware. But there are some times when you want to use Azure repos. For example, Azure repos are really, really nicely integrated with your subscription. So you can manage who has access to your code. If someone is added to the team or leaves the team, you can easily set them up and manage all that right through your identity management system, which is built into Azure. And I'll show a little example of that later for approvals. The other reason why you might want to use it is we have TFVC support, Team Foundation version control. So if you're using Team Foundation Server and Team Foundation version control, TFVC is built into Azure repos. Otherwise, GitHub and Azure repos have pretty much parity when it comes to features besides those things. All right, so what we're going to focus on today, though, is actually Azure Pipelines. So we're going to talk about Azure Pipelines. Azure Pipelines are build and release pipelines. I'll show an example of how they work. Azure Artifacts are a way of managing packages, dependencies that you use in common package management tools like NPM or Maven. And it allows you to create artifacts and share them and archive them for auditing purposes and things like that. Also, Azure Test Plans. So Azure Test Plans are a way to run tests on websites, to run load tests on systems as well. And it's an easy way to create them and integrate them with your whole DevOps process. So once again, just keeping track of all these different things. GitHub, and Sasha's going to cover a lot more about GitHub and the other in the next session, but I just want to mention a couple things because it's worth mentioning at this point. So GitHub Actions are great for automating. They actually have some pretty good CI/CD tools now. GitHub Extensions are third-party extensions that are created by all the cloud providers and others that allow you to integrate with local machines, with clouds, other things. They also integrate with popular IDEs and free private repos are available through GitHub. Most recently, they're mentioned for Teams as well. So you get free private repos for Teams, which used to cost money. All right, so I mentioned before, I'm going to talk a lot about, well, not a lot, but I'm going to highlight Azure extensions, GitHub extensions today. And these are, as I mentioned before, AWS creates extensions. Microsoft has created some extensions, which I'm going to demo today. And other, Google and other cloud providers actually have their own extensions as well. So these are third-party additions to GitHub that allow you to do things that you wouldn't be able to do with the core GitHub product. And I'll show an example of that in a bit. So I mentioned DevOps. Being able to manage people, process, people and process using products. So here's how we're breaking things down at this fictitious company that I've got. I'm going to show a demo for today, which is called Tailwind Traders. The dev team provides code, as you would expect. They provide unit testing sometimes. They provide GitHub repo, which actually stores the code and keeps track of the versions. And they actually help with CI/CD automation. There's some YAML files and things you need to update in Azure DevOps, and they actually help with that. The ops team brings to the table Azure DevOps project. So the dev team says, hey, we want to do some testing and release of our products. What can we do? The ops team says, we'll set up a DevOps project for you. They actually provide the web servers as well. They provide scaling. And they help with CI/CD automation as well. And then on top of that, the ops team also provides monitoring and security. So let's run through a little scenario here. Here's the, I just want to make sure you can see my screen. Can everyone see my portal screen right now? I just want to make sure.
Yes, the mode 50.
Yeah. Great. Okay, cool. Thank you. Just want to make sure of that. So what we've got here, here's the Tailwind Traders website. It's basically an e-commerce website. You can log in and you can create things. And right now we have free shipping. It's $100. If you buy $100 or more, you get free shipping. So the team has been analyzing this, and they're decided that because we ship a lot of large items, we're losing money on shipping. So they want to up that price. They want to up it to $500 and see what happens to sales. And they take this to the ops team and the dev team, and the dev team says, hey, what we can do is we can do this thing called A/B testing, where you can have half the people who come to the website see the $100 shipping cost, and half the people who come to the website seeing the $500 shipping cost that you want to raise it to. And we'll see if that affects sales. We'll see if the people who come in and see $500 don't buy things when the people who see $100 do. And anyway, so great, let's set up that scenario. So that's what we're actually going to do today. So getting back to Tailwind Traders, what we've got here, this is my portal. And inside the portal, I've got a bunch of resources here. This application actually has a lot of things under the hood. It's got a Cosmos DB database, it's got a SQL Server database, it's got some containers, it's written in Node, it's got a little bit of Java in it, and it's got some C#. So it's a little complicated application, and it runs on these web apps down here, which are the staging and the production web apps. So just setting the scene a little bit. So what we want to do, the first thing we want to do is we actually want to change that code. So let's go into our code here. So right here, you can see where the display is for the $100 or more orders. Let's just change that to $500. So right now I'm in Visual Studio Code. This is on my local machine. And I've got an extension. I mentioned before, there's tons of extensions you can use. I've got an extension here called GitHub Pull Requests. I've installed that on my Visual Studio Code. And whenever I make a change here, it checks against my repo on GitHub and tells me if there's any changes that need to be posted to push to GitHub. In this case, there's one because I just changed this file. There it is there. So I can stage it. I don't need to know anything about GitHub commands from the command line. I can just say stage this change, and then I can say Angel Beat APR 30. So what this does is it just sends a comment to GitHub, and I can just commit right here. Once again, I don't need to know the commands. This is a nice little feature too. Sync actually pushes and pulls. So if there's anything on my repo that was missed, it'll actually push and pull to my repo. So we just made that $500 change for 100. All right, there we go. So it's been pushed to GitHub. If I look at my GitHub repo, I had 259 commits. Now I got 260. Great. All right. So that's the one that was committed 30 seconds ago. Okay. So now we go into my DevOps project. Here's my project. And these are the things I was talking about before: boards, repos, pipelines, test plans, artifacts. We've got this new thing called compliance, which I'll talk about later if there's time. Okay. So let's go into our pipelines. And you'll see that just a second ago, 6 seconds ago, or sorry, it's running for 6 seconds. Just now, we had a trigger. So the trigger of the build has actually started. So this is Azure DevOps. I changed something on my local machine. I push it to GitHub and we go to Azure DevOps. So how did that actually happen? So while that's running, because it takes a while to run. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a few other things while that bakes. It takes about 8 minutes usually to bake. So while that's cooking, I'm actually going to go through a couple of things. So I connected, this is a little video I'm showing now. I actually connected, and boy, I hope it works. Let me know if it's not working, Ron. What I did is I connected my GitHub repo with Azure DevOps using this extension called Azure Pipelines. So I was able to configure access. I already downloaded the extension. So as I mentioned before, extensions are written by third parties. They're not written by GitHub. They're written by, in this case, Microsoft. And what this does is it connects my repo. So we're still in GitHub. Now we're actually connecting to Azure DevOps. And we're going to log into my subscription in Azure DevOps. So what we need to do in this part to configure the extension is we need to tell GitHub where to connect. In this case, we're connecting to an organization in Azure DevOps called Bbens MS, and we're connecting to a project called Bbens Tailwind. And the idea here, as I mentioned before, the division of labor is very clear. So the ops team has actually provided this project for me to work with. It automatically guesses what my code could be. It looks at the code in that repo and it tries to decide what it is. And because I mentioned before, it's got a lot of different things. So it actually generated a YAML file based on, in this case, .NET Core that I can use. However, the ops team has provided me with a YAML file that they want me to use that meets their minimum compliance requirements for this particular application. So once again, this is the ops and dev team working with each other. So what I do is I actually paste that YAML file into my DevOps build pipeline. And I can create a branch, or in this case, it's a demo. So I'm just committing to the master branch, which is generally not a good idea, but it's a demo. So what it does is actually creates the pipeline, and it does a build and a test for me. And now we have the connections set up between GitHub and Azure DevOps. So anytime there's a change, anytime there's a push, a commit to Azure DevOps, it's going to trigger a job for me. And let's actually go to the live job now. So that was a video. I'm going to show you the live job now. So there it is. So if I click here on the job, it's still running, build job, blah, blah, blah. It's running for 3 minutes. So where are we here? Okay, great. So we're halfway through what we need to do for that. And as you can see here, each stage is logged. So you get nice logs for each stage in case something goes wrong. Nothing ever goes wrong with my code, so that's not a problem. Anyway, and what's going to happen is when this actually gets to the done, it's going to check out the code, and it's actually going to trigger a release. And that release I'll explain now. All right, so while that's running, here's the releases. So this is the release I just did earlier today to test this out, make sure everything's working. It's good to do that before a demo. And let's edit the current release pipeline that we have. So you see we got a nice graphical interface. If you love YAML, if you have a passion for YAML, there actually is a way to create this with a YAML file as well. I like having this nice graphical interface though. The advantage of the YAML part is it's repeatable. You can cut and paste it. This is repeatable too, by the way. You can copy it and all kinds of other things. But basically what's going to happen here is whenever that build process is going to create a artifact. And I'm going to get the latest artifact from the build process that I specify here. And this little continuous deployment trigger is going to tell me automatically do this. I could also change this so it was manual as well. And you can also have a pull request trigger that goes straight from GitHub. All right, so that's the artifact. So this is actually watching for that build to complete. And when that build completes, it's going to do a release process. And here's the release process. So we go from staging, we go to something called Canary, and then we go to production. And I'll explain what each one of these things is. So basically, if you recall, we're doing an A/B test here, and that's where the Canary comes in. But let's start with staging. So staging here, I can go in and I can show you the task. Basically, it goes to an app service called bbens Tailwind Staging. And this is the app service here. It's got my subscription, and I literally just pick these from drop downs that come. And once again, so this is the ops team and the dev team working together. The ops team has already provided me with my staging server and my production server, and then set it up for A/B testing using Canary. So let's go to the production server. It's very similar to the staging server, except it's just called bbens Tailwind Production. All right. So it gets a little more tricky when you go to Canary. So Canary is where we're going to do our A/B testing. And what happens here, if I click on this task, you'll see I've got a checkbox here for deployed to slot or app service environment. In that case, we're going to use this slot called Canary. Don't worry if you don't know what slots are. I'm going to talk about that in a second. So that's our pipeline. It goes from staging, it goes to this thing called Canary, and then it goes to production. But that's not good. If we just have an automatic code that's being produced, how do you actually stop it from going straight into production? You want it to go into Canary and do this A/B testing thing. We have approvals for that. So you have post-deployment conditions. The post-deployment condition means that when this stage is complete, send an approval, and you send an approval to me. I mentioned before, one of the nice things about Azure DevOps and in the context of repos and also releases is this is all integrated with my identity management system that I already have built in. So I didn't need to do anything to register myself as the person to approve this. I just needed to type my name, and it went out and found my information, and it will actually send me an email or a push notification and tell me, you know, there's something waiting for my approval on Azure. All right. And then we've got something here called pre-deployment conditions. So why do we have post-deployment and pre-deployment? Because sometimes the developer team will say, all right, we're done with this particular task, and we're just going to fire it off to production. But the production team doesn't want to deploy this until Friday night, because they're not developers, and they know that you don't deploy anything on Friday night. But anyway, they can specify different things here about at runtime when they actually want this to be deployed. There's also these things called gates, and gates are automated ways to actually choose what gets deployed without actually having to have a human intercept the process. We have policy compliance, so you can do some governance. You can invoke an Azure function, which Arshan just showed a little while ago. You can invoke a REST API, which most of the popular tools for like checking your source code for vulnerable open source packages use a REST API. So you can go out and you can get a yay or nay from your third-party source compliance tools. And they've got query Azure monitor alerts and query work items. So you can do other things basically to set up automated configuration and approvals as well. But in this case, we're just doing a pre-deployment approval using a manual task. All right, so I bet by now this is actually done. And by the way, don't forget deployment slots, just bookmark that. I'm gonna get back to that and I'm gonna explain how the A/B test works in a second. All right, let's go to our releases. It should be there now. Yep. So what's happened now is the build is finished. So if we go to our pipelines up here, you can see that the build completed. There it is, right there. If I go into it, it basically gives me a couple of warnings, which I don't care about as long as it compiled and ran. I don't, because I'm a developer. All right. And there's the build job. So it tells you everything worked. It tells you the stats on these particular jobs. Today it took 7 minutes, 39 seconds, which I mentioned before. It takes usually about 8 minutes. So that's good. All right, back to releases. So this release is happening using that format that I just showed you. So continuous deployment, it automatically found a new release and triggered this release. It went to staging. So now I can see this in staging. I can look in the logs and I can see the app service. So let's click on the app service here. There it is. No, sorry, that's the Kudu, totally different topic. All right, so there we go. So now we've got free shipping for $500 or more on orders. Great. All right, so but that's only in staging. That's not in production. Production is still $100 or more. So now A/B testing. How do we actually set that up? All right. Make that. That's the, okay, hang on a second. What's going on here? All right, back here. So how do we actually set up the A/B testing? And that's done through the web app. So if I go into the production web app here, let's go in there. All right, so the production web app, there's this thing down here called, where is it now? It moves once in a while. Deployment slots, there we are. So deployment slots, what I've done is I've set up something called a deployment slot. You can add a few of these. I believe 4 is the limit these days, but production is always BBenz Tailwind Production. And then we have another one called BBenz Tailwind Canary. And that will take 50% of the traffic. So this is your way you do A/B testing. This is the way you do blue-green deployments. You can manually adjust this. So right now, half the people are going to go to production. Half the people are going to go to the Canary deployment slot. And the Canary deployment slot, if you look at the release, here we go. Here it is. Nope. I'm getting the release itself. Releases. All right. So this is actually sitting at Canary and it's waiting for production to go. So it needs me to approve it, which I'm not going to do right now. What I want to do is I want to look at the log. And down here, the log, you'll see that it goes to BBenz Tailwind Production - Canary instead of, yeah, and it shows the $500. So we actually have an A/B test in place. So half the people will see this. They won't see this URL. They won't see -canary in their URL. They'll just see BBenz Tailwind Production.azurewebsites.net. But they will see the different change in the shipping price. So the idea here is you can then change that. Now, let's go over here because that release actually went a little faster than I thought it would, which is good. So I'm going to flip through this real quick and I'm going to get back to it. Just ignore what you see here. There we go. Oh no, where's my URL? I hit it, didn't I? All right. Let's see. Sorry, I'm going to go behind the scenes here. I think that URL was hidden. There it is. We have enough time to do this, so I don't want to hide this slide. So if you guys now, if you actually go to this URL, aka.ms/mod50 site and or hit this QR code, now half of you should see the $500 shipping cost and half of you should see the $100 shipping cost. So I'll leave that up for a second and I'll let you guys go ahead and check that out. Now, inside of the Zoom client, there is a way to raise your hand. I don't know if you've covered this yet, Ron, but in Windows and Mac, you can do Alt-Y in Windows and Option-Y in the keyboard just to show your hand, because you're probably wondering, okay, well, how are you going to know if I see it? And in the other clients, there should be a raise hand button here. So you guys want to go ahead and do that. And then I'm going to check out participants and see what you guys found. So just do this raise hand if you see the $100 website. And then, okay, so yeah, cool. So 5, 6 of you, this is optional. Not everyone has to do it, but thank you for those who do. Cool. And then if you could just unraise your hand through the same method, through the Control-Y or Command-Y. Okay, cool. All right, so how many of you saw the $500 shipping cost? There we go. So a little bit more saw the $500 than the other one, but yeah, that's just, it's not a statistical thing. So cool. All right, thanks. Well, that worked. So the other things I want to show you as well, let me get back down to that. So some of the other things that I want to talk to you about, you can actually keep your investments. There's a little bit out of order there, but just in case you're wondering if we have more than Azure DevOps, yes, we do. So the idea here is, this is the software development lifecycle again. The plan and track, development and test, release and monitor and learn phases are covered. These are partners that we work with. All of these partners, if you're not using Azure DevOps, you're probably using some of their tools already. And we work closely with all of these vendors and third-party projects to make sure that our applications, not just Azure DevOps, but other applications and GitHub will work together with these. So that if you're invested a lot, for example, in Jenkins, don't worry about losing your investment if you work with Azure DevOps. We've actually been working with Jenkins. Jenkins, we've produced a couple of different things. Let me show you something interesting here. So this is Jenkins, ci.jenkins.io. Everyone can visit this website anytime. It's a public website, and this is where Jenkins builds Jenkins. And they actually have a number of resources on the left here that are building different things. So when Jenkins gets a pull request, they go into this site and there's tests that are run on those pull requests before they're used as a candidate for the next release. And as you can see here, some of these are running Ubuntu on EC2, that's AWS. And down here, there's a number of them running Ubuntu VMs on Azure. So just for those of you who don't know, Azure actually helps build Jenkins. We have infrastructure that we provide to the Jenkins organization, and they use it for Windows testing, for Ubuntu testing, and then there's this thing called ACI, which is basically Azure Container Instances. It's a Kubernetes cluster where you can grab a pod and test things. So they're testing containers here, like this one right here is literally happening right now. And this is always different no matter when you look at it. But here's the build queue. They run the builds. They try it against different platforms, different clouds, different versions of Ubuntu and other operating systems, including Windows. Here's a couple of Windows tests happening right now. So that's kind of cool. And as part of that partnership, we've built some references. You can get a reference for Jenkins on VMs, how you actually build your VM infrastructure, which is the same one they use for testing. We also have Jenkins on containers. And that's another reference architecture you can use. And there's actually these things called ARM templates that you can use to generate the environment that you see here. That's another useful tool for the DevOps organizations out there. We also have CI, CD tools built into our CLIs and a few other things. The Jenkins plugins are very useful as well. Microsoft maintains a bunch of plugins in cooperation with Jenkins that allow you to do things like, for example, if you have a build, you've invested a lot of time in build and test in Jenkins, you can run your releases in Azure through a plugin that connects directly to your release process. So I showed a GitHub repo using Azure DevOps build pipeline. Instead of the build pipeline, you can use Jenkins to do your build and then pass it to a release pipeline in Azure DevOps. All right, so we covered what is DevOps. Oh, one thing I didn't do, just a moment here. I didn't demo.
Brian,
Yeah.
I would try and summarize now so we can make sure we do that. One specific question you can answer is on how DevOps relates strategically or tactically with DevSecOps. And if you could also go to the Q&A, we're not going to get a chance to it, but maybe you could respond to how Azure integrates with a Jira or version 1. And you could see that in the Q&A if you could respond back to that, but at least talk about DevSecOps before we finish up.
Yeah, so DevSecOps, I touched on security a little bit, but all of the applications that we use here, when it's hosted on Microsoft, we have a lot of investment in security. We have a lot of investment in, in our security center, which manages any kind of threats that you have for hosted environments on Azure. When you do that build, for example, the build is actually using virtual machines on Azure, and those are protected by the security center. But specifically about DevSecOps, the topic is usually leading into compliance and governance. And we do have this new compliance and governance part of DevOps. And in general, Microsoft has a bunch of tools for governance. If you go to, oh gosh, what's the short link? I'll send a short link afterwards, but there's a link you can find which talks all about our compliance and governance offerings. And so it's not just general security, it's a way for you to implement your policies inside of Azure. For example, if somebody's created a VM, you can make sure that it has a minimum standard in terms of operating system and packages that are running on it, so it's secure in your environment. Things like that are built into Azure. We also have monitoring tools, something called Azure Advisor, which allows you to do things like making sure that that new VM you created actually doesn't have any glaring vulnerabilities that we've already discovered. You will be advised of that kind of thing automatically when you create a new resource in Azure. We also have things like Azure Health Monitor, which tells you if our own Azure services have any vulnerabilities or problems that we're having, and several other tools. I'll send them the links in the questions though. But what I did just now, if anyone saw there, I just approved these things into production. So now this is in production, and if I go into the production site, you'll see Tailwind Traders should be at $500 now. There you go. So that's the production. So just updated it. So the idea was that, you know, the team liked the $500 results and they moved it to 500. So I've got some docs alerts. These will be shared in the slides, that they're shared with this presentation as well. The DevOps Resource Center and the DevOps docs are there. We also have a feature called MS Learn, which takes you through a whole bunch of different DevOps topics. And here's some links for the session. Please do follow me on Twitter. Yeah, that's it for now. I'll answer the rest of the questions in the Q&A.
You know, I think this was great. I loved listening to Caesar's real-time chat saying in all caps, excellent content. I'm going to launch the polling now to get feedback. And while we're doing that, Sasha, maybe you could share your screen as well, please, so we can transition over to a related topic, which is GitHub.
Yep, I'm gonna start sharing in a moment.
Excellent. Again, all pretty much 90% excellent or good.
Cool.
Love seeing that feedback.
Thanks, guys.
Excellent feedback from Anthony. Awesome presentation. People liked it. That's what we want to hear. You know, to some degree, you know, GitHub, you know, was previously, you know, Sasha, when did Microsoft buy GitHub?
So officially it was about 2 years ago, but these things take time, so.
Got it. Well, good. Well, as the title says, you know, historically GitHub being a major developer site, now it's trusted by the enterprises. As said, Microsoft being the leading provider of open source software in the world, an amazing statement to make. Let's hear now from Sasha. And I'll stop the polling now for the DevOps and turn it over to you.
All right, so what I'm trying to do is bring up the chat, but unfortunately I'm unable to. So you kind of just have to tell me what's in the chat because I want to ask a couple questions to start. But let me just kick it off. I'm going to be talking about GitHub today, and I am actually not going to demo anything because with the timing, I just sort of have to worry a lot about GitHub Satellite and Microsoft Build and all this stuff. So today is going to be mostly high level and mostly slides. And I apologize, there's a lot of words on these slides, but you'll just have to bear with me while I go through them. So let's just kick it off by just mentioning a couple of things about me. So I'm Sasha Rosenbaum. I used to work for Microsoft for about 4 years, and now work for GitHub. So sometimes I say we about Microsoft, sometimes I say we about GitHub. It just happens. I used to be a developer. I did ops and DevOps for a number of years, and then I've been doing architecture and program management, product management. So basically, I transitioned from jobs where I was mostly writing code to jobs where I mostly talk to people. So it's kind of an interesting transition over the course of my career. So in my spare time, actually, I organize conferences. So DevOps Day Chicago is where this picture is from. I actually have been a part of DevOps Day's community for 7 years, I think now. So, you know, you can ask me questions about DevOps as well if you'd like. But so Brian mentioned that we're seeing this massive transformation happening in the industry and that software teams need to evolve to keep pace with it. So I just kind of want to learn a little bit more about you. So my first question is, have you used GitHub before? And so I am going to see if I can see the chat over here. So, okay, just tell me yes, no in the chat if you don't mind. That would be cool. All right, so a couple no's, mostly yes. All right. Now, tell me if you have used GitHub Enterprise before. All right, so I think I'm seeing more no's. Okay, and I know that some folks are not even aware that we have GitHub Enterprise offerings, so we're going to talk about this today. And then last question, it's a little bit of a trick question, but do you use open source in your company? All right, cool. That's mostly yeses, depending on you know, the audience. A lot of times I will get a no to that question. So like, okay, no, we don't use the open source in our company. We're all closed source. But it's really not what we see. So if we look at software composition from different companies in the world, like we see that 99% of organizations make extensive use of open source, not just use like a lot of open source. And actually 90% of the code that you ship in your applications is actually coming from open source. So you may think that you don't use open source extensively, but actually you're only writing about 10% of your business logic and everything else is coming from open source. And in general, we sort of see a lot of evolution kind of in the world of best practices. So like all of these companies, we like to talk about like they're shipping faster, they're iterating faster, they're focusing on innovation instead of maintenance. They're pushing code more confidently, right? So that's another thing that comes from shipping faster, right? You need to be able to push code to production with confidence, because if you don't know the quality of your code, you can't ship faster. They leverage a lot of open source and they focus on only the business logic that matters. They collaborate through inner source, and then they measure the team metrics and they optimize for the right metrics, which is a whole, you know, you can build a whole presentation about that in particular. But like, how do you get there, right? Again, we look at the charts from the industry and we see that from 2008 to 2018, like we have days in between updates to customers go from almost 6 months to just 20 days. And that's like an average of the industry. But if you are talking about high performers, they ship multiple times a day, right? Microsoft ships multiple times a day. GitHub does, like Google obviously does. So all of these companies are shipping all the time. And it used to be that like, if you were in a different business, you could say, oh, you know, I'm not in the software business, so I don't need to be like this really good about shipping software. But now, realistically, if you're not really good at shipping software, then you're probably getting disrupted by someone who is really good at shipping software. So what we see, in addition to this data from high performers, we also see a lot of companies struggle with very common challenges. So one is insufficient supply of developers. Nobody has enough developers. It's like one of the coveted resources today. The other thing is the 99% of code based on open source, like we mentioned, but we don't know how to do security for that open source code, right? This is something new that people don't really know how to consume. And then companies are struggling to adopt DevOps. Everybody's talking about DevOps. DevOps actually was coined as a term 10 years ago. We just celebrated the 10-year anniversary, but 93% of implementations are not DevOps optimized across the industry, right? So we have lots and lots of challenges. So how do we solve all of these problems? Of course, you can guess from my t-shirt and my hoodie that my answer to that is going to be that we're going to solve all these problems with GitHub. So we are the largest developer platform on earth. These numbers are actually not the latest, but I can't discuss the super latest numbers yet. Maybe we'll get some more of that at Satellite, which is next week, which you should all attend. It's now completely free to attend, so you can watch wonderful presentation and Nat's keynote and all of the stuff about the new things coming out. So we've got, more than 40 million developers on GitHub, unique developers contributing code to public and private repos. We have more than 1 billion contributions a year. We have 3 million organizations, and 50% of Fortune 500 companies are using GitHub also. And so we've got the most innovative companies using GitHub. We got leading global enterprises using GitHub. We had the top open source projects. So this is one of the things that is very interesting, right? Kubeflow or TensorFlow or Kubernetes or NPM or Elasticsearch, they're all developed on GitHub as a platform, right? So we know that most of the open source software in the world comes actually from GitHub, is based on GitHub as a platform, right? And then we've got the largest DevOps ecosystem. We integrate with pretty much everybody in the world in terms of DevOps integrations. So, there was a question about Jira. Obviously, Azure DevOps integrates with Jira as well. But like GitHub by design integrates with pretty much everybody out there. And then GitHub can be your partner in your digital transformation, which again, everybody's going through and everybody's struggling with. So we focus on a number of things. One is security and compliance, so kind of bringing that DevSecOps, focusing on security, on advanced security, and I'm going to talk a lot more about that throughout the development process. We focus on code to cloud, so sort of CI/CD of the deployments, team collaboration in a way that's really not possible with other platforms. This kind of came out of the mindset of open source. And then making it easier for you to attract developer talent. Like we said, that was one of the challenges for big organizations right now. And sort of having the enterprise foundation platform for all of this. So if we double click on security, I think it's a Microsoft expression, double click, I don't know. But anyway, so we can see that we can ensure security and compliance of the open source components. We can shift security left, and we can bring the expertise of the top security researchers from that community into your projects. So again, let's focus on each of these specifically. So in modern software supply chains, as we said, 80–90% of the code comes from open source. But this means that this is a tiny graph, like your typical application, whether it's .NET or it's Node or any other language, it's probably based on a ton of open source packages, right? So this is just a tiny graph. It could be much larger than that. Like famously, when you do npm install, it usually brings in thousands of packages. That can be very heavy. In general, there's a lot of sources that your software comes from, which means that someone somewhere in the world could have pushed a change into a package that you don't even know about. Notice how this came from actually somewhere down the pipeline. You don't even know that you're consuming this package in the first place, right, in your application. But now you might have a security vulnerability that is tracing you all the way back from some dependency somewhere in your code. And so the first challenge here is to even know that this happened, right? The second thing is to try to remediate this. And we see that this takes a lot of time for projects to remediate even known security vulnerabilities. So if we, for instance, an Equifax hack is an example of that. So it was a vulnerability that was released on a certain date. 2 months later, Equifax still did not remediate that vulnerability. There were hackers that were actively searching for everybody who was leveraging, who was using this code, and they hacked into the Equifax database by just leveraging that vulnerability. So technically, if Equifax had paid attention to alerts and remediated, actually had the alerts set up and then paid attention to them and remediated, none of this would have happened. The top executives wouldn't have to go to jail, and my information wouldn't have to be in some hacker's hand, which apparently it was. So if we're talking about the cost of security breach, the cost is actually in millions. It's incredible how expensive this is. And it's also incredible how often this happens. This happens to companies all of the time. A lot of times it's hash, so we don't know about it. A lot of times it's on the media, so we learn about that. But it's literally, I've read the case studies about the Sony hack and about like some other popular, known ones. And it's just incredible the level of devastation that was inflicted on the company and how much it took to just bring it all back. But then like if we discovered it before the breach, it would cost us significantly less. And then if you look at this graph, like if you go all the way down to development and you discover the vulnerability during development, it literally costs you almost nothing to remediate it, right? So we went from $80 to millions. And that depends on how far right the security is actually getting discovered, right? But then like we want to shift security left. This is so if you go to any DevSecOps presentation, you will see that we're trying to shift security left. But the question is, how do we actually do that? Because if we talk about like how many security researchers per developer we have in the industry, the number is actually dismal. Microsoft has a lot higher number than the average in the industry, and I don't remember what exactly it is, but the point is, like on average, you will have like hundreds of developers per single security researcher, and security is always an afterthought, right? So people always like, this probably is okay. We don't have to. It's like we built the house, we brought all the furniture in, we put on the expensive TV and everything, but we didn't install the locks on the door because, well, maybe the burglars won't break in, so it will be fine, right? Like that's kind of the way our industry thinks about security oftentimes. So what we have actually in GitHub is 3 different components that, and maybe some other things that are going to get released shortly, but we have dependency insights. So remember that tree where you had security vulnerability that you didn't even know existed? We have the dependency insights that can actually alert you to that. And you don't need a third-party tool for this. It's integrated with GitHub repos, so you don't need to worry about it at all, right? And then you can actually have vulnerability management as well. So we have acquired a tool last year that allows you to auto-remediate vulnerabilities. So it will introduce a PR. So a lot of times the vulnerabilities are fixed by the package itself, right? So if you upgrade from version 2.3 to 2.4, the security vulnerability will be remediated, right? So we have now vulnerability management that will introduce a pull request to you that will suggest that upgrade to your repository, right? So you can actually, literally all you need to do is test your, automated tests and merge that PR, and your security vulnerability has been remediated. So we have seen that for people who are using this, the time to remediate security vulnerabilities actually went down by a lot. So if we're talking about like, usually in open source projects, a lot of times it takes them 100 days to just even remediate a security vulnerability after it becomes known. With people using our tools, it actually went down to just a few days. And then we have something called ColdQL, which allows you to build like custom query-based analysis. So you can take the intelligence of the security community and you can basically run it on your own repos and discover similar vulnerabilities. So once something gets discovered, you can identify code that kind of looks like that and fix it as well. So we have like a testimonial from Twilio that basically switching over to GitHub made security vulnerabilities just so much easier to fix. And then we also have something that's automated code scanning. Sorry, I need a glass. I need to drink a little bit of water. Because I'm definitely talking on high speed here. So basically we can find vulnerabilities faster. We can base our research on a community of experts, and we can also integrate that into developer workflow. So instead of like having a pen test analysis all the way on the right before it goes to production, and paying some, security consulting a lot of money for that, we can actually integrate all the way to the left of our process and kind of have that taken care of much faster. So the other thing that Brian kind of alluded to is we also do automating the code development lifecycle. So we have basically actions and packages. Packages is relatively new, so we introduced it relatively recently. And also just, I guess, a month ago, we acquired NPM. So NPM is now part of the GitHub family. So that's kind of cool as well. So Actions is the tool that allows you to do CI/CD on GitHub. And just like Azure DevOps, you can host your agents on Windows, Linux, and Mac. So whatever your tools, you can run it on Actions, which is very cool. Especially, I see a lot of sort of iOS developers being very, very happy that they can get Mac build agents, because usually it's a whole big problem. But basically, you run the actions, you can run them on your own agents, or you can run them on hosted agents, in which case they are built based on GitHub. So they're in the cloud and they will run your build and deployments for you. Now, actions are completely open source. So you kind of build your own actions, you submit them to Marketplace, and then they become part of the community. So even more extensible. So in Azure DevOps, you can also contribute extensions and tasks into Azure DevOps pipelines, but actions is even taking it to the next level, where the actions are really built by the community, also by us, right? But it kind of allows you to take advantage of, just in the open source mindset, take advantage of the same actions built by anybody in the world, right? So, you know, someone from Kubernetes can build an action that you can tomorrow leverage to deploy your own Kubernetes clusters, which is pretty cool. And then you can also basically have, sorry, I'm blanking on where I was going with this. So I'm going to go to the next slide. So basically, this whole life cycle, and here the circle is a little bit extended, but basically you can plan, code, build, test, release, deploy, operate, and monitor your software, right? So all of your application development life cycle on GitHub. And then you can, again, host this in the cloud, so you can run it on GitHub hosted agents. You can also host it on-prem. So if you have GitHub Enterprise Server on-prem, for instance, you can also host your development on-prem. And then you can, obviously, we're cloud agnostic, but we're also highly integrated with Azure for obvious reasons. So you kind of get the best of both worlds here with GitHub automation. So I'm just gonna quickly go through the CI/CD. Again, I wish I had a demo, but unfortunately my time to prep for this was limited. So you can kind of go and play with the GitHub Learning Lab and build your own action pretty quickly. So we have, I think I looked up a number from a couple of days ago. We deployed this month, there was 260,000 actions deploying to Azure. So that kind of gives you and actions have been live for, I think, about a year, maybe, starting from beta. So it kind of gives you the idea of how fast this ramped up. So you can also build it in your own language, in your own environment. So whatever operating system and whatever language you're using. And the other thing that is very cool about actions is they're not tied specifically into CI/CD. So you can actually tie an action to any trigger that you want. So you can automate actions. Like, I don't know, if you want to post to Twitter with actions, then you can do that. It's kind of like your Azure function, right? You can automate any kind of procedure with actions, which makes them very flexible in terms of what you can do with them. But again, we see lots and lots of usage specifically for continuous integration. And then also we get the end-to-end traceability and governance. So you can link Azure boards into GitHub Actions. And so you can have your work planned and then go with the flow all the way from the GitHub repo into the work planning, into deploying into production, kind of link it all together. You can have the best practices integrated across different repos. And then this is another thing that sometimes people are not aware of. GitHub offers integration with Azure AD, so you can bring your own authentication into GitHub. So you don't have to use the GitHub identities. You can fully integrate with your enterprise Active Directory and just leverage GitHub with that. Okay. So this is actually pretty cool. So Pinterest moved, I actually don't know where from, but they moved to GitHub Actions for CI/CD, and they reduced their build time by 8x. So from 80 minutes to 10 minutes on average. So that's pretty incredible to be able to reduce your build time so significantly. So it kind of speeds up their entire pipeline. And so they can get that feedback in terms of fast iteration so much quicker. All right. So we can also talk about increasing the team collaboration. So again, open source mindset is very different than what we're used to in terms of closed source, and everything's behind the firewall, and even teams inside of enterprise don't talk to each other, right? Everybody's like shipping their own thing and worrying only about their own stuff. Well, we have the experience in doing social coding. So again, millions of developers developing on GitHub and developing some of the largest open source projects. We can work across organizations. So kind of inside your firewall, we enable, this is called inner source. So basically when companies embrace inner source, they see a lot of uptick in terms of speed of development across teams. So what we have in terms of collaboration is basically we have like enterprise core, so everything that you need for project management, so version control and project management, wikis, documentation, all that stuff. Then we have inner source, which I'm going to talk about a little bit more, and then we have GitHub Mobile, which is cool because I know in Azure DevOps, we've been asked a lot if we're going to have a mobile app for that. And we do have that on the GitHub side. And then we have Insights, which is getting visibility into metrics on your teamwork. So, so for inner source is a testimonial from Nationwide. So they saw a 90% reduction in merge times from 3-day turnaround, dropped a 3-day turnaround to access repos, and went, okay, I'm just reading from the slide. Anyway, they went from Subversion to GitHub, right? And they also allowed their teams to collaborate. So when I say inner source, it's like open source inside your enterprise firewall, quote unquote, right? So if I have multiple teams, right, and for instance, I'm shipping a feature and I'm dependent on another feature that is delivered by another service. Let's say I need another API call from a database, right? And then I'm going to that team and I'm like, hey, I'd really like you to add X, Y, and Z API call because they will unblock me to be able to ship something. But then that team may put it on their backlog and that may not be a super priority to them. So maybe I am just like not able to move forward because they have that hard dependency, right? With inner source, what it allows me to do is that I can myself go and browse their source. So their source is open source to me, not to the outside world, right? But inside their enterprise, I have access to their source, right? And then I can read their development guidelines and I can submit my own changes. So maybe that API call was just a few lines of code. And if it passes their testing, they can merge my PR. And here I enabled myself to deliver a feature that was unblocking me. And that, in this sense, we see, especially for teams that are distributed teams that have a lot of microservices that are based across delivered by different teams, we see that it really helps teams collaborate and speeds up their shipping of the software. So basically, and there's, I don't have it here, but there's a bunch of different testimonials, including the Microsoft itself, in terms of the ability to accomplish stuff since companies started adopting inner source in terms of shipping software. And then in terms of just team collaborations, this allows you to break silos, and sort of open sourcing the code internally gives you a lot more visibility into what other folks are working on, and also gives you the ability to help each other, right? It's the same argument that we generally have for open source. Hey, when we open source .NET, right, we saw the worldwide community contributing to .NET, right, as opposed to Microsoft. And Microsoft hires very smart people, but still every now and again, we would get a contribution that we would never expect from, I don't know, a physicist from Africa who is able to speed up our .NET Core by like a millisecond, right? And that's pretty cool, right? Because we're leveraging the entire open source worldwide community. But the same is available in terms of inside your enterprise while leveraging inner source. Like I said, there's GitHub Mobile. It's super popular. It was released relatively recently and people love it. So you can go and try it out. If you have your personal projects or your enterprise, you can try out the GitHub Mobile. And then inside, so Brian briefly mentioned Dora, the DevOps Enterprise, sorry. Nope, I cannot disambiguate this right now. But so Dora was purchased by Google, but the lead researcher from Dora actually recently came to GitHub. So Nicole Forsgren joined the GitHub team a few weeks ago. So basically, she is one of the people who's going to lead the effort to deliver insights to our customers. So basically, we are allowing you to see the metrics on the development and trying to look into the most meaningful metrics for how you can measure your work. So for instance, like we don't recommend that you measure your team velocity because it's a metric that's easy to game. And usually you don't see something, you see like decrease in effectiveness and not increase when you start focusing very much on team velocity, right? But then there's some metrics that are very, very insightful in terms of how your team is doing. So we're going to have, we're going to take this very mindful approach of looking at which metrics are actually predictive of performance, and then trying to make it available to customers. And some of it is already in GitHub, so you can obviously leverage it today. And then again, I mentioned a few times that there's a growing developer shortage. So in terms of GitHub, we have lots and lots of, actually the industry size is estimated roughly at the GitHub user size. So basically we kind of assume, not just GitHub, but like the industry kind of assumes that every developer has played with GitHub at least a little bit. And then GitHub is very strong in education. So basically we have 2 million students on GitHub education package. So we do see that lots and lots of developers already know and love GitHub. So it kind of makes it easier for you to onboard new people, and it makes it easier for you to basically scout new talent, right? If you leverage GitHub. So basically you can get connected, stay connected. If you open source your projects, that's another way to maybe recruit people who contribute to your projects, but that's a whole other conversation. And then, so basically we have GitHub Engineering Direct Support. I just wanted to mention this. So enterprise facing, we have direct support engineers, and then you can get also personal touch. So kind of you get in touch with the same person every time. So all of this, this is my sales pitch. All of this is part of an offer called GitHub One. So GitHub Enterprise Actions, Advanced Security Packages, the GitHub Learning Lab, which you can customize for your enterprise. So you can customize which learning paths people can take on your internal developer tools. And then engineering direct support and insights. So all of this is part of a new offer. It literally was announced I don't know, a month ago maybe. So it's called GitHub One. It's like GitHub Enterprise on steroids. So you can leverage this now. It's also available to purchase through Microsoft EA. So, and I think until June 1st or June 30th, there's a major discount price. So I'm not going to speak to the price, but it's a pretty cool thing to check out right now. Okay. So with that, thank you very much. You can find me at DivineOps on Twitter and on GitHub. It's the same name. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Oh, thank you so much, Sasha. What I'm going to do now, and we'll monitor the Q&A, I'm just going to launch a quick poll just to get feedback on this very informative talk. And as that goes in, and I'll also, excuse me, check our, excuse me, chat and Q&A windows. You know, one of the interesting things, if you remember going back to what I call people architecting your window into digital transformation, you've got the cloud, you've got security. We had great presentations around applications, DevOps, what Microsoft is doing with Azure tools as well as GitHub. It's absolutely amazing. And now what we're going to do is transition more to what I call the fourth element of digital transformation, data, with Tonio on the Cosmos database, with Dee on the modern data warehouse. I just want to say, Sasha, is there anything else you want to add about the GitHub platform? Anything you want to comment? We've got a few minutes on just what life is like within the GitHub organization under Microsoft. Anything like that?
Yeah, so GitHub is actually, well, it's a subsidiary, it's independent, but it is obviously part of Microsoft family now. So yeah, it's been cool. I think the fact that Microsoft is now backing GitHub is going to be very good for GitHub, because in terms of both talent and resources, we're just getting really cool stuff.
Absolutely. And as I said, Microsoft is throwing billions literally behind the GitHub world, and that's only going to make it much more beneficial for the broader technology community. And again, a really interesting revelation. I remember back when AngelBeat first started, you know, the whole premise being the Windows desktop, and now it's a whole different world. Well, I'm going to do now looking at our polling results, about 85% excellent, very good, and the rest good, which is fantastic and illustrative of the great talk that Sasha delivered. And
right, so I only see a comment that says very good presentation, thank you. But I don't see any open questions. So Roy, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, there was one I can see here where they talked about a show that you mentioned that is now free that Chris alluded to.
Mm-hmm. So GitHub Satellite is on May 6th. And there's going to be a few feature announcements, which I'm doing one of them, so you can tune in. But it's going to be a good show, and it's completely free now, so you can just tune in, listen to the presentation, see the cool stuff that's coming out. I'm going to dig up a link and post it in the chat.
Great. And then I'll make sure that all of these links, be it from Sasha or anyone else, is provided to the broader AngelBeat Virtual Summit community. This is absolutely fantastic. Tonio, do you want to now switch and share your screen?
Sure, Ron, give me 1 second.
There you are. All right. Oh.
Let me see if I can share my screen here.
So for the two final talks, oh, there we are. It looks like I'm looking here at the Aztecs or the Mayans or someone like that.
This will be Machu Picchu.
Okay. So for these two final talks, then we're going to hear from three of our great sponsors to finish out the program. I encourage everyone to continue to listen and learn. This is all about data. How do you manage data? How do you structure it? How do you ingest it and put it in a way that you can analyze data? It's very critical. This is the fourth leg of what I call the AngelBeat priorities for 2020 around digital transformation. Tonio, let me turn it over to you. I'm particularly interested in hearing about Cosmos database, and it's all yours.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you for organizing this event. Thank you, everyone. My name is Tony Lora. I'm a Principal Cloud Solutions Architect for Microsoft. And today I'm going to talk about how to use Cosmos DB to build globally distributed applications at scale. Okay, as you can see, I just have a few slides. I'm going to spend most of my time on the product so you can get a sense on how it works and demo some of the main features for you. Okay, so let me start this slide deck. There we go. So this is our agenda for today. Again, brief introduction, then we'll go to the demo, talk about some of the product capabilities, how companies are using it today. I'll give you a little bit of homework at the end, so some resources you can learn more. And then we'll jump to a Q&A, okay? See? Okay. So before we start.
Hey, Tonio? Tonio, it's Ron again. I'm wondering if the sound is a little breaking up and choppy. I'm not sure if you've used the dial-in or the computer audio.
It is choppy. Ron, let me, I can barely hear you here. Let me rejoin the session, okay?
Okay, good, all right. So while Tonio is getting all that squared away, we deal with little logistic issues all the time at live AngelBeat events. This is pretty relatively technology hassle-free. I think, we've got a couple of backup contingencies. Dialing in is better. Sometimes using computer audio is better. And a lot of times there is just so much demand on the internet. Maybe this is, by the way, the folks from Teneo who are doing application performance, they didn't plan this. This is just another reason where stuff happens, and all of us need to have contingency plans to deal with this on a real-time basis. Either as we did with some of the other talks, we removed the video stream to ensure that real-time video, high definition video isn't disrupting the flow. As I said, this is what we see a lot about latency, where let's say if you've got an email attachment, it might take, I don't know, it takes another half-second download, not a big deal. But if you've got a telephone call and you've got half-second latency, you've got choppy voice, it is a problem. So let me see. We've got Tonio. Are you still back with us? Let me check this. Tonio is not, he might be logging back in again. So let's sit tight and wait for him. We don't have D, so this will take a few minutes. I'll make, wonder if I've got any good stories. I think it's been interesting. And just to give you a feedback on what we're planning on doing with AngelBeat in these virtual summits in the future is over the next 2 or 3 months. I'm hoping we can get back to doing live events in July, August. I know things are opening up. I'm wondering maybe we should do things in movie theaters, which allow you to have socially acceptable distancing even a month or 2 from now, whereby people could have a nice built-in screen, maybe see a nice movie afterwards. There's a lot of pent-up demand for watching movies. I know I want to see Wonder Woman 1984. I think she's my favorite superhero. I want to see the new James Bond film. So maybe we'll do some of those and take advantage of a nice facility that lets people safely and comfortably listen to live sessions, which are always valuable. What we're going to do in the future with regard to these virtual summits is focus them more narrowly on a single topic, such as security or applications, or much more detailed on AI and ML. Again, this opening set of virtual summits is really on the digital transformation journey, covering cloud, security, applications, and data. And then we are going to have additional sessions back in the fall when we want to be again live, and also bring together more general strategy sessions. All right. I see that Tony, are you back? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
This is much better. Did you switch to maybe telephone or the traditional telephone or?
I just restarted Zoom. I had the same issue earlier when I joined where I lost audio and I had to restart the app. So hopefully this will work for you guys.
Yep. Okay. So
Okay.
I'm going. I'm seeing here, Dave Boyle, everyone says it's good. All right, Michael says it's good. All right. So let me turn it over right now to Tonio. These are two related talks on different data-oriented platforms that Microsoft offers that I think will be very useful. All yours, Tonio.
Okay, Ron, before I restart, so you can see my slide there right now, right?
That is correct. It's on slide 3. So you can just go on Modern App channel, Modern
Excellent.
Apps. Okay. And your audio is much better.
And my video is off, right? I turn it off, so make sure I don't use the bandwidth on there.
Yep. That seems to be the common issue.
Okay, so before I get started, just a little introduction, right? And I'm just displaying some of the challenges that we developers face when we're building modern applications, right? These are all very familiar to all of you, right? These are real challenges coming from all industries, right? So manufacturing organizations, for example, they are working to optimize factory automation, connect equipment and work sites worldwide, and doing their best to turn their big data generated by
Tonio, it's Ron again. Could you maybe go to slideshow mode so we can see it even more easily?
Yes, absolutely. But can you hear me well, right?
Yep, yep. And I'm looking at the chat. Everyone also seems to think of the same.
That better, maybe?
Yep, much better.
Yep. Excellent. So we have manufacturers, right, with their needs. We have retailers that are trying to meet customer expectations of localization, personalization, by delivering these relevant real-time product recommendations and content. They're also creating these very complex global mobile services, right, that enhance in-store and online experience. And finally, we have the finance sector where there are huge needs to build low latency applications capable to process high volume transactions across the globe, right? While ensuring that these financial services stay up and running around the clock with high availability and disaster recovery. Okay. So those are the challenges. And to help developers overcome those challenges, Microsoft created Azure Cosmos DB, which is our global distributed, highly elastic, highly available, no latency, all-purpose, NoSQL database. So I said a lot of things there. Hopefully by the end of the day, you will believe me. But let's really drill down a little bit, right? What is global distributed?
Hey, Tonio, I'm sorry, it's Ron. It's still breaking up a little bit. Let me ask you a quick question. I know we've got the video turned off. Are you using the computer for sound?
Yes, yes, I am.
Maybe, could you just do this? Maybe just switch to one of the call-in numbers, if that might, just to see if that could avoid some of the issues?
I'll do that right away.
All right, so I'm back in line here. We'll wait for Tonio. Tonio, as soon as I was looking to the speaker, which is to the right of me. Tonio, as soon as you're ready, just chime in and let's see if that might be a better way of using the plain old, people used to know the term POTS for plain old telephone system or plain old telephone lines. I don't think that's no longer the case since everyone's got fiber almost to their house. I'll tell you, with regard to phones, I don't know if people have been to New York City, and actually no one's been to New York City recently, but if you came back here last year, you noticed that there was an old TWA hotel by JFK that my family and I stayed at before we flew to Florida for a Christmas vacation. Again, one of the interesting things was they recreated the 1960s TWA terminal with all the same 1960 feel. So it had rotary phones, and it was hilarious because my kids had no idea how to call me in the room. When they saw the phone, they didn't know how to dial things. Tonio, how are you doing now?
I am joining the session right now.
Okay, I can hear you. I'm gonna put my
Everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Tonio. And also looks like the attendees can as well. Now I lost you, Tonio. I see your screen, but
Ron, can you hear me?
now I can. There you come back.
Okay. Okay. So it looks like it's weird. I have a weird echo here, but I'll just continue. If you guys can hear me, that's perfect. So I was saying globally distributed, highly elastic. Okay, so we can dynamically adapt to both throughput and storage growth or shrinkage to meet customer demand. Low latency, that means that we can achieve extremely low request latency, right? Under 10 milliseconds. And this is promised, is backed by a 99 percentile SLA, which put Cosmos DB in really an industry leading position there. And finally, all purpose. That means that Cosmos DB supports multiple client APIs, such as Cassandra, MongoDB, Gremlin, Table, Spark, and SQL. So you can store key value, tabular, graph, and document data. And by the way, this data is automatically partitioned and indexed with no schema or second-hand indexes required. And finally, we support a host of first-party SDKs for popular languages like Java, Node, Python, and .NET, of course. But instead of me just talking about this, let me show it to you. So I'll just jump to the portal now. Okay, so this is the Azure portal. This is where we create, manage our Azure resources. And what I have here is a couple of virtual machines. One is deployed in the East US. I'll just open it here. Okay, that's an East US virtual machine. And the other one is deployed in France. Okay, France Central. So this is trying to simulate a scenario where we have a global organization. It's a manufacturing organization that has manufacturing plants in US and France. And they're all backed by Cosmos DB, which is this resource here. Okay, so I mentioned Cosmos DB makes replication, scaling, and application updates super easy, right? Let me show you replication first. So to do that, you go to replicate data globally. And what you see is all the regions in this world map. You see the regions where my Cosmos DB application is being replicated. Okay, so right now I have a copy on East US, France Central, and West US. And this provides good latency for applications that are running on the France data center or on the West Coast or the East Coast in the US. Okay, and if, for example, tomorrow we acquire a manufacturing plant in Brazil, the only thing that we'll need to do is just click Brazil here, and as you can see, it gets added. Okay. By the way, you probably notice I have multi-region rights. So this is supports writing and coordination of those rights, all managed by the service. Okay. Now, one thing I'll mention is when you have an application that's globally distributed, you have to deal with consistency levels, right? We provide you 5 different, very well-defined consistency levels that you can set at the account level. And you can also relax this consistency at the transaction level. Okay? So that's how easy it is to replicate your data globally. right? By the way, everything I'm doing here can be done through the CLI or the SDK. Now that we've seen how easy it is to replicate data, let me show you how easy it is to scale, right? To scale throughput for your application. So for that, I'll go to the Data Explorer. And here I see the two databases that I have created. And I also see some notebooks, right? Something I'll mention is we have this notebook interface out of the box where you can use Python or .NET to show how to manipulate the data that's stored by your Cosmos DB database, right? So if you ever want to create your own graphs or analyze the data, these samples are shipped out of the box. Let me close this. Okay, so I'll show you have a database here. It has one container called data. And I can see some of the items in my container. Okay. This is an example of one of those items. And if I wanted to run a query to see how many records are there, I'll just click here. And as you've probably noticed that from this interface, I can also create the store procedures, which are ANSI compliant. I can create user-defined functions and triggers. So this database has over 11 million records. So relatively big database. Okay. So let's show how to scale this. And right now, this container is using 10,000 RUs. And RUs is just a way for us to measure throughput, right? The larger the value, the more throughput your container will have. So let's scale, it's 10,000, scale this down to 1,000. That's how we'll start our demo. And I'm gonna go to one of my VMs. This is the one that's on the East Coast. And I have this application. And there's a lot of code here, but what's important about this app is that it's simulating a brand new application that is collecting data from IoT devices, right? And we've deployed this application in one of our pilot plants here in the US. Okay, and if you look at the code, we are spawning several tasks in parallel, and we have a closed loop where we are pounding our database with lots of documents that we're trying to write at the same time. Okay, so if I run this, you can see the number of writes per second that we're achieving, right? Around 75, 80, and the number of RUs per second. Remember that I moved that back to 1,000 RUs in the portal, okay? So let's say now the business is very happy with our application, right? They love it. And now they want to deploy this on every other manufacturing plant. We have 9 more manufacturing plants. So we need to scale our system tenfold, right? Not 10%, but 10 times. So for me, from a Cosmos DB perspective, it's as easy as adding a 0 here and then saving. I don't need to worry about the data being replicated or partitioned. I don't have to worry about charts or nodes. All of that is managed by the system. And if I go back to my application, no changes, right? And I just run it again, you will see that now we're moving from 75 documents per second or writes per second to 800 and something more writes per second, right? And you see now that the number of RUs is way higher than before. So that's how easy it is to scale the throughput of an application, right? Absolutely no application changes. It's just a setting in the portal. And you've seen how easy it is to make those changes. They happen online. There is no loss on availability, okay? Of course, as I mentioned before, these changes can also be done programmatically. So you don't have to worry about someone actually logging into the portal to do this. Okay, So remember, all this rebalancing, scaling up and down is online. There is no loss on availability here. Okay, so that's you've seen how easy it is to replicate data, how easy it is to scale the data up and down, modifying throughput without really touching your database. And now let's talk about latency, right? So for that, I'll go back to my East US application. We have a different app here. This app is simpler, right? In this case, instead of simulating a write-heavy workload where we have lots of IoT devices writing data, that was the previous example. Now we're simulating maybe a machine learning process that does anomaly detection that we want to run frequently on this IoT data to identify anomalies and react quickly, okay? So very simple application, just simulating, has a stopwatch there and sends queries to the database. And I'm right now on VM that's on the East Coast, running against my Cosmos DB database. And as you can see, the latency is around 10 milliseconds, right? Which is very good for an application that's reading data that's been generated as fast as the data generated by IoT devices. And it's very good on the scenario where you want to respond quickly to these events. Okay, I'm gonna close this up. This is the East Coast business, right? Now let's go to France. This is a VM that's been deployed on the France Central data center. Have exactly the same application there, and I'm gonna run it here. Right, as you can see, instead of having 10 milliseconds response time, we have 300 plus milliseconds response time, which, for this scenario is not good enough, right? There is too much latency there on those reads. And now this is happening because our application that's in France is querying the data across the ocean to the East Coast database, right? But we don't have to do that because we have, as you remember, a database that's been geo-replicated and is sitting on the West Coast, on the East Coast, and is also sitting in France. So from a developer perspective, the only thing that I need to do is when I deploy my application, configure the locations that I want to use, right? So I purposely comment out this location here, which is the primary location. I'm gonna save and rebuild the code. And I'm gonna run it again. And as you can see, the latency goes dramatically down. It's exactly the same application. And right now it's talking to the replica that exists in France. Now, from a developer perspective, I have to do nothing, right? If I want to increase the latency, the only thing I need to request is to have a Cosmos DB replica that's closer to where my application lives, okay? So that's how we'll manage latency. Let me go back to the slides here. Okay, so hopefully by now you have a pretty good understanding on how you can manage replication of your database in a very easy way, how you can increase and decrease throughput of your application without any changes in code, and how you can address any latency requirements, right? By using the replication feature in Cosmos DB. So this replication gives you not only high availability and disaster recovery capabilities, but also gives you an opportunity to have this low latency on your applications, okay? So let's see, we'll go to the next slide now. Now, one key feature I will mention before I move to this slide is that all these changes I've been making, they are all with no loss on availability, right? They happen instantaneously. Now, let's see. One more thing I'll show you before jumping to the slides. Let me go to the portal here. I talk about replication, how easy it is, throughput, and now on latency, how to reduce latency, right? So we've deployed this IoT application into our factories globally, and now the business comes to us, they tell us, well, we have a new requirement, right? We've upgraded the firmware on these IoT devices, and now they are gonna start sending new data points, right? And we want our application to leverage those data points. Now, you were working with a traditional database, that means a schema change, potentially an index change, on a charted, globally replicated database. It is a complex process that you have to coordinate and plan for. Let me show you how you will do it on Cosmos. Right, I'll use this IoT database as some sample telemetry. Here is a sample of the document, right, that the IoT devices are sending. And let's say right now the IoT devices have been upgraded and now they're sending some tagging information, right? The only thing that I need to do is really update the document. And let's say they are sending where in the manufacturing line they are located. They are sending a manufacturing line code. Okay, so just add that data point. We'll update this document. I just updated the schema of this document, right? And now, because it's Cosmos DB, I can query for that. Right? Use some of the native functions in Cosmos DB. And there you go, right? Schema change, index update. From the developer perspective, you have to do absolutely nothing, right? The database is ready to receive the new payload out of the box. So your new IoT devices can just send you that new information. The database will take that information and your application will be able to start querying and using that immediately. So as I mentioned initially, very easy to replicate, very easy to manage throughput, very easy to deal with latency, right? Applications require low latency. And from a developer perspective, extremely wonderful, right? How to manage schema changes, for example. Let me jump back to the slides here. With all these features that I showed you, these are some of the scenarios that are now available, right? You can build these real-time customer experiences. It's ideal for gaming, IoT applications that show you e-commerce, right? If you are building e-commerce website that has a recommendation engine, it's very common to have a propensity score per customer that you can store in a database. Now, from a website perspective, if I'm opening a website, my next best product, I don't want to wait a second for that to be shown on my page, right? Otherwise, I'll just move out. So having 10 millisecond latency on retrieving that information is great from an application perspective. Right? Another thing that I didn't mention is that you could run Spark Analytics on top of this data. Right? We have a very nice feature called Analytical Store that exposes the Cosmos DB data to a Spark cluster that you can run inside Azure Synapse, which is our new offering. If you haven't heard about Azure Synapse, I strongly recommend you to look it up. These are some of the top use cases, okay, for Cosmos. And I won't read all of this slide, but just walking through them, right? Real-time telemetry is exactly what I just showed you, right? A very write-heavy workload that need to ingest large volumes of data, unlimited throughput that you can scale by, as you see, just adding another zero and saving it, and provide low latency on queries, without having to worry about indexing or schemas. The second scenario or use case is a real-time recommendation, exactly what I was talking about, right? If you're building a website that needs to provide recommendations, it has to be on the millisecond latency. This is a web app. If you have your user waiting for more than 2 seconds, they just fly to a different site. When you have the need for mission critical or geo-distributed applications, right? In the example I gave you, it's a manufacturing company that has manufacturing plants in France and US. Using Cosmos DB is a natural selection for that, right? The replication is as easy as clicking on a map. By the way, I didn't talk about automatic failover, right? But if one region goes down, there is a disaster and one region goes down, the application doesn't need to make any changes. It automatically and very gracefully fails over and connects to the next available region. And we provide you this 5 nines of high availability that's financially backed. So if for some reason we fail, we'll pay you back for that. And NoSQL migrations, right? Maybe you are already very familiar with NoSQL. You love the benefits of using NoSQL for your applications, but you don't want to manage it, right? You want to maybe focus on high business value operations, right? So we can run it for you. We can manage the service for you, and you will focus on building apps that provide true business value. Those are some of the top use cases. Now, things that you need to know when you start your journey. This applies to most NoSQL databases, especially to Cosmos DB. The first one is partitioning, right? Partitioning is the way that we achieve scale, right? The way we scale out our database. So when you start your journey, you need to make sure you select a right partition, okay? This is normal in any distributed environment. This could be Spark, this could be an MPP database. It's the same with NoSQL databases. So make sure you select the right partition that avoids having bottlenecks, right? Or hot partitions, right? A partition that receives too much of the data or a partition that receives too many of the requests, right? Pick a partition that evenly distributes those two. And don't be afraid to have a very, very granular partition. If you have a unique ID on your data, that's an okay partition to use, right? The next concept you need to know is request units. That's what I call RUs, right? You saw me changing that from 1,000 to 10,000 and magically increasing the throughput of our applications. That is a discrete unit we use for performance and cost. So you pay per RUs, right? And you saw how you can dynamically increase and decrease those values. You can do it through the portal or through programmatic APIs. And there is a feature called Autopilot, where you basically don't have to worry about RUs anymore. We will automatically increase and decrease that based on your workload. So depending on really the type of application you build, you can select to manage that by yourself or to let Autopilot do it for you. Things that I didn't mention, time to live, right? So there may be a requirement for some of the documents in your application or your entire collection to have documents that expire 3 weeks after they've been inserted or a month after they've been inserted. So you just set the TTL for the entire container and the documents will be automatically deleted following your policy. You can override the policy at the document level if you need to, but these are basically free deletes, right? You have that need to purge documents. It's great not to have to worry about it, right? You set it at the container level and we take care of that for you. And finally, the change feed feature, right? This is a message queue-like semantics on the Cosmos database. So every transaction that happens, every change that happens on the Cosmos database is pushed to a queue, a Kafka-like queue that you can programmatically read and do something with the data, right? In my case, maybe I want to read the change feed and sample it and run it through a machine learning model to do anomaly detection, right? Or maybe I want to do some data to noise filtering, to filter data that's coming from the IoT sensors, right? Or maybe I can use this change filter to create aggregates on the fly, right? And push that telemetry to maybe a Power BI dashboard. Many things that you can do with this change feed that's just an out-of-the-box feature for Cosmos DB. Now, additional resources. there are two pretty good Pluralsight courses. I strongly recommend you to take a look at them. And you can also use our free Microsoft Learn resources. If you go to that URL, you will find a learning path with many modules. I'm actually in the process of updating some of those modules. So if you have any feedback on how to improve our learning content, more than happy to hear from you. And once you're done with your learning, right, going through the documentation, going through these classes, and you are ready to deploy, go to that site, that URL. You will find plenty of labs on GitHub that you can deploy, play around, look how Cosmos DB gets used in different scenarios, an IoT, retail scenario. It will give you pretty good ideas on how to use it on your application. And with that, I want to thank you. Thank you for taking the time to attend this session and open to questions.
All right, well, let's take a look at the first one came in where Sir Nevis, I probably mispronouncing that given my New York accent, but he had a question about, is this limited to non-SQL databases or can you use it for more traditional relationship databases like SQL Server, Teradata, or Oracle?
So I will make a distinction here, right? NoSQL databases could be used in some scenarios where relational databases were traditionally used. If you have a legacy application that's built on top of a relational database and now has high latency requirements, right? Or replication type requirements, needs to be globally distributed, then you can port your database from relational to NoSQL. There is work there to do, right? It's not the same. You will have to remodel your database and refactor your application. Okay, so it could be used in certain scenarios, but I would say for traditional analytics where you are used to use SQL Data Warehouse or Teradata or Netezza or Exadata, those are different from the OLTP, real-time, globally distributed type applications that the Cosmos DB supports.
One of the other things I'd suggest, and we're going to touch on the same subject with Dee in a few minutes, talking about the modern data warehouse, is again, email me questions. You know, everyone's got their own unique infrastructure. Everyone's got their own existing database architectures that they're using. So email me. I can funnel your request to Dee, to Tonio, and then they can get back to you or figure out one of their colleagues who does need to get back to you and can get you answers to your questions. Hey, Tonio, I just had another question as well in terms of just deployment scenarios. And can you deploy this on a virtual machine basis or even on a local basis?
So most of the features that Cosmos DB offers rely on you using it on the cloud, right? But if you want to get started locally, there is a emulator that you can download and run locally. There is also a free tier. So if you're worried about maybe costs, you can start for free, start developing for free. But it's a cloud-born database, so it's built to run on the cloud.
Okay.
Now, Ron, I see another question about geolocation.
Yep.
If I can use Traffic Manager. Yes, absolutely. So the sample code that I have, it's, I would say, simple on purpose, right? Just to showcase how easy it is to change locations. But the way you will build this, and depending on your design, right? You'll probably have a build process with different app configs where you inject the right priority order of data centers based on the location where your app is being deployed. So many ways to manage it. The important part is that from the Cosmos DB side, if one region goes down, you don't have to worry about changing the priority or your connection settings. Will gracefully send you to your second priority. Okay.
All right, that was good feedback, and I appreciate when I'm looking here at Cesar, letting us know that Pluralsight has a great deal of free training on the Azure platform for everyone. So I encourage you, you can see it in your chat window to take advantage of that link. Anything else there? I think that was very informative. I'll just open it up to my comments, and maybe Dee, if you could start queuing up your screen and start sharing it so we're set.
One last thing, Ron.
Yep.
I'll mention is, and I briefly talk about this, we're coming up with this new feature called Analytical Store in Cosmos DB, right? Because if you are an experienced developer, maybe a microservices developer, you know that all of these applications act as small silos, right? And at some point down the stream, you need to have all this data collected into a centralized place to do more advanced holistic analytics on the historical data, right? And most of the times the way organizations solve this is by building these complex ETL pipelines where you have to extract the data from one location, put it into another location that's better built for analytics. And that's all great, that works. What we and Cosmos DB are doing is having this thing called Analytical Store, where we're creating this ETL pipeline and creating this copy of the data that's better suited for analytics and make it available through Azure Synapse. So eventually you can run Spark jobs or T-SQL on SQL on-demand clusters jobs on this data, right? Without having any disruptions to your operational system, without touching any of those RUs that are used to serve your application. So that's a great feature that's coming up. The Microsoft Build session is coming soon. It'll be all online. Go check. There are pretty good announcements around Cosmos DB. I'll be moderating one of those sessions. That's all I have, Ron. Thank you.
This was great. And looking here at all the feedback, I'm looking at my screen, all very positive. Glad it was very useful. I was also reflecting on some past presentations and interaction with attendees, just even a few years ago, where people were involved in data, wondering, well, do I use flash storage? How do I store my data? You know, trying to be successful in their own organizations in terms of how do they configure their on-premise primary storage, how that ties in with second-tier storage. You know, that was a big deal. But if you look at today's world, who are the real rock stars? Are the people who are analyzing data, trying to architect how to take advantage of it, and then make recommendations. It's the people looking at COVID-19, tracking data from cell phones that might be near people who have been contaminated or known as carriers of the disease, or maybe cured of the disease. Again, there's related issues going on. That's a big deal when people are trying to balance privacy considerations with using data from cell phones to mitigate the spread of the disease. But again, the leaders and the real rock stars are the people who are trying to figure out a way to analyze the data and take actions, unlike in the past, where it's very critically important to know, again, do I use spinning disk? Do I use flash storage? Do I use tape? All those kind of issues are clearly important, but looking in the future, they become less and less important. And what drives your own personal compensation and organizational growth is analyzing data. And that's where a lot of this content is going. So let me just see, Dee, do you want to share your screen? I can see that you are on here, and we'll encourage you to share your screen. And when you hear me make these comments, we're excited to have Dee be our final presenter. You'll see a common theme is not only sharing with you what's going on in the industry, but I think it's part of my responsibility to make sure that you get the right insights from experts to help you advance in your career, which by default will help your organizations become more effective. And again, this is tying in the 4 pillars of AngelBee 2020, cloud, security, applications, and data. And we're going to finish it up with the modern data warehouse. Let me.
Oh, hey, Ron, I'm here. Let me share my screen. Can you hear me?
I can. And everyone just chat. And
okay.
We just got to get this going. But well, we're going to talk about the modern data warehouse. And again, much like what Tony was talking about, some of the existing databases may not be optimized for this cloud-centric world. And this is going to be a different role when we're talking about data warehousing as opposed to the Cosmos DB, which is much more, as Tony alluded to non-SQL environments. Now, do you have your screen shared or?
Are you seeing it? I did share my screen.
You might need to, I don't see the presentation. You may need to make sure that you
okay,
share
got
your
it.
desktop. You have to select when you click the share button to go and specific, there it is.
Okay, cool. All right, I thought I've been sharing it.
Nope, you've got that.
All right.
Very useful. So again, the final concluding comments, and then we'll turn over to D, is that the whole notion of how you consolidate data and structure it is very challenging. And fortunately, Microsoft is doing a lot of the heavy lifting through SQL Server, through the modern data warehouse for Cosmos DB. And what you're finding is that the more you take advantage of what I call the Microsoft ecosystem, for lack of a better term, the more you can eliminate all these tasks that Microsoft has already automated and done for you and many other organizations. And then what we'll do is free up to be a more strategic architect. So D, with that as an appropriate intro, I'm going to turn over you as our final cleanup speaker, which I think is going to be absolutely fantastic. Great title here, Data Warehousing and Big Data Together. Great way that I want people to think about their jobs and their organization and just look out there when you read the headlines. Who are the big stars? It's the people looking at COVID-19 data. It's the people who are in this year being a presidential election, who are the big stars. It's not so much the people who are just typing in data on the number of Democrats versus Republicans in this area. It's the people analyze the data. That's where all the value is. And that's why I think Dee's comments in these two concluding talks are so useful in helping all of the HB community deal with this important issue. So after Dee's finished, we're excited to have a couple of our remaining sponsors from NetApp, Fugue, and Zerto make some quick comments. And then without any further ado, let me turn it over to Dee. And I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through some of these minor glitches. And sometimes you have to just call in as backup. Sometimes you have to turn off the video because it overloads the internet, as strange as they might sound. But I think this has gone relatively smoothly given all the moving parts. And I really appreciate everyone's patience and participation. All yours, Dee.
All right, thank you, Ron. Thank you, Ron, for offering me this opportunity to speak at the session today. And also a big thank you to everybody who's been listening to all the sessions today. And I really appreciate your time. My name is Dee Kumar. I'm a cloud solutions architect in data and AI space, and I work for Microsoft. Today's topic, Azure Modern Data Warehouse, is a topic of special interest to me, as I have been in this data warehousing industry for close to 2 decades now, and have seen it evolve in many different ways. So now to take this discussion further, let me draw your attention to this Gartner graph on stages of data analysis in a company. Most of you might have seen it already, must have seen it before, but I wanted to draw your attention to 2 things here, 2 observations. The ones are, if you look at the dependent axis or the value axis on this graph, the y-axis, you see that there is a ladder which tells you like, okay, if you're at the lower ladder, you are doing descriptive analytics. You go higher, you're doing diagnostic analytics. Higher is predictive. Then you go to prescriptive analytics. And that's good to know. And I know when I started in data warehousing, I was on the lower 2 ladders. But the world today is getting every business to the top ladder, because what you see, the outcome is that you or your company derives a lot more value the higher up on the ladder you are. But at the same time, I also now want you to pay attention at the independent axis or the x-axis, where we highlight the difficulty or the challenges businesses have in getting there. And most of the challenges, if you try to think about, and those challenges are what are causing us to not get to where we want. And that's the space where Microsoft is trying to help out in filling those challenges. So now let's see what are the challenges our customers face so that they are not getting to the highest stage of analytics. So there are many issues in the data. The data silos. As you have seen that our data 2 decades back, or even the last decade, we used to know how the data would come in, a very structured form of data. It would come from our operational systems. Our challenges would be how to make them work together, but those were still surmountable. But towards the end of last decade, we started observing that there was a vast amount of data which was floating near us, and we were not taking insights or factoring that into our analytics. And that's where it caused creating of data silos, because the structured data could be handled we had mastered the way how to handle structured data, but this unstructured data was a new animal for us. So that's where we had to build different systems around to handle this data coming in with a lot of volume, a lot of variety, and at a velocity, which was a challenge for any business to handle. There were performance constraints, complexity of solutions. How do you build and how do you merge these together? And what was happening is you were kind of reaching the limits of your infrastructure expansion. And what did that run into? Rising costs. So what is the solution to get over these? The recommendation is to look for ways to do data consolidation and data democratization. We could not hold data in silos. We need to have it available to everybody. So the world or the company or the different groups in the organization can work together to drive business outcomes together. So the solution is to have one hub for all data. And that platform, or whatever hub we have for the data, should be able to support diverse types of data, should be able to scale, and should be able to utilize, or the users in that should be able to utilize and build upon their investments which they have made. So what that means is the familiar tools they were using yesterday, they should be able to use them today and build upon it. And ultimately trying to bring down the total cost of ownership. So when we looked at our customers' data estate, and when we, in the last decade, the data space has been split between data being built on premises, operational databases built on premises, data warehouses built on premises, data lakes built on premises. Because data lakes on premises to capture the unstructured data which was coming to businesses from the last decade. But some companies who tried to make their early adoption to cloud. In fact, today it's 2020, 80% of our of the customers we talk to have their presence on cloud. So they had their operational databases, data warehouse, data lakes on cloud. So now any platform we try to build should be able to seamlessly talk to what the customer's investment is on premise and try to tie it to what it is on any platform and try to help them reason over their data anywhere. It should have a flexibility of choice as to what platforms are available, what tools they can use to get value out of their data, and have a great foundation of security and performance for whatever is to help the customers ensure that their data and their performance is at a mark where they can do their work. So here comes Microsoft. We deliver a modern data warehouse platform which supports all sorts of data, different types of data. So we can handle all of them to build one data hub, bring a way to bring together your operational data warehouses, operational databases, data warehouses, and data lakes together, reason over your data, and get it ready for the next phase, which is artificial intelligence. And that's the stage where you derive the maximum value to take your business forward. So for that, what we want is to build all the data at one place, and it's available to folks. So that is what we are trying to. That is a recommendation, and we do offer that full platform. So let's understand the Azure portfolio we have to support your analytics need. May that be big data or advanced analytics on your existing data. But before we go to the looking at the portfolio, we have to understand how our data comes to us today. So we categorize our data into data processing paths based on based on how quickly users want to get it out for analytics. You want to look at it, how quickly you want to get the data, how to look at the data on the analytics side. So the hot data is the data which comes from mostly the devices, sensors, and you are kind of monitoring things. Any failure, you need to be able to detect it right there so you can take actions. And that comes on the hot path. If this data is coming at a high velocity, you need to have systems in place to ingest this data and also to be able to report out of this data. Then comes warm data. This is a data with minutes of freshness, and you want to keep this data for a month or so. But after that, this can move to the cold, or it's no more needed for our daily analysis. But this data is the data which is of exploratory nature. It's the latest sales data coming in, or it could be you want to see how a particular promotion is going. You want it to be quickly available so you can take actions or move your stock around to make sure that things are pretty much in control. So for that, you have a different data path, and we do have services to support this warm processing path for the data coming in. And cold path or cold path is where it's a traditional way where we are used to systems where batch processing happening once a day or a couple of times a day was enough to meet our needs for the system. So these are the three data paths, and based on this, let's look at what we have on Azure. So here comes our complete data landscape. So before I go to the data landscape, look at the bottom layer. That is our supporting framework, which includes the network, the security controls, the management of the platform, all the suites. So these are fundamental to our supporting our data platforms. So now looking at our data platform left to right, Azure Data Factory. In the first block, I have all the ingestion tools put together. You can use the command Azure CLI, Azure SDKs, import, export, or Azure Data Factory. I'll be talking about it in the next couple of slides, but that is our ETL service available on Azure. It's serverless, and I'll talk more about it later. Below the ingestion layer comes the Azure IoT Hub, Event Hub, and Kafka. This is for your warm data coming in. It needs to come in, and it needs to be processed. It needs to be reported upon. And so we do have systems to tie into warm data path and to be able to report it to the end user. We have traditional SQL databases, and we have Cosmos DB, the NoSQL database, for capturing your both structured and unstructured and semi-structured data. We have the storage foundation, the blob storage and Azure Data Lake Store, which supports not only all data types, but it does support the security needs and very fine-grained security needs for all your advanced analytic work. Then to support your governance and search capabilities, we have Azure Data Catalog and Azure Search. On the MPP side, massively parallel system, we used to have an appliance on premise, and we called it Parallel Data Warehouse or APS. But we implemented an MPP on Azure in 2016. And now this in the next box, we have those data services which can process structured as well as unstructured data. Azure Synapse Analytics. This is an evolution of SQL Data Warehouse, which we announced in Ignite. We'll be going over a demo on this, and Azure HD Insight and Databricks for your machine learning needs as well as data processing needs. You can use that. Azure Stream Analytics, Databricks, again, to handle any warm data coming in or hot data coming in and taking it to our reporting platform like Azure Analysis and Power BI. We do have environments to support machine learning on Azure, Azure Machine Learning, the server, the Databricks. And then we have supplementing machine learning, we have the bot service and cognitive services to support all the APIs to support AI. So this is our full data landscape. And on the next slide, I'll show you the big data landscape boxes highlighted. I did talk about it, but this is pretty much a repetition of the old slide, but the boxes which are highlighted talk about the services available to handle the big data landscape. So now we come to the common big data advanced analytics scenarios. And what we are going to talk about is a little more detail into how modern data warehousing platform gets implemented on Azure. Definitely any platform has to take care of these canonical operations, ingesting the data, processing the data, and serving the data. So we have the load and ingest layer, which if you look at the graphics, it transfers the data and stores it in a storage. The next process should be able to process that data and cleanse that data. So basically all the transformations or any enhancements or you need to do that should be available in this layer. And serve layer, this is the real layer where everybody is interested in. What happens behind the scene is all the data scientists, data engineers work through it, but the business leaders look at what is served to them, and that's the serve layer. And we have processes built to, we have systems available to help with the serve layer, which is the Power BI is a great platform, and same as a combination of other platforms as well. So modern data warehousing, this is more graphical. This shows how your data could be coming from multiple types of sources. It gets ingested. There should be a data orchestration and monitoring service to ingest the data. There should be a storage layer to handle the storage. There should be an exploration layer to explore what is coming in. So this is also to do the development work. Next comes to build the prep and train or the analytics layer, and where you should have tools and services available to do the analytic engines available to run analytics on your data. And then comes your modeling and serve layer, which typically is a data warehouse, and that becomes the source for reporting into the BI, advanced analytics, and real-time analytics dashboards. Everything is built on the foundation of metadata management and governance. So how do we implement this on Azure? So this slide was a very general paradigm as to how you go and implement it in a modern data warehouse. But if it is, you have to do it in Azure, how do you do it? So same sources, Azure Data Factory is our ingestion ETL service layer on Azure. Exploration can be done within SQL Data Warehouse or Azure Databricks. Our storage is Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Data preparation and training happens in Azure Databricks. And your modeling and serving layer is typically put in Azure Data Warehouse. And the final, it's delivered to dashboards, or advanced analytic teams can work directly on the Azure Data Warehouse and take care of their reporting needs from this front end. So let's go into a little more detail into our services here. So the services we have, the first one is the Azure Data Lake Store. This, we went through a big announcement last year, last February. We used to have separate storage for all sorts of data, but if you had to do analytics, you had to pull your data into that location and run your analytics there, because there were certain things which were not available on blob storage. Typically, the way to create directories and work through directories, that was not available. But last February, we came out with Azure Data Lake Gen 2, basically eliminating the data, eliminating the need to duplicate your data to run your analytics in a different environment. So this data lake store is built on top of blob storage. It has all the, it has the file system capability to build your analytic workload, to run your analytic workloads right there. It has the encryption as well as the security and auditing needs, and it has enterprise grade support. So this has been a big announcement and a big release for us, because we had been trying for this to do this for a couple of years. So after this, you just can put all your data in one storage and then build your systems on top of the storage. A little more detail into it is secure, because you have support for fine-grained access control at the file and folder level. And that's very essential when you're running, when the data scientists run their jobs. They like to typically put their data into raw and staging and different folders and work through the folder structure. So this does provide you not only the structure, but fine-grained control on that. We do provide Active Directory integration. We have automatic lifecycle management, where the storage layers, like if based on how your data is you can, and what the needs are, you can define a lifecycle policy where the data from the hot layer can migrate to the cool layer, and then it can be archived based on its retention period. It's fast, scalable, cost-effective, and integration-ready. So Spark and Hadoop analytical engines can just work directly on Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Next comes Azure Data Factory. This is the hybrid data integration service which we have on Azure. This is the release version 2, which is available right now. It's a fully managed ETL service. It's serverless, so pretty much as many times you run ETL, that's what you pay for. So pay for your usage. It helps you create, schedule, monitor data pipelines. If you are a customer and you have existing SSIS packages running on-premise, we can run them as is on Azure. It's just a lift and shift operation of your packages, and we just have to create that environment and connect it to Azure Data Factory, and that should run great. And other thing I want to bring up, and this is the most important aspect of this, is it promotes cloud and hybrid data movement. It has over 90 connectors. So you can bring in data from platform A to Azure, and that platform could be a database, a SQL database, or any other database like Teradata or Oracle or Netezza or or any other systems, but I will show you the list of connectors we have. You can bring data from other cloud platforms. So we have a number of, sources from which we can bring data in. And it does offer, you don't have to write, if you love writing code, we do offer an environment. If you do not want to write code, you are a person who likes to drag and drop and build your ETL flows, we have that option to do in Azure Data Factory. Next, it's Azure Databricks. It's again a Spark-based analytics platform, has been a first-party service on Azure, integrates very well with all our Azure services, and it is a great platform where you need to, when you're building machine learning models and you want to train the model, you're dealing with a lot of data sitting in the data lake, and this offers a great platform for you to do that and spit out the results and the final outcomes. So this is a great processing engine. So that's available very well and tightly knit to meet your analytics needs within Azure. Then there is Cosmos DB, and Antonio talked in great length about it, so you should be all up to date. But on this, to give you a perspective, it's a globally distributed, massively scalable, multi-model database. If you have needs for very low responses, low SLAs, we do offer financial guarantees on providing that anywhere in the world. It's massively scalable, supports a lot of different models, and guaranteed performance is what it stands for. Next, this is a new kid in the market. I would say it's folks who have not heard of it and not worked on it. This was a service which was released last year, but even though it was released last year, it has been a foundation of a lot of our systems in Microsoft before we let it go out. So before we released it last year. It's ideal for operational intelligence. Any real-time machine-generated IoT data, you want to analyze the patterns, do some anomaly detection, or run some kind of instant analysis on the data with very low latency and massive ingestion capabilities. This is a great platform for you to do in between. Like, this is another exploratory platform. It's fully managed service, works with structured, semi-structured, and free text data, but it offers extreme performance over large data sets. This morning, I was working with a customer which is unbelievable. They have their on-premise environment where they run a certain operation, and it takes them 3 hours to do that. It took them some time to bring the data to Azure. And today, when we ran the same aggregation and same logic on Azure Data Explorer, we were all amazed. It took 5 seconds. Even the customer couldn't believe the response time, that if they were doing something in 3 hours, how this is possible. For me too, it was a pretty pleasant surprise, but this is the level of capability it offers to run, if you need to do quick operational intelligence or you want massively fast processing, this is a great platform to put it into. And next is the SQL Data Warehouse. It's our MPP platform, petabyte scale data warehouse, offers industry-leading price performance. You can independently scale your compute and storage, integrates very well with Azure and SQL ecosystems. And in terms of performance, it's 94% less expensive. We did, GigaOM ran some comparisons and some tests on it, and they released it. I'll share it on the next page, but what they found was it was 94% less expensive than one of the competitors. But other than that, it offers industry-leading security, intelligent workload management, where you can control and optimize the utilization of your data warehouse rather than that being totally democratized and you do not get any response out of it. So this is a way to manage workloads. We do offer great workload management on this platform. And it supports your data. You can have the data sitting in the data lake, and you can still run queries over it in our SQL data warehouse, or definitely it does support structured data as well. Like if you have structured data sitting in your tables, we do that is supported for sure. We do have integration with other tools like GitHub and DevOps to support lifecycle management. And this is our industry performance. GigaOM did the benchmarking on our 30 terabyte database across other databases in the market, Redshift, Snowflake, and Google. And this is where the comparison came that it was many times cheaper than other databases in the market. Other than that, aggregate query execution time too, we see that in green is Azure SQL, is our Azure SQL data warehouse, and it's smallest. And if you look at this, the lower is better. So it is a great performance data warehouse we have on Azure platform. And next, and the last part of our presentation is I'm going to talk to you about Azure data Synapse Analytics. That was the new announcement which came in at Ignite in November 2019. And this is where this matches with the title of my presentation, Bringing Data Warehouses and Databases Together. What is this? So right now, the situation is no matter it is on premise or no matter it is on cloud, or Azure, we see that there are still silos created because there are different set of tools used for doing analysis on data lake and different set of tools for data warehouse. So they are, even though they're in same location, they're still siloed. We have to, we have different UIs to get in to work with them. So there is an effort here. So right now, the current state is we do have separate ecosystems today. So Azure brings these two worlds together into a single service to provide limitless analytics. So basically data warehousing and big data analytics all together into one service. And that's Azure Synapse Analytics. So what did we do here? What did we bring together? Synapse Analytics is basically we carve out a logical, it's basically a platform where we try to unify the UI experience as well as make it more seamless to work across technologies. And how do we do that? We have a data lake storage, which is the foundation for all your storage, like what we talked about. It is optimized for analytics. It has enterprise security built in it, and it supports common data model. What does that mean? So we have built-in subject areas, data models available. And once you have your data on data lake, if you are in the manufacturing industry, if you are in the healthcare industry, if you are in retail, we have many industry models, but your data, if you map it to the common data model, you can click and you have your data readily available to report in Power BI reports. So this is the integration, data lake integration with common data model. Next comes, how do you build in integration in terms of data? This is I talked about Azure Data Factory, but I'll show you in the demo how nicely it has been integrated into the Synapse Analytics. We do support two engines now within the Synapse Analytics workspace, the Spark and SQL. So our SQL data warehouse has been renamed to Synapse. So we have the SQL support as well as support for your data, which comes in the data lake. And to run that, we have Spark engines. You can provision them or you can run them on demand. And you have folks who are comfortable with SQL, they definitely can work with SQL. But folks who are pretty much like to work in Python and Scala and Java or .NET, we have that full integration available as well, and you can run your code on Spark. Other than that, the user experience is through the Synapse Analytics Studio. You don't have to log into different an Azure Databricks environment, Azure Data Factory. You don't have to log into SQL Data Warehouse, the SQL Management Studio. Everything is brought together into the Synapse Analytics Studio. And with this built in, it's fully integrated to run your analytic workloads like AI, machine learning, IoT, and any intelligent apps or BI on top of it. There is a Power BI integration, which I'll show that to the demo. So all the management, security, monitoring, and Metastore, all these have been brought into the Synapse workspace. And you will see that in the demo that you don't have to go to the Azure portal to do many things once you have just created your Synapse environment. We call it the Synapse workspace. But once you have created it, you are in one UI and you can just switch your tabs and start working in that environment. So what do you have today? Today you have on the Synapse SQL Data Warehouse, which has been renamed. You do have Azure Data Factory available to ingest data coming from anywhere, any cloud data, device data, SaaS data, on-premise data. You have the data lake storage. You have Azure Databricks available to do your prep or analytics needs. You have Azure Synapse Analytics to do your modeling and serving to the Power BI. This is what it looks like. All your services and runtimes fully available, and it is one integrated environment, limitless analytics with unmatched time to insight. So you have the Spark platform, the big data platform, and your SQL Data Warehouse platform brought together. This is a list of features which are in GA available. You have materialized views, workload importance has been GA'd. So basically, if you are a CIO or someone high up and you submit a query and there is an ETL query running, your queries, if a CIO query or any other dashboards, important dashboards will run ahead of time. So this is what was introduced. But the things which are in preview, and that's what I know Tonio mentioned, you need to watch announcements at Build and later, and you need to watch what all features in Synapse 2 are getting into GA. The workload isolation, which is like if there is an ETL query, needs 20% of resource all the time, you just give that ETL query 20% of your resource. 80% of the query will be of the resource will be available to anybody else, BI users or self-service users or advanced analytic users. You will be able to isolate workloads, on-demand query, Power BI integration, Azure machine learning integration, data lake exploration. I'll be showing some of this and it'll in the demo. Streaming analytics, Apache Spark integration. You'll be able to hybrid data ingestion. We do have it now, but there are some more aspects which are being added there. Data Studio. We have already have the security to be done at the column and row level at the in the database, as well as dynamic data masking available. And private endpoints is something which will come GA. And how are we doing on time? It looks like we are getting close.
Oh, hi, Dee. Yeah, I'd go about another, let's do a demo for the next 8 to 10 minutes just to show all this comes together, but it's very powerful. And I think the right, almost a 200 level kind of talk, that's a great way to pull things together.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll just rush through the couple of slides and get to demo. So these are basically, now that we talked about all the building components, this is some of the reference architectures. Should be, these are available on our website, but basically data ingestion through Data Factory, landing the data into the data lake, processing it for any advanced analytics through Azure Databricks, or landing it in Azure and building it all the way for reporting in Power BI. Next is if you want advanced analytics, we have a Cosmos DB integration if we were to meet the SLA needs, but majority of work is done on Synapse Analytics, Azure Databricks, or analysis services. So these are reference architectures. I'll be giving the slides over so you can definitely look through. These are reference, so you can always change it, modify it based on what you have on premise. And for real time, we have two data paths. One is for the cold and structured path coming into data lake storage. The warm path where data from the devices enters Azure through IoT Hub. And, HD Insights goes either to the storage or gets processed and gets delivered to the operational reports. I think with this, I am going to switch to the demo. This is the last slide, lays out all the tools we have for ingestion, store, BI, modeling all together, and they can be used appropriately for formulating the solution architecture. So this is a complete end-to-end of our data platform. And let me switch my screen to another. Are you able to see, or do I need to share this part of the session? Let's see.
What you need to do, Dee, is when you have to share a different desktop.
Oh, okay.
We're still set in viewing the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay. Let me see how to do that.
If you go to just click the share screen button, and there should be a couple of options to another tab or window that's just for your browser.
Okay, maybe I have to stop sharing and then share again. Oh, new share. Okay, I see it. All right. Okay. So share. You're able to see this right now?
Now we can see it says SQL scripts.
SQL script. Okay, sure, cool. So this is my environment here. When you land into Synapse, this is your landing page, and you would, it'll show which workspace you're landing into. But what I really want to show you is this is a platform to ingest, explore, analyze, and visualize your data. It's stratified into 5 hubs. The very first one is the data hub. And when we say data hub, here you will be able to see your data coming in from, okay, this is the data hub. So here you see data coming in from your data lake. You can see the data coming from your data warehouses. You can create more than one pools here, more than one data warehouses, or you call them SQL pools. And you can create your Spark environments here too. So anything in your Spark environment, your Spark tables. So all your tables pretty much, all your data assets will be visible to you in your data hub. So this is the data sets, whatever you create for your Power BI report or for running your ETLs. So all your data ecosystem is just visible right here. And one thing I wanted to show you is that if I go to one of the data lake file folders, like this is, I already have this Twitter data open, and this is a Parquet file. I want to look at what is in this Parquet file. I don't know Parquet. Then what do I do? Or so you can run a SQL query on it. Right click on it, it'll generate a SQL query. So now you see that it's going to that folder, building the script for you to run the SQL query. You run it, and you will see the data coming in from your Parquet. So basically an environment where you are able to get the data from here or database, and you should see it coming. And next is, while we wait for this, there is a development hub. The development hub is where you can develop, where you develop all your exploration work, which you do, your SQL scripts, your notebooks. If you're a Python developer or a Scala developer, while the query finished, this is coming straight from data lake. If you look at it, you don't know what is in the data, but somebody just dropped this file into the data lake, and you can go and look at it, and you didn't have to write a single piece of code. Just right click and get the data there. Next comes our notebook. If you have built-in AutoML and big notebooks, you can build it right here. You don't have to log into another environment. And this is the code. This is, you just run it. and you get the output. So you don't have to go to another environment, launch another Jupyter notebook or other environment to build this your routine and run your results. So this is the notebook environment. Your development of, this is the ETL development, which I was saying, if you want to point and click and build your data pipelines, you're right here, and this is data coming from SAP HANA. Start from the source and build the logic, just point and click. And here we are telling, observe the data coming greater than 1/1/2014, and build the data asset and move it to data lake. So you can do all the ETL development work here. Similarly, Power BI, any kind of data set you build in or any reports you build in, you can just build all the reports here, right here. And the data is available from the data, everything is available. So all you need to do is point and click and build the logic to build your reports. So next comes the orchestration hub. Orchestration is whatever you are building. Now you have an ETL pipeline, all your logic is ready, and now you want to execute it. We have this function. This is an Azure Data Factory functionality merged into the Data Studio. So here you can build your pipelines, but if you want to set it to run, you can run it from here. You can debug it. And if you want to schedule it, you have a built-in scheduler right here to schedule a job. You can schedule it at a particular time, or if you want to run it every 15 minutes, you can run that, or you can schedule an event-based triggering to run your jobs. So that is our pipeline here, and this is our monitoring hub. So whatever you submitted, all your job runs, all your pipeline runs, all your trigger runs, whatever you have here submitted your pipeline, something you get to run it here. One thing I wanted to show you is by default, we configure the compute for running your jobs, but in case you need more compute, you can configure it and tie your jobs to that compute. And that's what here you can go and spin up your integration runtime and get your ETL done. And that's why we call it an enterprise grade integration service, where you can pull things for the size you want and build it right here. Other than that, all your Spark jobs, you can monitor them here. Any SQL requests coming in, you can monitor them here. And so this is our monitoring hub. And last is where we manage our resources. You can create your resources or your SQL pools or your Spark pools for any data lake running any advanced analytic work, or you can see what is available. And this is where I wanted to show you on this tab is we have connectors to over 90 different services. So if you need to bring in data from Amazon S3 or bring data from Cosmos DB or any other database into Cassandra, into anywhere on the data lake or any other system, we have all the integration available, all the connectors available. So if you look at it file-wise, we have all connectors for the Azure stuff, compute, databases, SaaS services, Salesforce, all the clouds. So this is great to build your integration link service and then create your job. Access control, everything is in one interface. So this is my full presentation on the Synapse Analytics Studio. I know we are running short of time, and I think I'll stop right here. Ron?
That was absolutely fantastic, because I think it tied it all together and everyone got a chance to understand exactly the power of Microsoft in integrating all these different storage platforms. A couple of things. First, I'm going to do, I'm just launching the poll. Let me know your sense of how Dee did. They're all coming in excellent, very good. Dee's a great cleanup speaker, so to speak. And 99%, maybe 98, actually 98% excellent or very good, and 2% no opinion. So
thank you.
Darn good. I think that's excellent. I want to look at the chats. Everyone said really positive. So that's good. We have a couple of loose ends that I need to do. I need to also do, we've got, before we finish up, we're going to hear from 3 more Microsoft partners, NetApp, Fugue, and Zerto, who've got some excellent tools, who have worked with me and AngelBeat to pull this together. I also want to get some of your thoughts. I'm going to launch an AngelBeat poll so I can get some of your sense of how well this program was. Even better, excellent, 95%, excellent or very good. You know, all of us work very hard to deliver good content and structure it. I want to make sure that all of you know that we're going to be doing more of these in the future. So that is great news. I'm going to end this. I'm going to, without any further ado, let's see, I want to make sure I put this into full screen mode and just say a couple of things. As I mentioned, these are some of our key partners. Let me see where this is. I'm going to start my video. What you've got here is we're going to hear from 3 more of our partners. These are all the companies who help pull this together. We're going to hear from NetApp, then Fugue, then Zerto. It's going to be outstanding. I'll move this along to get to the next slide here. Said all the slides and the content is going to be recorded for on-demand downloads, both files as well as all the videos. Follow us on social media. You've got all my contact information. So without any further ado, I want to go through, we'll have a couple of short talks, and at the end of the Zerto talk, we will do the $100 gift card. Troy, can you please share your screen? I'm going to stop my share. And maybe Troy, if you could, everyone's seen me enough. Oh, good. We're taking over your screen. And let me turn it over right to you to finish up our 3 other sponsors, to talk to you about how NetApp works with Azure and the Microsoft organization. Should be 3 great talks, then stick around. Based on the people who are still online, I'm going to pick a $100 gift card winner. But Troy, all you.
Great, thanks a lot, Ron. Appreciate it. Today we're going to talk about how you can easily get to the cloud and optimize your experience while you're there. As Ron said, my name is Troy Wilson. I'm the Deputy CTO with NetApp. And for some of you might be very familiar with NetApp. We are the Gartner Magic Quadrant leader for primary storage. But what I think is more relevant, especially with what we're going to talk about today, is really the new NetApp. And IDC did a great paper called The New NetApp on the Rise. And that outlined the transition and transformation NetApp has been going through over the past few years to go from a long-standing technology company serving a particular part of the market into a leading hybrid cloud services company. So that's really where we're going to spend our time today. And first thing we're going to start with is really looking at the new norm. And the new norm is a hybrid multi-cloud world. And this study that was done was showing that 84% of enterprises have a hybrid multi-cloud strategy. And within that, we've got 58% of these organizations where their top priority is moving cloud workloads into the cloud. Now, when we look at the information in the middle, and this really brings it all together, is these organizations are either actively using or experimenting with, on average, 4.9 different clouds between public and private. And this creates a really interesting scenario because just like in your data center, different technologies that you use, they all operate a little bit different. And gets even crazier once you get to public cloud. Azure has their way of doing things. The other cloud providers each have their own unique way of doing things. And where NetApp is really uniquely positioned because we exist not only in your, data centers and your private clouds, but we also exist and collaborate and partner with all the leading cloud providers, is we have what's called our data fabric. And this allows our customers to operate in any cloud, public or private, and really have one experience. And we're going to talk about how we're helping our customers today do this. So as organizations move to the cloud, they are really finding that they've got 4 main cloud directives. And they're laid out here, not necessarily in any exact order, but one of the things they want to do is actually extend what they're doing on-prem and have that also coexist in the cloud. maybe for DR or backup, or that's where they want to do DevOps because they can scale so easily. Maybe they want to move primary to cloud, and NetApp makes it easy because that's just natively integrated into everything we do. And for organizations that don't run NetApp in their primary data center, we also have tools to make that easy for them as well. So we're really simplifying the entire process of cloud adoption. There's other companies that want to do a complete lift and shift. This is where they're taking what they run on-prem, pick it up, and they want to move it and start running it in, say, Azure. And as they do this, they want to make sure that they're right size. They want to make sure that they're going to have the same experience, resiliency, performance, and capabilities that they had when they ran in their own on-prem data center as they're now into Azure. And you know what? That's a great area that we're helping a lot of companies too. And we're going to talk about that next with McKesson. The other area, and there's a lot of conversations and talks today around cloud native. And this is where we're making applications that are actually built and designed to run in the cloud using containers and microservices managed by Kubernetes, and using all these other frameworks. And NetApp is really helping lead the way in this area too, really plugging into things like Azure, Kubernetes service and all the other Kubernetes services that are out there. So as you get now portability within your applications, as you can now have globally distributed applications, there becomes this big challenge. What do I do with my data? I need data. I'm either creating it, manipulating it, I'm showing it, I'm doing something with that, and you don't necessarily get that portability. And that's where NetApp comes in. So we can plug in and leveraging the same Kubernetes frameworks that you're using today, get this portability, get this robust data management for your Kubernetes and your cloud native projects that you've taken on. And I think one of the really interesting things here, and I've been working with a large global automotive firm, as they're really trying to figure out, what do we keep on-prem, what do we move into Azure, what do we move maybe into another cloud provider, what's the right workloads? And that's an area where NetApp helps with the SaaS offering we call Cloud Insights. We can actually analyze everything that you have and lots of different purposes, but for the sake of today, it helps give a great perspective of what your applications look like. What do you need them to look like once you move them into Azure? How do you right size that? So once you get it into Azure, you're not overpaying because it's sized incorrectly and you've got more resources than you actually need, or you're not meeting your SLAs because you undersized it because you're trying to be very cost efficient. It actually helps you do all the proper sizing. And then once you're running across your on-prem, your hybrid cloud environments, continual monitoring, optimizing, and giving insights where you can optimize. So you're always right-sized. Anytime there's a bottleneck or a hiccup, you can pinpoint exactly where that problem is, so you know exactly where to address and start fixing it. And also having things like executive dashboards that tell you how much you're spending, where can you be spending less, where are you not meeting your SLA, so now you can make some changes to do that. So all the key core directives are areas where NetApp is helping customers get into the cloud, be optimal, and run in whatever state that makes the most sense for them. Now we're going to look at something called Azure NetApp Files. And this is a solution that is actually, it's a first-party service in Azure. Azure sells it, NetApp does not sell it, but it runs on NetApp gear in the Azure data center. So nothing ever leaves the data center. And this is taking all the history and experience that NetApp has over 25 plus years of being an enterprise storage company and bring that all into the cloud. So you consume it on a per instance basis, just like you would every other cloud service, using your Azure interface, using all the scripting and automation that you would do within Azure. So it's a complete native experience. It just happens to run on NetApp. And there's a lot of different reasons why organizations would want to do this. We see in the middle here, the big driver for McKesson. So McKesson was moving into Azure, and they were bringing not only tier 2 or tier 3 type workloads, but they were bringing a lot of workloads and applications which run their business. And they needed to make sure that the performance was going to be at least as good or close to what they were doing on-prem. What they found was for many of these workloads, using Azure NetApp Files, they actually got better performance running in Azure than what they were doing on the other gear that they had running in their data centers. So this is a great way when you're doing SAP on Azure, or you want to do high performance Oracle databases. This is the way that you're able to do it and get the performance that you need and that you're really used to. We saw Oracle doing over 275,000 IOPS. Now, the other intriguing thing with this, and I put the different performance tiers that we offer, is there's 3 different tiers. And it's very price competitive because there are other file options that you have in Azure. And this is the one that brings all the enterprise robustness to it. This also gives you NFS natively running in Azure. With the new work from home, a lot of organizations have really struggled. How do they quickly enable an entire work from home workforce when they probably didn't have a full VDI deployment before this whole thing happened? Well, with Windows Virtual Desktop, which is a phenomenal solution, that's one great way of doing it. Now, working with Azure NetApp Files for something like Windows Virtual Desktop allows you to do like premium or ultra performant file shares for your profile directories. So when your user logs in to do Windows Virtual Desktop is extremely responsive. You don't have any bottlenecks. And this is proven that customers doing over 14,000 concurrent users. So it definitely can deliver. But then maybe you want to do a lower cost, lower tier for home directories, department and work group shares, while you can just have another volume, another set of volumes that are at a lower cost tier that drives lower performance, but it's still very much price competitive, often less expensive than the alternatives, and you get better Active Directory integration and features. Now, to take this even to the next step, is you can use our virtual desktop service. We just purchased Cloud Jumper, was announced yesterday, and this makes it extremely easy to do Windows Virtual Desktop. You get some additional great value add from that for environments where you've got a distributed environments and you want to have files cached locally to those users, maybe between different regions within Azure, maybe between on-prem and cloud. Our global file cache is just an extension of this, so you can have that localized access. All the data is stored using data encryption at rest. And what even takes us to the next level that's a little bit better is you get cloud compliance, which is included. So this uses AI and machine learning to actually see what you're running, help you with any reporting or analysis that you need to do, or requests that you might have around things like GDPR or CCPA through a really easy to use interface. And this is something that a lot of customers are embracing because it's so easy. It's fully integrated, fully native, and it scales however a customer needs to use it. But what about those customers that want to just extend what they're doing? And that's where Cloud Volumes on Tap really fits in. So it leverages the same operating system and software that we use for the engineered systems that run in data centers, but does it as a software defined using Azure compute and storage, but gives you all the robust data management features that NetApp brings. So when Mellanox chose NetApp, because we're the most mature out there, we're doing it for over 9 years, and there's a lot of features we bring to the table that no one else does. They actually reduced their production footprint by 69%. For their DR, they did dedupe, compression, our tiering capabilities, and shrunk that down by 90%. That meant their cost to actually run in Azure was significantly reduced. So they get all this great, robust data management capabilities, easy ability to just seamlessly replicate from on-prem into cloud and back, and do it even cheaper. So as I kind of wrap up, and I know we covered things very, very quickly, NetApp's a very different company than people maybe are familiar with us. But what I want to really encourage you to do is take a look at cloud.netapp.com. There's a lot of very interesting things you're going to find, quick little 2-3 minute videos on how NetApp does what we do, free trials. Then on the right side here is all the different cloud services we have. So when Ron has this available, these are all quick links you can get in and check this out. And if you do have any questions or anything, I've got my LinkedIn and Twitter on here also, but I think I'm right about time. So Ron, thank you very much. And happy to answer any questions that may come up.
Well, I think that was great, Troy. And again, this is indicative of how the whole world is changing from Microsoft buying GitHub to people associating NetApp, not so much traditionally as with on-prem storage, with a whole array of hybrid cloud-friendly solutions. Absolutely great. Let me turn it over now to Josh. Josh, if we could share your screen, if you could take it over from Troy. We're going to conclude with a couple of very interesting talks around security. And even though, as we heard, the 3,500 people at Microsoft are protecting it, you still need to make sure that what you are setting up and how you configure your cloud is done correctly. Let's hear about that from Josh.
Well, thank you very much. Are you hearing me loud and clear?
Yes, I am, and I can see the screen.
Great. I'm going to just bore you with a few slides, and I'm going to show you some product, but a little bit of background on who Fugue are and who I am. I'm Josh Stella. I'm the Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of Fugue. We're a little bit smaller company than NetApp and Microsoft. We've been around for a few years. My background is really split between national security kinds of applications and cloud engineering. Prior to founding Fugue, I was a principal architect, solutions architect at AWS, focused on Department of Defense and other kinds of intelligence, national security kinds of applications. And what Fugue are really about, and I'm gonna try to avoid making this a sales pitch. I'm gonna try to share with you in a few minutes a little bit about the state of cloud security. Fugue is really about dealing with cloud misconfiguration risk. So this is a little information from Gartner. Nearly all successful attacks on cloud services are the result of customer misconfiguration, mismanagement, and mistakes, according to Neil McDonald. The data on the right, the 93% figure there, comes from a survey we did of over 300 operators on cloud at scale. So we do this survey every year. I'll show you a few more data from this. But 93% are concerned for a major security breach due to misconfiguration. The 7% that aren't concerned are probably hacked right now. Everyone should be concerned about this. It is critical. It is the main attack vector on cloud, and it is extraordinarily difficult to get right. So in that same survey, we asked what kinds of services are people concerned with around cloud misconfiguration. So what we mean by cloud misconfiguration is when somebody leaves a vulnerability that bad guys can exploit. 66% of our respondents said identity, which on Azure is expressed as Active Directory credentials. And identity in the cloud is different than identity in the data center. Identity in the cloud is used to connect components of the cloud and services together. So it's more like a network, and it's really, really easy to get wrong. So 2/3 said they were concerned with identity and Active Directory. More than half said security group rules, which is an AWS term, but really means essentially firewall rules, et cetera. About a little more than half said object storage access policies. The press usually gets this quite wrong and thinks this is the #1 problem. It's actually definitely not. And then things like encryption in transit. So on our survey this year, we added a few questions because we had time when we were doing it just about a month ago to ask folks about the new distributed way folks are working around, really driven by coronavirus. So what we found is that 96% of all cloud engineering teams are now distributed. And that creates new vulnerabilities and new concerns around configuration. So 84% of our respondents said they are concerned about cloud security during the transition. That's good. Cloud misconfiguration is a big risk. Are you concerned that you've been hacked and don't know it? 84% said they were. Again, I would argue that everyone should be concerned they are, except those who were hacked and know it, and then they might only know about one of those hacks. When we see hacks hit the news, very often the organizations are unaware of it for months or years or maybe ever. And that leads people to being concerned about being vulnerable to a major cloud data breach. 92% are concerned. Now, Fugue operates on AWS and Azure, and we have customers across both clouds. We're about to add support for Google Cloud. Everyone is and should be concerned no matter what cloud provider they're using. Microsoft and AWS do a great job on both their parts of securing their part of the cloud. It's your part of the cloud, your configuration of the cloud, that really is where you have potential risk. And 76% of our respondents said that in the next year, they think cloud misconfiguration risk will increase, and they are correct. These misconfigurations are very often overlooked. because most dangerous cloud misconfigurations, this says many, I'll say most, are not recognized as misconfigurations by security teams because the kind of traditional security frameworks like NIST and GDPR and HIPAA and ISO 27K, it's CIS, et cetera, don't actually keep up with the bad guys. And so the bad guys are breaching cloud in ways that those compliance frameworks are unaware of and can't keep up with. And therefore, every enterprise I've seen, and it's a lot of them at this point, have these misconfigurations out in their infrastructure ready to be exploited. I've only got 10 minutes, so I'm going to hurry up. One last thing to let you know before I show you a little bit of how you can help solve for this is the bad guys are using automation to scan every single public endpoint you expose. They're doing it within minutes. They're cataloging those misconfigurations to go back and exploit them later. So there is no security through obscurity. If you have a public DNS record or IP address, it has been hit many times by bad guys trying to find out whether it's misconfigured, and if it is, and they're very good at knowing what these misconfigurations look like, better than most of the tools and security teams. They know that and they can exploit it. So you need to automate to keep up with them. So I'm briefly going to show you how we approach this problem at Fugue. And by the way, everything I'm going to show you works the same on AWS and Azure. Again, Google soon. You can sign up for Fugue at fugue.co for free forever at a relatively small scale. So everything I'm going to show you here in the next couple of minutes, you can go try right now. And we will never charge you for it until you're operating at a large scale with us, in which case we do ask you to pay us if you're using this at enterprise scale. So the first thing Fugue is going to do is we're going to show you exactly what you have in your cloud environment. That may seem kind of an obvious thing, but most folks actually lose track very quickly of everything in their cloud environment. So we automatically visualize this for you. Over on the left is the internet going into different VPC networks, through gateways, load balancers, compute instances, etc. And we can overlay on that anywhere where you have risks. So the stuff that just turned red are the areas where you are exposed to risk, or where I am in this environment. So you can see this VPC network right here turned red. And if I select this error information, and by the way, all of this can be communicated via API and CI/CD pipelines all the way through your software development lifecycle. I'm just showing it to you in a pretty graphic interface because it's the best way to demonstrate it. But here you can see that a VPC default security group exists on this VPC. This is a gift from AWS in this case. There are very similar kinds of things on the Azure side as well, where by default, this network allows egress on all ports to the world, which is a really, really terrible idea from a security perspective if you care about things like data exfiltration from those resources. Similarly, because Fugue is doing this very, very deep introspection of these cloud resources, unlike any other provider, including the cloud providers, we are actually drilling into every configuration item on every resource in the cloud. And then we're able to do computation against that in-memory model to look at things like load balancers needing cross-zone load balancing, encrypted protocols should be used, access logging should be enabled, etc. So the first thing Fugue will help you do, and again, you can do this for free today, is go point it at your account. And I'm showing you an AWS account in this instance. I can also show, I've got a couple of Azure accounts in here. Here's an Azure account. So we do the exact same thing on both. You can select lots of different compliance families just out of the box: CIS, GDPR, HIPAA, NIST, PCI, SOC 2, ISO. We also allow you to write your own custom policies using open source Open Policy Agent. So you don't have to do anything in a proprietary standard or a cloud vendor specific standard. You can write your policies in an open standard. And I don't have time to show you today, but Fugue, in addition to telling you about the mistakes that are happening in your infrastructure, we can also do things like automatically self-heal your infrastructure without you writing any code in order for you to know that your cloud environments are secure over time. You can also check us out on GitHub. We've got a bunch of open source projects like Regula. Regula will allow you to check your Terraform code to see if you're going to do something dangerous. And then finally, here are some links to get to us, fugue.co/go, and some links about Regula and Rego and Open Policy Agent. And it's not on the slide, but I'm josh@fugue.co. Please feel free to reach out to me. So I think that's my 10 minutes. So I'll respect everyone's time. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. A couple of things. And Ben from Zerto, you can start sharing your screen from Josh. I do want to point out on the AngelBeat website, there's a 45-minute on-demand webinar that Josh and I created. So you should sign up there to get some more of that in-depth information. Very informative. I'm going to now to get Ben to share his screen with Zerto and share some insights on their innovative solutions for data resiliency and give us some examples on how they stop ransomware. And then I'll make some concluding comments. And we appreciate Ben's patience in sorting this through. Ben, I can see this. Get right into, resume slideshow and make sure we've got that all good. Let's start with the vision and then get right into some great examples of how Zerto works with its customers.
Great, thanks, Ron. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, all good.
Awesome. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there. I know there's a long day, a lot of great content at the summit, so I appreciate everybody hanging in. And I know we're short on time, so to your point, Ron, I'm just going to go ahead and jump right in and talk about how we can help solve for complex problems like cloud migrations and the threat of ransomware. So at Zerto, we have a vision of an uninterrupted world. As the world continues to undergo digital transformation, we are seeing that organizations can no longer accept what has traditionally been good enough. No longer is it acceptable for an outage that lasts days or for a company or government entity to lose your personal information. So in an always-on world, how do you solve for availability while also still accelerating into a modern data center design? So the answer for us is continuous data protection. So let me talk about what that means. So continuous data protection, or CDP for short, and more specifically, our journal-based software-only solution is what allows us to protect your critical infrastructure while also providing you a pathway to the cloud. Instead of utilizing a legacy technology like backups or snapshot to protect data, we instead use a journal-based technology that doesn't rely on any underlying hardware or additional vendors to create a crash-consistent copy of your infrastructure. Instead of snapping data every 4 hours or relying on a nightly backup, we instead create a checkpoint of your virtual machines every 5 to 15 seconds. This is all done at the hypervisor level, which means there's no dependency on a single hardware vendor, and we can also support cross-hypervisor replication. This allows us to abstract data away from the hardware layer and give you the freedom to move it and protect it as you see fit. As we are journal-based, we can give you thousands of checkpoints per day to recover files, VMs, applications, and full sites. However, we have a special focus on the protection of enterprise applications. So often in traditional backup and snapshot technology, application consistency can be an afterthought, which leaves administrators trying to piece together a puzzle in the middle of a DR event. With legacy technologies, it's not often possible to get a good, crash-consistent copy of data continuously, and organizations instead rely on nightly backups, which can result in 24 hours or more of data loss. Furthermore, because these legacy technologies run sequentially, an application that consists of multiple virtual machines may have different timestamps for each VM. This means that in the event of a recovery operation, the user may have to restore different machines to different times if, for example, a web application database has received transactions that other VMs in that application stack aren't aware of. So Zerto is architected around what we call a VPG, or a virtual protection group. These groups are logical wrappers that we place around a given application so we can protect it and ensure rights that are consistent across the entire application. Because CDP does not introduce a stun or other production impact like a snapshot does, we can give you write order fidelity across multiple VMs that comprise your applications. This logical wrapper also gives us the ability to apply specific settings on a group basis, like priority, boot order changes, re-IP, and running pre and post recovery scripts if required. Last year, we also released an update to provide long-term retention, which is our answer to backup. This allows you to set up retention policies and keep selected checkpoints as long as you need them, so you don't have to worry about maintaining a separate backup appliance for compliance reasons. So on top of our continuous data protection foundation, we also have multi-cloud functionality. Now, we do support AWS, Google, IBM, but we really have a deep relationship with Microsoft and specifically with the Azure engineering teams. And so as a lot of our customers are concerned about shifting entire applications to the cloud, we make it easy to utilize the cloud in a way that makes sense for your organization. Whether that's simply using Azure for DR and utilizing our software to automate and simplify the operation, or if it's a full shift into Azure, we can help. More importantly, we realize that to fully utilize the cloud, customers need to never lose the ability to fully control their data. That's why we also add workload mobility, which gives you the ability to burst and scale as needed. So as organizations are seeing rapidly increasing workloads, especially now with COVID, we are seeing a lot of our customers burst applications into the cloud for a time and then bring them back on-prem when demand is reduced. Another piece of this is the fact that everything that we do is non-disruptive. So a lot of our customers' DR plan is tested when they actually need it instead of beforehand. So when they have an outage, they try and run their DR plan and find that they have gaps. And the reason for that is simple. In an always-on world, we don't have time to take production down for what is often seen as a secondary goal. That's why we give you the ability to spin up workloads, full sites, applications, or even single VMs and test to make sure your DR plan is going to work when you need it. As all testing takes place in an isolated port group, we are also seeing a lot of customers using this functionality for better patch management and testing of new software releases. There's no longer a risk for them of taking down production, and if a patch does go bad during the test, there's plenty of time to troubleshoot without worrying about the organization's productivity. This helps with patch management, but it also helps from a security standpoint as it allows acceleration of patching schedules. Around all of this, we wrap automation and orchestration with an open API. So when you have a failure or you want to run a test or a migration, you only need to make a few clicks instead of turning on machines manually. Then you can start your operation. When you're done, you hit the stop button and Zerto will return things to normal for you without any manual intervention. Finally to this, we add analytics and control, which is a total picture of your organization within Zerto, regardless of where your VMs reside, whether it's in Azure, whether it's in AWS, whether it's on-prem. It's a single pane of glass that shows your health at a glance. These analytics tools can also be used to help plan infrastructure changes or cloud migrations, as we can calculate I/O and help determine what your total cost might be in Azure or AWS. So now that you have a better idea of what we do, I'd like to tell you a little bit more about some of our customers. So Tenkati is a textile manufacturer based in Europe. Previous to Zerto, they were hit with ransomware and had to recover with their legacy DR and backup strategy. They lost 12 hours of data and it took them 2 weeks to fully recover. After that experience, they implemented Zerto and were hit a second time. However, the second result is much different. Utilizing a CDP strategy with Zerto resulted in a data loss of only 10 seconds and recovery to a minute, as opposed to that 12 hours and 2-week recovery time. Again, with Zerto, when we bring you back, we're not waiting on the underlying infrastructure to be back in place. We can turn your data on in a secondary site, whether that's another on-prem location or Azure or AWS. Again, we want to bring you back up as fast as we possibly can. Another customer we can talk about is Dotwell. Dotwell was also hit with a CryptoLocker variant, and they were hit twice. So the first time they were hit without Zerto, the second time they were hit, they had Zerto in place, and they were able to be back up and running within 15 minutes, which saved them time and made sure there was no disruption to patient care. Before they had to use a traditional backup, and it took 4 to 5 hours to recover. We've been talking through ransomware, but I also want to take a minute to talk about the migration side. So XPO Logistics is another great customer of ours that used our tools in our hardware agnostic platform to consolidate 21 data centers to 6 in just under 3 years. And this fastest data center consolidation was done in 30 days. Not only did they use this for migrations, but they also used this for the DR part of our business, which allowed them to reduce those RPOs or those checkpoints from 24 hours to 20 seconds and get their time to recovery to under 15 minutes. So what do we do? So how do we solve for availability while still driving innovation in the data center, right? We use our CDP technology to converge cloud mobility, disaster recovery, and backup into a single, simple, and scalable IT resilience platform. So I know that's a lot to cover in just 10 minutes. I just wanted to briefly take you through. And the thing I'll leave you with is this. Zerto stands for zero RTO. That's the goal. What we want to do is take and really deliver on an uninterrupted world for today's always on 24/7 IT. We want to be a solution that helps you migrate seamlessly, migrate easily, and keep things running. So these are just a few customers that have used us to great success, and we're thrilled to have partnerships with. And if you want to learn more about the solution, I would highly encourage you to visit Zerto.com, to go to myzerto.com as well and sign up for webinars. And we also have on-demand labs that you can pull down and use at any time. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Ben. That was very, very useful and helpful. And again, hopefully everyone could see my screen now illustrating. We really appreciate the support of all these companies here who worked with us. Just to tying together a couple of those stories, I know that those two companies who got hit with ransomware, then they heard about AngelBeat. They heard Ben or one of his colleagues talk about it. And even though they got hit again in the future, they got the recovery done thanks to the AngelBeat insights offered by Zerto. One of the other things that happens with the COVID-19 is you got to be very sensitive to ransomware. All the cyber criminals are out there, and what you'll see is going on, and you can see that very much with the COVID-19, people click on these seemingly innocuous links to get hand sanitizers or for government officials to get ventilators. Unfortunately, a lot of those are ransomware. So that's what realistically happens despite everyone's best intentions. Just to sum it up, this is a fantastic program. I took a couple of notes. I randomly selected, we've got John Helms with the great state of Mississippi is going to be the winner of our $100 gift card. So John, just email me back separately. If anyone does need CPE credits or wants questions or needs some other topic covered in the future, again, my personal email is rgerber@angelbeat.com. I will obviously address your concerns right away. We're going to be doing a large number of these virtual summits in the future, whereby I'm going to bring together a great array of Microsoft speakers or some other technology giants, complement them with subject matter experts, as we saw here in the last few minutes from Zerto, Fugue, NetApp, and others, to build a great set of content. We spent today all about the broad digital transformation journey. Some of our subsequent virtual summits are going to focus more narrowly on a few other subjects, maybe just in depth on security, on AI and ML and analytics, on DevOps and applications that I think will be very useful. I'm going to open up the chat window here to make sure that, oh, excellent, everyone really enjoyed it. If you need CPE credits, just reply back to me as well. You'll get a post-event thank you through the Zoom system tomorrow. That will also showcase all of the social media links for AngelBeat. You can follow us #AngelBeat on all the major platforms. In addition to sending out lots of emails, we want to encourage the AngelBeat community just to go to our Twitter feed, our LinkedIn post, our Facebook group, our LinkedIn company page or group page to get more and more information about all the great things we do. I think this was absolutely fantastic. I really appreciate all of you spending time with me from the comfort of your home. We're going to be doing a lot more of these programs. I'm betting on all the scientists coming up with a vaccine. Probably first they've got to come up with treatments before a vaccine, keeping my fingers crossed. But in the meantime, you can always count on AngelBeat for delivering lots of great information on all the top issues. Again, 2020 focus, cloud, security, application, and data. We're going to do it live, hopefully in another 2-3 months. We'll continue to do a lot of these virtual summits. I think it's going to be fantastic. Please stay safe with your family and friends who might be part of your social distancing community. Wash your hands a lot. Let's plan accordingly. and hope for the best. I'm going to stop a couple of things. I'm going to stop our